Chapter 81. The Choice, a Gift of Tulips to Kiluo. Which one should I choose? Su Yi hesitated. If you choose to devour the starry sky refined iron. He felt that activating his fourth soul skill, devouring gold dragon and transformation, would allow him to absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars and convert it into soul power after his body became metallic. This can steadily increase the endurance of using the gravity magnetic field martial god battle technique and the cute star flying collision battle technique. Both the gravity magnetic field martial god battle technique and the cute star flying collision battle technique require a series of soul skill combinations to be executed. Therefore, the soul power consumed is still quite large. However, if one chooses to devour that special metal that absorbs soul power and life force. After activating the fourth soul skill, devouring gold dragon and transformation, the body becomes metallic. It should grant the metallized body strong, magic resistance, greatly resisting damage from elemental soul skills. After all, elemental soul skills are all formed from soul power. At the same time, it might also be able to absorb the damage from these elemental soul skills and convert it into soul power, thus increasing its endurance. As for special metals that absorb life force, this should allow the fourth soul skill, devouring gold dragon and transformation, to grant the metal body the ability to absorb life force. If it's in a battlefield or similar location with many enemies, maybe the more they kill, the braver they become, and the stronger they get in battle. But the problem is, at least for now, Su Yi felt that he shouldn't encounter a situation where he was surrounded by a large number of enemies. Even if he were to encounter such an enemy, he wouldn't be foolish enough to let them surround him, he would definitely make a hasty retreat. When the enemy retreats, then follow behind, and take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to launch a surprise attack, hunting them down one by one. After much thought, Su Yi decided to devour the metal that could absorb soul power. This not only increases the duration of the two major battle tactics, but also enhances one's own magic resistance. However, there is the starry iron, and that piece of metal that can devour life force, or rather, the strange weapon forged from it, which resembles a dagger. Su Yi also planned to ask Ning Fengji to come. In the future, he will definitely continue to study how to increase the age of the spirit rings. Currently, the fourth spirit ring is only 1,000 years old, so it can only devour 3 pieces of metal. If possible, it would be great if its lifespan could be increased to 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. It might be able to devour a 4th, or even a 5th, piece of special metal. As for how to increase the age of the soul ring, Su Yi already has some leads in her research. Uncle Ning, I want this special metal. Inside the treasure vault of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. After making his decision, Su Yi first pointed to the special metal that absorbs soul power and said. Then, it pointed to 2 other special metals. Also, Uncle Ning, could you give me this special metal and this dagger as well? Certainly, Ning Fengji smiled slightly and said gently. I told you, you can take these special metals with you if you want. That's too much. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Ning, but I don't think I'll need that much. Su Yi smiled and thanked him. After storing these 3 special metals into the storage soul tool, the 5 elements storage bracelet, Su Yi then took out a jade box from the 5 spirits storage bracelet and handed it to Ning Fengji, saying earnestly. Uncle Ning, thank you for your help over the years. I have nothing here to repay Uncle Ning. Coincidentally, I unexpectedly obtained a top-grade spiritual herb of immortal herb level, which may allow your 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tile school to evolve. Please accept this, Uncle Ning. What? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's expression changed drastically, filled with disbelief. He immediately grabbed Su Yi's shoulders with both hands and asked excitedly. Xiao Yi, are you telling the truth? What kind of magical herb is this? Can it really help our 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul evolve? Ning Fengji felt both excited and incredulous. Because of the flaws in the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul, 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda soul masters have been unable to break through to the next level after reaching level 79. Therefore, their 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda soul master family has passed down through generations of ancestors, constantly researching and searching for a way to evolve the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul. But they haven't been able to find it yet. If it weren't for the family's records documenting the evolution of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul, they're probably all going to give up. Unexpectedly, Su Yi actually said that now he possesses a medicinal herb that can evolve the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul. Based on Ning Fengji's understanding of Su Yi would never lie. In addition, Su Yi's martial soul, the 1,000-pound ant emperor, has already undergone evolution. This made Ning Fengji believe more than 70% of what Su Yi said. Uncle Ning, I can't guarantee that either. However, my immortal herb is called the Kiluo tulip. According to an ancient book I read, it can enable jewelry-type martial souls to evolve. This should also include your 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul. Su Yi said he couldn't guarantee it, but his tone was very serious and confident. Ning Fengji understood why. Because nothing is ever 100% perfect. Su Yi was definitely worried that if he made too confident a statement and it didn't work out, it would be incredibly embarrassing. Therefore, only speak 9/10 of what you mean. But judging from Su Yi's tone, Ning Fengji felt that there shouldn't be any major problems. Xiao Yi, if your Kiluo tulip can truly help our 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul evolve, from now on, I will give you the secondary token of my 7 treasure glazed tile school sect master's token. You are the honorary vice sect master of our 7 treasure glazed tile school. You can mobilize all the resources of our 7 treasure glazed tile school. You can directly command all the forces under your command. Ning Fengji took a deep breath and addressed Su Yi with utmost seriousness and solemnity. However, Ning Fengji made these promises partly out of gratitude. On the other hand, they also have their own ulterior motives. Su Yi's future talent is definitely limitless. If Su Yi later becomes the honorary vice sect master of their 7 treasure glazed tile school, even if it's just in terms of reputation. But he gave Su Yi such high power and status. If their 7 treasure glazed tile school encounters problems, can Su Yi really just sit idly by and do nothing? Uncle Ning, you're really making Su Yi feel too bad. Uncle Ning, you have helped Su Yi a lot over the years. Su Yi has always believed that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. This Kiluo tulip is a gift that Su Yi should give you. However, despite Su Yi's repeated refusals, Ning Fengji persisted. In the end, Su Yi thought about it and reluctantly agreed. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is not only incredibly wealthy, but its business channels also extend throughout the continent. In addition, there's the treasure hunting talent of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul. This allowed the 7 treasure glazed tile school to possess countless rare and precious treasures from across the continent. Who knows, I might need it in the future. Xiao Yi, how should we consume this Kiluo tulip? After receiving the jade box containing the beautiful tulips, Ning Fengji opened it and saw the extraordinary Kiluo tulips inside. He couldn't help but gently stroke them and ask, simply hold the flower's stamen in your mouth and absorb its essence. Su Yi said. After listening, a hint of hesitation and struggle flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes. In the end, he put the Kiluo tulip back into the jade box and handed the jade box to Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, you should take this Kiluo tulip. Chapter 82 Tang San's pain. Yu Xiaogang couldn't hold back anymore. Daddy, I don't want to. Please, take this tulip bulb. You are the pillar of our 7 treasure glazed tile school. Upon discovering that her father, Ning Fengji, had actually handed her the Kiluo tulip, Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head and waved her hands. Because his father, Ning Fengji, had a higher cultivation level and was also the sect leader, Ning Rongrong naturally thought so. It would be better to have Ning Fengji consume the Kiluo tulip to evolve his martial soul into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. In that case, Dad could directly break through level 80 and become a soul master. In the future, he might even break through to become a title douluo. Lead the 7 treasure glazed tile school to even greater heights. In Ning Rongrong's eyes, the Kiluo tulip is not only a magical herb that can evolve the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, a martial soul. It is still a heavy responsibility. Rongrong. Faced with Ning Rongrong's rejection, Ning Fengji's expression hardened, and he reprimanded her. You don't listen to what your father says anymore. My father is already quite old, over 60 years old. He has long passed the golden age of soul master cultivation, and his body is starting to decline. even if he consumes this douluo tulip and breaks through to the soul douluo level. In the future, it will be very difficult to break through to the title douluo level. And you are the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda soul master with the highest innate soul power in our 7 treasure glazed tile school, and you are still young. It would be best if you were to consume this douluo tulip. If your martial soul evolves into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, you might become the first person in the 7 treasure glazed tile school in thousands of years to break through to the title douluo level. This is what your father hopes for you. Dad. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes reddened, deeply moved, and she bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. In the end, he accepted the jade box and prepared to consume the douluo tulip. And it was in the treasure vault of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged on the open ground and, following Su Yi's instructions, took the douluo tulip. In an instant, her delicate body radiated a dazzling 7-colored light. Behind him, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul slowly emerged. Beneath him, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose one after another, encircling his body. Seeing Ning Rongrong take the douluo tulip, Ning Fengji couldn't help but sigh and feel a pang of envy. Although reason tells Ning Fengji that giving his daughter Ning Rongrong the douluo tulip is the best choice. In the end, he did it with tremendous perseverance. But it's impossible to say that I don't feel any regret or envy. On the one hand, having her daughter Ning Rongrong take it was indeed the best option to maximize its effectiveness. On the other hand, Ning Fengji heard that Su Yi had accepted Zhu Zuqing. He couldn't help but feel that perhaps his daughter, Ning Rongrong, also had a chance. Although he is the sect leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he made his daughter a mistress, and even wanted to take her place. This is truly beneath one's dignity. However, for someone who is only in his early 20s, breaking through to the Soul Emperor realm is quite remarkable. He can even surpass a major realm with the cultivation level of a Soul Emperor and crush a level 78 Soul Saint. Such an unparalleled genius. In the future, he might just become another Hoshin douluo, Tang Chen. She might even be more outstanding than Tang Chen. Such a monster. It's just a matter of being shameless, losing face, and selling a daughter to establish connections. Ning Fengji simply couldn't refuse. In such a situation, the higher the value of his daughter, the less Su Yi would be able to refuse. As for what to do about the inheritance of the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul after Ning Rongrong marries Su Yi, that couldn't be simpler. In the douluo continent, a soul master's surname is basically linked to the martial soul they inherit. Just like Hu Liena and Xie Yu, they are clearly siblings. But one is surnamed Hu, and the other is surnamed Xie. If the daughter Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolves into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul, Ning Fengji believed, if Su Yi and his daughter have enough children, some of them will definitely inherit the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul. When the time comes, let this daughter take the surname Ning and return to inherit the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Oh no. It should be the 9 treasure glazed tile school. While Ning Rongrong was refining the medicinal power of the douluo tulip in the dazzling 7-colored light, as the 7 treasures shone, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial spirit behind Ning Rongrong was constantly changing. On the 7th level of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul, the 8th level gradually emerged. Seeing this, Ning Fengji, Sword douluo, and Bone douluo were incredibly excited. It has evolved. They've really evolved. Ultimately, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul behind Ning Rongrong, after developing its 8th layer, developed a 9th layer. It evolved from the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda into the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda. After the martial soul evolution is completed, Ning Rongrong opened her eyes and immediately saw the excited Ning Fengji, Sword douluo, and Bone douluo. Rongrong, congratulations. Your 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul has successfully evolved into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Fengji spoke with a broad smile and great excitement. Then, he took out a crystal ball used to test the soul power level of a soul master and handed it to Ning Rongrong. Let's test your soul power. Tested. After consuming the douluo tulip, Ning Rongrong not only evolved her martial soul into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, but her cultivation level also increased from level 32 to level 38 soul master. On the other side, Shrek Academy. After mistaking Su Yi for his father Tang Hao. Upon learning that his father, Tang Hao, was dead and that Xiao Wu wanted to sever all ties with him, Tang San fainted from grief and anger. However, after waking up, Tang San was incredulous to discover that he was still alive, based on Su Yi's vengeful and murderous nature back in the Soto Grand Arena. He had asked his father to kill him. Shouldn't he have just killed me? How could they let me go? After careful review, Tang San noticed that Xiao Wu seemed a little unnatural. And what's more, he was surprised that he hadn't died. Tang San is not stupid. They quickly figured it out. It's very likely that Xiao Wu didn't truly intend to sever ties with him. Instead, she was threatened by Su Yi and forced to be with him in order to protect herself. She even expressed that she had fallen in love with Su Yi and wanted to sever all ties with him. No. For a moment, Tang San felt even more unbearable pain and almost fainted. Why did I have to provoke such a devil? What did I, Tang San, do wrong? What did I do wrong? Tang San was heartbroken and wanted to angrily question the heavens. Ultimately, the root of everything Tang San thought of was Flander. If it weren't for Dean Flander, who was so self-righteous. They refused to help Su Yi hunt for a spirit ring and even expelled him from Shrek Academy. Su Yi definitely wouldn't hate Shrek Academy that much. They too became objects of Su Yi's hatred. This led to a series of events. It caused the death of his father, Tang Hao. Xiao Wu was forced to submit to that despicable Su Yi for his own sake. All of this is because of that damned Flander. As time drew ever closer, the date for the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament approached. Because he had previously asked his father, Yu Yuanjun, to go with Lu Erlong to pay a visit to the Dugu family. Inquiry into Su Yi's method for evolving his martial soul failed. Later, Lu Erlong said that she would help Yu Xiaogang get the method of martial soul evolution from Su Yi. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang had always been looking forward to it. But in the blink of an eye, more than a year has passed. As for Lu Erlong, however, there seems to be no result for a long time. This made Yu Xiaogang unable to hold back any longer. Because compared to becoming a master of martial spirit theory, martial soul evolution, that's what he's always dreamed of. Chapter 83 Lu Erlong's Dilemma. Qin Ming, did I really make the wrong choice? Two dragons. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yu Xiaogang approached Lu Erlong, his stiff face now filled with anticipation as he asked her questions. Didn't you say before that you would ask Su Yi for help on how to evolve a martial soul? How did it go? Have you asked about it? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's handsome and beautiful face stiffened, and she looked quite embarrassed. I don't know how to answer. After all, that wretched boy had made such an outrageous request of her. But what if I don't answer? Lu Erlong was also very worried that she would disappoint and hurt her beloved Xiaogang. In the end, Lu Erlong gritted her teeth and decided to answer, even if it was difficult. Although evolving one's martial soul has always been Xiaogang's dream. But she believes that, relative to the evolution of martial souls, in Xiaogang's heart, she is definitely more important. Under those circumstances, Su Yi made such an excessive request of her. My beloved Xiaogang will definitely choose her. Instead, they gave up asking Su Yi for the method of martial soul evolution. Xiaogang, I've already asked Su Yi about it. Su Yi might indeed have a way to evolve your martial soul. But he demanded that I serve him as his slave, obey his every command, and submit to him. As he spoke, Lu Erlong's face filled with anger, and he gritted his teeth. Her delicate hands clenched so tightly they made a cracking sound. When they learned that Su Yi might indeed have a way to evolve their martial soul, they realized that Su Yi was the one who had it. Yu Xiaogang's eyes lit up immediately, and he was incredibly excited. But when he heard Lu Erlong say that she wanted to trade for a way to evolve her martial soul, the condition was that Lu Erlong would become Su Yi's slave, serving him faithfully and submitting to his authority. Yu Xiaogang's expression immediately turned ugly again. Because, in Yu Xiaogang's heart, Lu Erlong is his woman. As a normal man, who would easily agree to let his woman become another man's slave, serve him faithfully, and submit to him. He's not a green-haired turtle. Only, Yu Xiaogang felt hesitant and conflicted again. It was just that his martial soul had evolved, but that had always been his dream. His greatest wish in this life is to prove himself. he returned to the Blue Lightning Overlord clan and thoroughly humiliated those who had looked down on him before. Previously, it was because a way to evolve martial souls could not be found for a long time. Yu Xiaogang had already given up. He chose to prove his status as a master of martial soul theory by cultivating a genius soul master. In order to prove myself. But compared to using disciples to prove oneself, it would definitely be better to let the martial soul Luo Sanpao evolve into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and become a strong person himself. And in a state of confusion and distress. Suddenly, remembering his cousin relationship with Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang felt as if the clouds had parted and the sky had cleared. Oh, right, I and Erlong are cousins. Neither her father nor her second uncle would agree to her being with Erlong. She was never meant to be with Erlong. How could I have become so wavering all this time? Since she was destined not to be with Erlong, wouldn't it be better to let Erlong pretend to go to Su Yi's side, serve him as a slave, and be subservient to him in exchange for the opportunity to evolve their martial soul? In that case, my second uncle would surely be very happy. For a moment, Yu Xiaogang felt both excited and proud. He's come up with a perfect solution. However, even if one intends to do so. But Yu Xiaogang knew that he definitely couldn't say it like that. The best way is to play the victim and get Lu Erlong to sacrifice herself voluntarily. They would become slaves to Su Yi, serving him faithfully and submitting to him. In exchange for a way to evolve Sanpao's martial spirit. Perhaps I can talk to my second uncle about this. Let's ask my second uncle to help us come up with a solution and work together. Yu Xiaogang pondered to himself. Although he had already made the decision to betray Lu Erlong. On the surface, Yu Xiaogang looked grim, filled with righteous indignation, and angrily said. That despicable Su Yi is going too far. How could he make such a demand? Although my dream, Yu Xiaogang, has always been to make Sanpao evolve. But if he wants me to betray my family, he's absolutely delusional. Since he's unwilling to make the deal, I'll find a way to make him shout it out himself. I believe that nothing is impossible in this world. Lu Erlong was initially deeply moved to see Yu Xiaogang so furious. But when he heard Yu Xiaogang say that he would never betray his family, Lu Erlong felt a sudden pang of pain and sorrow. No, how could that be? After all this time, hasn't Xiaogang realized my true feelings and love for him? Does it mean that Xiaogang still hasn't accepted me in his heart? Do you just see me as your cousin? Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang say that he would find a way to make Su Yi hand it over himself, he was surprised. Lu Erlong felt even more anxious and impatient. Because they wanted Su Yi to reveal the method for evolving his martial soul. In Lu Erlong's view, Yu Xiaogang only had one way. That was choose ex-girlfriend, who was also the most powerful woman on this continent, Bibi Dong. However, Yu Xiaogang did not say it explicitly. Lu Erlong didn't dare to say that her beloved Xiaogang thought the same thing. What if the exceptionally intelligent Xiaogang comes up with some other way to get Su Yi to hand over the method of martial soul evolution? Lu Erlong opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. On the other side, Shrek Academy. A room in the teacher's dormitory building. Qin Ming was very distressed and dejected. In order to follow Dean Flander, he chose to leave the Heaven Do Royal Academy. For this reason, Su Yi abolished his cultivation. After chasing them out of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, they met Dean Flander. Upon learning of his ordeal, both Dean Flander and the other teachers, as well as Tang San and his fellow students, felt indignant on his behalf. Dean Flanders also stated that he would take full responsibility for him. At that moment, he was very excited and happy, feeling that he had made the right choice. Su Yi was expelled by Dean Flander entirely because of her own actions. Shrek Academy is a wonderful academy that he is grateful for and loves. After arriving at Blue Tyrant Academy, because Lu Erlong, the dean of Blue Tyrant Academy, was the sworn sister of Dean Flander, and was very generous and magnanimous, she directly handed over Blue Tyrant Academy to Dean Flander. Later, it was renamed Shrek Academy. Their lives at Shrek Academy were getting better and better. Qin Ming originally thought that he could enjoy life at Shrek Academy, retire peacefully, and continue to contribute to the academy. Perhaps, in the future, Dean Flander will even help heal his damaged Dantian. However, Qin Ming was still too naive. Compared to before, Shrek Academy in Sodo City. By taking over Blue Tyrant Academy, Flander essentially gained access to a high-level Soul Master Academy he had always dreamed of, and began living a life he never dared to imagine before. But who is Flander? That's an incredibly stingy and greedy miser. Someone who would abandon all shame for the sake of students' registration fees. After taking over Blue Tyrant Academy and renaming it Shrek Academy, the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect could no longer afford to support Shrek Academy. Therefore, Flander immediately began to cut costs and increase revenue. All teachers' salaries will be reduced. Qin Ming was among them. The problem is, it's because other teachers are valuable. Flanders only dared to cut the treatment by 20%. After all, a Soul Master who can become a teacher at a high-level Soul Master Academy will never lack suitors. However, Qin Ming's cultivation was abolished, and he became an ordinary person. It has completely lost its value, even though Qin Ming was given the title of teacher. However, Flander, being such a shrewd and calculating person, directly reduced Qin Ming's treatment by more than 90%. 1 gold soul coin is given per month. This seems like enough for a living. After all, even ordinary villagers earn this much in a year. The problem is that living in the Heavenly Do Imperial City is like living in a place where land is incredibly valuable and prices are extremely high. 1 gold soul coin a month is simply not enough. Qin Ming has lived here for over 20 years and has become accustomed to a good life. Let him go back to his childhood. That's obviously extremely difficult to accept. After all, there's a saying that goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. In any case, Qin Ming lived in extreme poverty. Therefore, Qin Ming had no choice but to swallow his pride and approach Flander, hoping to get a further increase in his treatment. At least 10 gold soul coins a month, right? This is only the amount of subsidy that a great soul master can receive in Wuhan City. However, Flander looked helpless and talked at length about the difficulties facing Shrek Academy, asking Qin Ming to be more understanding. The problem is, Qin Ming can understand the reduction in benefits. But why did others only have their benefits reduced by 20%? But as a teacher, I had my benefits reduced by more than 90%. In the Heavenly Do Imperial City, we can barely survive. Is it just because I'm useless? This left Qin Ming feeling very distressed and melancholy, so he resorted to drinking to drown his sorrows. He couldn't help but think bitterly. Did I really make the wrong choice back then? Qin Ming didn't know the answer, but in my heart, I already knew the answer. Chapter 84. The competition begins, and the stars take the stage. In the blink of an eye, several months have quietly passed. Finally, the day arrived for the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament. Half a month ago, Soul Masters, nobles and wealthy merchants from all over the Heaven Do Empire arrived in the Heaven Do Imperial City and booked hotels. Get ready to watch the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, a once-in-5 years event that is arguably the biggest event in the douluo continent. As members of Team Tiando, Su Yi, Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and Ning Rongrong, a new member of Team Tiando who is a support-type Soul Master, do not need to participate in the preliminary rounds. Once the qualifying rounds are over, just go directly to Wuhan City to participate in the finals. However, compared to Ning Rongrong, because Su Yi had already given the 8-petaled immortal orchid to Du Gubo and the Narcissus Jade skin bone to Du Guyan. Later, Su Yi also planned to give the Acacia Heartbreak Red to Du Guyan. This will serve as a token of their love when they later get married. Therefore, regarding Zhu Zuqing, after giving Ning Fengji a tulip, upon returning to the Heavenly Do Imperial City, Su Yi ultimately only gifted Zhu Zuqing a grade 9 purple Ganoderma. After consuming the 9-grade purple Ganoderma, Zhu Zuqing's cultivation level only broke through from level 31 to level 36 Soul Venerable. In contrast to Zhu Zuqing, Oslo and Yu Feng's cultivation levels had already reached the 39th level of Soul Venerable. Although Zhu Zuqing also learned Ghost Shadow Tracking, Purple Demon Eye, and Mysterious Jade Hand from Su Yi. In terms of combat power, he might even be stronger than Oslo. However, within the team, its role is not as important as that of Yu Feng. As for Yu Feng, he works better with Oslo. Therefore, Zhu Zuqing could only become a substitute for the Tiando team. With this, the lineup of Team Tiando is basically finalized. Captain, it must be Su Yi. The vice-captain was Du Guyan. The remaining official team members are Shimo, Shi Mo, Yu Feng, Ning Rongrong, and a soul master named Tai Yulan whose martial soul is iron wire vine and whose cultivation level is 38. As for the substitutes, they are Zhu Zuqing and Oslo. Although the Tiando team does not need to participate in the qualifiers. But there is an opening ceremony before the qualifiers begin. Speaking of the opening ceremony, all participating Soul Master teams must be present. This also includes Team Tiando. Therefore, on the day the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament opened, Su Yi, along with Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and Ning Rongrong, headed towards the Heavenly Do Imperial City under the guidance of their new team leader, a Soul Emperor in his 50s named Sun Ziquan. After arriving at the main gate of the Heavenly Do Imperial City, the main gate was already under the control of the city guards, who were maintaining order. Inside the city, from the city gate all the way to the Heaven Do Arena, where the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament is held, city guards are stationed on both sides of the road to maintain order. Even so, the crowds on both sides of the road appeared extremely enthusiastic. In particular, some beautiful young girls were dressed in their finest attire, holding red embroidered balls in their hands, their beautiful eyes filled with tenderness as they constantly looked at the former members of the Soul Master team. When they meet someone who suits their taste, they throw the red embroidered ball in their hand and boldly express their love. In the douluo continent, Soul Masters are absolutely the elite. Those who can represent high-level Soul Master Academies in the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition are the elite of the elite. Not only do many young girls want to take advantage of this opportunity to see if they can rise to a higher social status, even some nobles and wealthy merchants wanted to take this opportunity to promote their daughters and find husbands through the examination results. Therefore, it was quite a lively scene. On the way from the city gate to the Heavenly Battle Arena, Su Yi's appearance was originally considered handsome and quite good. After fusing with the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor and obtaining the life force released by the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone, the body underwent a cleansing and marrow renewing process, improving its appearance and physical defects. He became incredibly handsome, practically a heartthrob. Therefore, many young girls along the way secretly fell in love with him and excitedly expressed their affections, throwing themselves at Su Yi. However, Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and Ning Rongrong had all anticipated this. Du Guyan directly called out to Yi Lingling to help intercept the red embroidered balls thrown from both sides. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, secretly intercepted them. And then they discovered that both girls had thrown their red embroidered balls towards Su Yi. Graphite, Stone Mill, Wind Riding, and Oslo were all secretly envious and jealous. Finally, the team arrived at the Heavenly Do Great Soul Arena. Upon seeing Su Yi in his group's uniforms, staff members immediately came to greet them with great enthusiasm and led them to the rest area to wait. While chatting in the rest area, suddenly, a commotion broke out in the rest area. Then, a chorus of voices filled with disgust and disdain rose and fell. "Ha, which college's team is this? Their uniforms are so ugly. This shit green color is disgusting. That's right, that's right, ... Hearing the sound, Su Yi turned his head to look. All I could see was the entrance to the rest area. The team that entered was the Shrek team led by Flander, Zhao Wuji, and Yu Xiaoging. Among them are not only Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, but also Yu Tianong. At this moment, Tang San, Yu Tianong, and the others were all wearing an extremely ugly, shit green uniform. That color is simply a form of mental pollution, it's nauseating. Because I also know that the uniform I'm wearing is very ugly. This made Tang San, Yu Tianong, Dai Mubai, and the others feel very ashamed, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to look around. However, as teachers, Flander, Zhao Wo Yuki, and Yu Xiaoging did not wear such uniforms and led the way. Upon seeing that Qinming was not among the Shrek Academy students, Qinming was not present. Su Yi couldn't help but curl a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Really, this Flander is even better than Tang San. Tang San prioritizes using people and discards them later. Flander, on the other hand, was incredibly stingy and meticulous, always seeking to maximize his profits. In the original story, Flander even had Qinming lead the team and help run errands and handle some miscellaneous tasks. Now, Qinming has been crippled by him. Flanders isn't even assigning him any chores anymore. It's possible that at Shrek Academy, they might not even know if it has already been optimized. Chin Ming, now you know what Flanders and Shrek Academy are all about, right? A dean who doesn't treat the lives of his students as his own. You still expect him to care about the students and be responsible. That's a joke. Of course, Flander wasn't entirely without a sense of responsibility. If you have a connection with them, or have a very powerful background. Flanders, of course, dared not neglect him and would certainly show him the utmost care. Unfortunately, you and I are both ordinary geniuses from humble backgrounds. Ah, Shrek Academy's uniforms are so ugly. Upon seeing the uniforms worn by Tang San and the others, Ning Rongrong's delicate and elegant face couldn't help but reveal disgust and revulsion, and she said with utter disdain, "Luckily I quit Shrek Academy, otherwise I would have had to wear this outfit too. It's absolutely disgusting." Seeing Yu Tianeng wearing that shit green uniform and looking extremely embarrassed. Graphite, Stone Mill, Wind Driving, and Oslo all couldn't help but have complicated expressions. Compared to Su Yi, they had a deeper bond with Yu Tianeng. Unexpectedly, Yu Tianeng suddenly withdrew from the Heavenly Do Royal Academy and went to join Shrek Academy. Upon noticing that his former teammates Graphite, Stone Mill, Wind Control, and Oslo were all looking at him, Yu Tianeng blushed even more and lowered his head in embarrassment. After entering the rest area, upon discovering that Ning Rongrong was actually sitting next to Su Yi, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun's expressions immediately turned ugly. Chapter 85, The Broken Dream of Bygone Years, Ruins Yu Xiaoging's Reputation. Because when I dropped out of school, Ning Fengji never said that he planned to let Ning Rongrong enroll in the Heaven Do Royal Academy. After enrolling in the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Ning Rongrong has been participating in special training and has basically never shown her face in the Heaven Do Imperial City or had any contact with the Shrek Academy members. Therefore, the Shrek members had no idea. After dropping out of school, Ning Rongrong enrolled in the Heaven Do Royal Academy. However, in the eyes of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong used to be a student at Shrek Academy. They were still at the Heaven Do Royal Academy when they suffered the oppression of Du Gubo and Prince Shui Xing. But now, Ning Rongrong has joined the Heaven Do Royal Academy and even entered the Heaven Do first team. This is undoubtedly a betrayal. This made Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun furious with Ning Rongrong. Traitor. Ning Rongrong is a traitor, just like Zhu Zuqing. Aside from his talent and strength, what else does Su Yi have to offer? Zhu Zuqing betrayed the academy and threw herself into Su Yi's arms. Now Ning Rongrong has also betrayed the academy and thrown herself into Su Yi's arms. In an instant, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun were filled with raging anger. Seeing Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun all looking at her with angry eyes, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but frown, feeling somewhat displeased. He put his hands on his hips, stood up, and shouted at Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun. "What are you looking at? Look at the clothes you're wearing, they look like a pile of slime poop, disgusting. If you look at me like that again, I'll have Su Yi gouge your eyes out." Ning Rongrong clenched her delicate hands and said fiercely. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong used Su Yi as a threat. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun's expressions froze instantly, and they immediately cowered. Although he was still filled with anger, he immediately lowered his head and dared not look at Ning Rongrong again. Because they were genuinely afraid, Ning Rongrong sent Su Yi over to gouge out their eyes. In contrast to Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, it was discovered that Ning Rongrong seemed to have fallen into Su Yi's arms. As someone who secretly loves Ning Rongrong, Oscar couldn't help but feel bitter and heartbroken. Is this world truly where strength reigns supreme? As a food-type soul master, I could never win Rongrong's love when I was at Shrek Academy in Sodo City. However, Rongrong was willing to enroll in the Heavenly Do Royal Academy for Su Yi's sake. Even though Su Yi already had girls named Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, as well as Zhu Qing by his side, she was also willing to be with Su Yi. It hurts so much. After Shrek Academy arrived at the rest area, not long after, the team from Kanghui Academy in Sodo City, led by a thin, cold-looking middle-aged man, entered the rest area. Because back then, a conflict arose in a small town outside the Stardo Great Forest. The two teams still ended up clashing. Finally, the conflict was stopped after Kanmeng Xinyan from Kanghui Academy returned from registering. However, this grudge has definitely been formed. After seeing the arrival of Xinyan, the leader of Kanghui Academy, who was known as Kanmeng, Su Yi's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Because he remembered, on Kanghui Xinyan's body, there seems to be a 10,000-year-old spiritual skull. If this Kanghui era is the same as in the original work, in order to help the Kanghui team advance, he decided to personally take action to clear the obstacles for the Kanghui team and assassinate Tang San. Perhaps I can pull off a scheme, like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although Su Yi had always held back against Tang San mainly in order to extract every last drop of value from Xiao Wu. But there's one more thing. That's what Su Yi was worried about. Tang San had a backup plan left behind by the Asura god. After all, Su Yi had heard about it online in his previous life. The famous creator of the Douluo continent narrative once said that Tang San was transported to the Douluo continent by the god of Asura. Moreover, Qian Zunji, a level 95 title Douluo, led a group of spirit hull experts. This even includes Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. They went to hunt down Tang Hao, who was only a soul Douluo at the time, and took Ah Yin, who had just given birth, and Tang San, who was still an infant, with them, but they failed to capture him for a long time. Even though Qian Zunji wanted to give face to the Haoshan sect, he did not kill Tang Hao. However, such a powerful lineup was helpless against Tang Hao, who was only a Contra Master at the time. That's really unreasonable. This led Su Yi to speculate about a conspiracy. For example, the Asura god secretly intervened and used underhanded tactics. Before he transmigrated, Su Yi didn't care. But if you really do time travel, you still have to be careful. When Tang Hao attacked before, we had no choice but to retaliate. Moreover, Tang Hao and Tang San are different. However, Su Yi felt that it was still possible to test Tang San's abilities using Xinyan Nian. In addition to that, Su Yi also thought of something else. On the internet, there was a conspiracy theory about Yu Shaogang and Xinyan. However, he felt that there was some truth to it. That is, Yu Shaogang had only proposed the 10 core competencies of martial souls, which were a joke, and the theory of the limit of soul ring absorption, all over the years. Apart from that, there were no other theoretical achievements in martial spirits, nor any other accomplishments. However, during the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competition, after meeting the Kanghui team, they unleashed the 7-in-1 fusion technique. Yu Shaogang was able to guide the Shrek 7 Devils to create their own unique 7-in-1 fusion technique. That's really unreasonable. Coincidentally, Tang San killed Xinyan, who had pioneered the 7-in-1 fusion technique. Perhaps, after he dies, in addition to obtaining the 10,000-year-old illusionary skull of wisdom, Tang San also obtained a storage soul tool from that era. Inside were notes from years ago on how he created the 7-in-1 fusion technique, which he then handed over to Yu Shaogang. Therefore, Yu Shaogang was able to suddenly help the Shrek 7 Devils create their own 7-in-1 fusion technique. This made Su Yi think, could we wait until the Kanghui team unleashes their 7-in-1 fusion technique? They then spent money to guide public opinion, claiming that Xinyan was the true master, while Yu Shaogang was merely a liar with the title of Master of Martial Spirit Theory. In response, Yu Shaogang can bury his head in the sand and deceive himself. However, given Lu Erlong's temperament, she would definitely step forward to protect Yu Shaogang, and might even guarantee to the outside world that Yu Shaogang could also develop a multi-dimensional fusion technique. They immediately lifted Yu Shaogang up. If that's the case, then Yu Shaogang might not be able to develop a multi-dimensional martial soul fusion technique, and he might resort to playing the victim to pressure Lu Erlong. Anyway, Su Yi believed that Yu Shaogang would definitely not mind selling Lu Erlong in order to obtain the method of martial soul evolution. Feeling guilty, Lu Erlong sought Yu Shaogang's forgiveness. Perhaps, in order to obtain the method to help Yu Shaogang's martial soul evolve, they will come and become my slaves, servants, and vassals, bowing their heads in submission. Thinking of the future, Lu Erlong, who was bearing humiliation and resentment but could only force a smile, was being manipulated in front of Flanders. seeing his goddess being humiliated in his own hands, was powerless to do anything but feel grief and indignation, his face contorted with pain and sorrow. Su Yi revealed a wicked smile, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. Flanders, Flanders, you dared to bully and disgust me back then. Today, the tables have turned, and I'll show you how I get my revenge. I, Su Yi, have always been one to repay kindness and avenge wrongs. Chapter 86. When Xinyan wanted to kill Tang San, the illusion collapsed. Soon, the opening ceremony of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, Tian-Do Division, began. Under the guidance of the staff, Su Yi's team, Tian-Do, was the first to enter the competition venue and stood directly in front of the podium. Next, based on seniority and reputation, starting with the Soul Master team from the Four Elements Academy, and continuing with the Shrek Academy team, they all entered the competition venue one after another. After all the participating Soul Master teams had arrived, the opening ceremony has officially begun. First, Emperor Shui Yi of the Heaven Do Empire delivered the opening speech on behalf of the Heaven Do Empire. Standing in the line, listening to Emperor Shui's speech, Su Yi felt a little sleepy. Because these speeches are just like the speeches given by principals when I was in school in my previous life, empty words and clichés. It's meaningless. Anyway, you'll be surprised to find out after listening to it. Huh, why does it seem like I didn't hear you? However, he is different from Su Yi. In the group, people like Shimo, and Yufeng were all thrilled and excited. In particular, Emperor Shui stated that the glory of the Heavenly Do Empire would be earned by them. This is so incredibly exciting, isn't it? After the emperor finished his speech on a snowy night, then Ning Fengji took the stage to deliver a speech. Anyway, they're pretty much the same. After Ning Feng finished his speech, the host, however, held up a megaphone and asked with a smile. Sect Master Ning, you are the esteemed Sect Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and also a senior and powerful Soul Master. I'm sure your judgment is better than ours. Could you tell us which team you have the best chance of winning this year? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji smiled and said slowly, which team do I think has the best chance in this competition? Actually, the team I have the most faith in is our Royal Academy team. I believe that our Royal Academy team will achieve the best results in this competition, to bring the highest honor to the Empire. However, Ning Fengji's words caused a stir and boos from the audience. Because it's been several competitions. Every time, some important figures say they are optimistic about the Royal Academy team. However, the result was that the teams from the Royal Academy, representing the royal family and the Empire, failed to reach the semi-finals and finals and were eliminated. Time and again, hope was high, only to be disappointed time and time again. Nowadays, most viewers don't believe that the royal team can achieve any good results. They just felt that Ning Fengji was giving face to the royal family. However, in the VIP section, Qian Runshui, the three members of the Tian-Do Education Committee, and Yi Zilan all knew about it. This time, Ning Fengji was right. With a prodigy like Su Yi around, this year's All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament is undoubtedly the year that the Royal Academy team has the best chance of winning the championship. After Ning Feng finished his speech, Solace, the platinum protagonist of the Spirit Hall of the Heaven Do Empire, who represented the Spirit Hall at the opening ceremony, also stood up to draw lots to determine the matchup list for the next preliminary round. Among them, the Soul Master team that is drawn to fight against the Tian-Do second team will also have an exhibition match with the Tian-Do second team at the opening ceremony. However, due to Su Yi's butterfly effect, this draw did not result in Shrek team being drawn to play an exhibition match against Tian-Do team 2. Instead, it was a Soul Master team called the Holy Flame Radiance team that played an exhibition match against the Heaven Do second team. The result was that Team Tian-Do 2 won. With that, the opening ceremony came to an end. The preliminary rounds officially begin tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. In the past 2 weeks, the preliminary rounds are still ongoing. While cultivating, Su Yi also kept a close eye on the preliminary rounds. Of particular note is the situation of the Shrek team. Because of Su Yi's influence, the Shrek Seven Devils team has fallen apart. Only Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar remained. and thus lost the opportunity to access the yin-yang well of ice and fire. Apart from Dai Mubai breaking through to level 41 Soul Master. Whether it's Tang San, Ma Hongjun, or Oscar, they are all currently only at the Soul Master level. The problem is that Dai Mubai's right calf was crushed by Su Yi, leaving him crippled. Compared to Soul Masters of the same level, Dai Mubai's fighting strength has undoubtedly been reduced by half. Fortunately, the Shrek team welcomed the addition of Yu Tianong. Yu Tianong's cultivation level is higher than Dai Mubai's, he is a level 42 Soul Master. Tang San, Yu Tianong, and the lame Dai Mubai led the Shrek Academy team in the competition. The Shrek team performed quite well in the qualifiers. In the Four Elements Academy team, so far, the Shrek team has only encountered the Elephant Armor team. With the help of Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, Tang San used the flying tactic to lead the Shrek Academy team to a successful victory over the Elephant Armor team. They also won against the Soul Master teams they encountered later. And so, the Shrek team soon encountered the Azure Radiance team. Compared to the Shrek team, the Kanghui team encountered the Elephant Armor team and lost the match. Meanwhile, in the Four Elements Academy team, the Elephant Armor team is arguably the weakest. If they lose to the Shrek team again, the Kanghui team will basically have no hope of advancing. In order to help the Kanghui team advance, because Yu Tianong was a member of the Blue Lightning Overlord clan, Xinyan dared not provoke him. Therefore, they set their sights on Tang San. That afternoon, the Shrek team faced off against the Azure Radiance team. In the morning, while watching the match with the Shrek Academy members, Tang San chose to leave early. This gave Xinyan an opportunity. After Tang San left the Heaven Do arena, Xinyan secretly followed behind, using his martial soul nightmare to affect Tang San's senses. After learning that the Shrek team would be facing off against the Azure Radiance team, Su Yi also returned to the Heaven Do Great Soul arena, ready to see if things would still happen. As Tang San was preparing to leave, Su Yi quietly followed behind, and sure enough, he discovered Xinyan tailing him. This made Su Yi's eyes flash, and he couldn't help but play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the Oriole. Under the influence of the nightmare martial soul of that year, after leaving the Heaven Do Great Soul arena, Tang San unknowingly deviated from the main road and arrived at a secluded park in the mountains. Because it was discovered that he hadn't returned to Shrek Academy for half a day. Under the bright sunlight, the surroundings felt strangely cold, which finally made Tang San realize that something was wrong. During the opening ceremony, I learned about the current year's information from Flanders. In addition, tomorrow we will face the Kanghui team. This made Tang San wonder if Xinyan was targeting him. However, under Tang San's probing, Xinyan also stopped hiding his true intentions and laughed coldly. "Kid, you're very smart. I have discovered that I have fallen into my illusion. But even if you find out, so what? Given such an absolute disparity in strength, do you think you can escape my illusion? Even soul saints of the same level find it difficult to escape my illusion. You mere soul master, you will sink to your death in my illusion." Having said that, Xinyan prepared to intensify his efforts, causing Tang San to sink into the illusion and die. Because he lost the opportunity of the ice and fire yin-yang eye and the immortal herb longing for autumn dew, the purple demon eye did not break through to the Jiezi realm. This made it completely impossible for Tang San to see through the illusion of the past. Faced with the attack of the powerful soul master created by Xinyan in the illusion, Tang San was devastated to discover that the injuries he had sustained were actually affecting his body. If they are killed by these soul masters, then he really died. However, within the illusion, they were attacked by the soul masters created by Xinyan. Tang San was in a life or death crisis when a powerful agility-type soul saint stabbed him in the neck from behind with a dagger. In an instant, a dazzling crimson light and a terrifying, overwhelming pressure erupted from Tang San's body, tearing apart the illusion. Amidst screams of agony, because the illusion was broken, Xinyan was immediately hit by a backlash. His face turned deathly pale, and he felt a splitting headache. He leaned against a big tree and vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Faced with the overwhelming pressure emanating from Tang San's body, no one could muster the will to resist. At that time, all I felt was immense fear and dread. Despite his injuries, he turned and ran. This kid named Tang San is definitely not an ordinary person, he has an extraordinary background. We have to run. Run. Chapter 87 The Death of Xinyan, who is the real master. Suddenly, they discovered that the illusion they were in had been broken. Not far away, Xinyan still looked like he had suffered a backlash, his face pale and full of fear. Despite his injuries and looking quite disheveled, he turned and ran. Tang San was still somewhat stunned. I don't understand, how did it suddenly become like this? Just now, it looked like he was about to die. How come this illusion suddenly disappeared? However, after recovering, I thought of the dazzling red light that suddenly burst forth in the illusion. Tang San clenched his fists, feeling a mix of excitement and sadness. Dad, could it be that my father left some kind of protective mechanism on me? Dad is so great, he actually died, but he was still protecting me. In the future, I will definitely avenge my father. And hidden in the dark, they discovered that Xinyan was about to kill Tang San. Suddenly, a blinding red light and a terrifying pressure erupted from Tang San's body, shattering the illusion of the past. Su Yi's expression turned ugly. Damn it, this Tang San really does have the methods left behind by the god of Asura. It seems the online rumors from my previous life were true. There's a huge chance that Tang San was indeed guided by the Asura god to travel to the Douluo continent. For a moment, Su Yi felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, in order to squeeze Xiao Wu's value out of her, they had previously. He did not lay a hand on Tang San. Otherwise, it would be his turn to experience the methods that the Asura god left behind for Tang San. Now that they have used the time to confirm that Tang San does indeed possess the methods left behind by the god of Asura. Su Yi glanced at Xinyan's fleeing figure and narrowed his eyes slightly. Now, it's time to start the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A thought crossed my mind. Su Yi immediately summoned the earth dragon and martial soul and entered the martial soul possession state. 3 pairs of transparent wings unfolded behind it, and it suddenly soared into the sky. In the air, the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 6th soul rings surrounding Su Yi lit up one after another. After the series of soul skills of the cute star flying collision technique were activated one after another. Su Yi's body first turned dark gold, and then a golden crystal armor condensed on his body surface, accelerating wildly in the air. Soon, it transformed into a golden streak of light and caught up with Xinyan, who was fleeing. Whoosh! What was that sound? A whooshing sound came from behind me. While wondering, Xinyan subconsciously turned her head to take a look. But I still can't see clearly what it is. A golden light flashed, and Xinyan felt a sharp pain in his body. His vision went black, as if he had collided with something unstoppable, and he instantly lost consciousness. Little flying stick. Oh no, big luck is coming. In the last moments before losing consciousness. At that time, he heard a voice that was both mocking and playful. After transforming into a great fortune, it sent the year away on the spot, crashing into a rain of blood that nourished the forests and the earth. Su Yi deactivated his heavenly crystal armor, reached out, and took in a piece of head soul bone that had exploded out, as well as a belt inlaid with gems and clearly crafted as a storage soul tool. A bumper harvest. After placing the skull of the illusionary wisdom into a brocade box, Su Yi smiled with satisfaction. Holding the storage soul tool from Xinyan's belt in his hand, he began to search for what was inside. It was in the storage soul tool of that year. Aside from some gold and silver soul coins, the rest consisted of books, notes, and some items that were clearly experimental equipment. And in each and every notebook, Su Yi quickly found the notes from that year on researching multi-dimensional fusion technology. The above content is quite comprehensive. Once you've read through the notes, replicating the multi-dimensional fusion technique from back then will be a piece of cake. Thinking back to the original story, Xinyan died at Tang San's hands. It seems that Yu Xiaogang was able to replicate the Kanghui team's multi-in-one fusion technique on the Shrek 7 Devils so quickly. It's very likely that it was indeed because he received Xinyan's inheritance. Su Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself. And verifying this idea is quite simple. Let Yu Xiaogang research the multi-dimensional fusion technique and see if he can figure it out. That will verify it. In the afternoon, the match between the Shrek team and the Kanghui team was successfully held. Because Xinyan did not return before the start of the competition, the Kanghui team also knew that Xinyan had gone to attack Tang San. When he realized that Xinyan had not returned, he felt that something might have happened to him and was furious. After the battle begins, the Kanghui team unleashed the 7-in-1 fusion technique, 7 Asura illusions, which they had developed over the years. This caused a huge sensation. This is a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. When the Kanghui team unleashed the 7-in-1 fusion technique, countless people present mistakenly thought it was a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, and were shocked and horrified. It should be noted that a dual-person fusion skill is extremely rare in the world of soul masters. The Trinity is something that is extremely rare in the world, and the 7-in-1 is something that doesn't even exist in legends. Judging from the power of the dual-person fusion skill and the triad fusion skill, if the Kanghui team were to use the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill, it would be enough to sweep through the entire continent's elite Soul Master Academy exchange tournament. No, this is just a 7-in-1 fusion technique. However, on the field, Yu Xiaogang and Ning Fengji realized that Kanghui team only had a 7-in-1 fusion technique, and couldn't help but say to the people next to them in a deep voice, "A 7-in-1 fusion technique." Flander and Lu Erlong were both very surprised and uncertain, and did not quite understand the difference between the two. The 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill not only involves the fusion of soul power, but also the fusion and qualitative change of martial souls, enough to allow a soul master to transcend realms and defeat enemies. As for the 7-in-1 fusion technique, it is merely a fusion of soul power, and its power is far less than that of the 7-in-1 fusion technique. Yu Xiaogang said in a deep voice, but a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Even though the 7-in-1 fusion technique is far inferior to the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, it can be compared to a natural martial soul fusion skill. The 7-in-1 fusion technology, however, is a product of later development. It was created through human research. The people from Kanghui Academy actually managed to develop a 7-in-1 fusion technique. If this 7-in-1 fusion technique was developed by me, then who else would dare to deny my title as a master of martial spirit theory? And because of Su Yi's influence, Tang San did not obtain the opportunity of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, nor did he consume the immortal herb, the dew of longing for autumn water, to break through the purple demon eye to the level of the medulla oblongata. Therefore, facing the Kanghui team's 7-in-1 fusion technique, 7 Asura illusions, Yu Tianeng, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others were completely trapped in the illusion and could not extricate themselves. Tang San was also unable to see through it and could only struggle desperately. Ultimately, guided by the illusion, the Shrek team members fought amongst themselves and were ultimately defeated. They lost to the Kanghui team. However, after the Shrek team lost to the Kanghui team, Su Yi immediately used his financial power to manipulate public opinion in the Heavenly Do Imperial City. This indicates that the 7-in-1 fusion technique of the Kanghui team was developed by the team leader Xinyan. The leader of the Kanghui team, Xinyan, was unknown in the world of Soul Master theory, yet he was able to develop this epic-making multi-dimensional fusion technique. However, this guy who calls himself a master of martial spirit theory only put forward the so-called 10-core competitiveness of martial spirit and the theory of the limit of spirit ring absorption in martial spirit city, which are two garbage theories. After that, for so many years, nothing was achieved. And this guy dares to call himself a master of martial spirit theory. This is clearly a fake master. Compared to that fake master, teacher Xinyan is the true master of martial spirit theory. Chapter 88 Yu Xiaogang's vision went black. I'm really not that awesome. The 7-in-1 fusion technique of the Kanghui team, 7 Asura illusions, caused quite a stir in the Heavenly Do Imperial City. Therefore, Su Yi stirred up public opinion. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire Heavenly Battle Imperial City, causing quite a stir and discussion. Su Yi's analysis and comparison of Yu Xiaogang and Xinyan were so thorough that there was no way to refute them. They were simply too flawless. So there's no suspense at all. Within the Heaven Do Imperial City, the vast majority of voices were supportive, recognizing Xinyan as the true master of martial spirit theory. Yu Xiaogang is clearly a useless, incompetent clown master. The reason I say the vast majority is, that's because there are still some people who disagree and are not convinced. Shrek Academy, in a dean's office. What? Who on earth dares to slander Xiaogang like this? When they learned that in the Heavenly Do Imperial City, there were voices of support for Xinyan everywhere, as well as disdain and ridicule for Yu Xiaogang, who was considered a boastful and useless fake master. Lu Erlong was furious. He stood up abruptly and slammed his fist on the table. Although Su Yi's analysis and comparison of Xinyan and Yu Xiaogang are all facts, there is absolutely no way to refute it. But for someone like Lu Erlong, who's obsessed with romance, she wouldn't think that far ahead. In her opinion, Yu Xiaogang's 10 core competencies of martial souls and his theory on the limit of soul ring absorption are very useful theories. It was my beloved Xiaogang who painstakingly researched this theory for the sake of ordinary soul masters all over the world. If you think it's useless, it's just because you don't know how to appreciate it. Apart from that, Yu Xiaogang has no other achievements. But putting everything else aside, regardless of whether it's useful or not, wasn't that the only achievement back then? That year, this was the only achievement. However, my beloved Xiaogang proposed the 10 core competencies of martial soul and the theory of soul ring absorption limit, which are 2 theoretical achievements. 2 greater than 1. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang is stronger than he was back then. It's just a multi-dimensional fusion technique. Xiaogang didn't figure it out, it's just that he hadn't thought of it or researched it in that direction. But as long as Xiaogang wants to, he can figure it out in no time. Xiaogang is much stronger than he was back then. Lu Erlong gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment and anger, and roared. He directly gave instructions to the teacher who came to report. She should immediately represent Shrek Academy and issue a public statement to express her intentions. Yes, Dean. Under Lu Erlong's instructions, Shrek Academy soon issued a statement. It's just a mere 7-in-1 fusion technique. Previously, Mr. Yu Xiaogang, the master of martial spirit theory at Shrek Academy, had not developed a multi-dimensional fusion technique, but he simply hadn't thought about it in that direction. However, with the theories and talent of Mr. Yu Xiaogang, the master of martial soul theory at Shrek Academy, they will soon be able to research this multi-dimensional fusion technique. This announcement immediately caused a huge uproar in the Heavenly Do Imperial City. The vast majority of people simply did not believe it and ridiculed and mocked it. Hey, that's really hilarious. This good-for-nothing has been quiet for years, and now he's suddenly able to research a multi-dimensional fusion technique. He's just bragging without any basis. I'd like to see how this good-for-nothing plans to get out of this mess after all this bragging. Useless master, then hurry up and figure it out, and slap us in the face. ... Originally, they were facing public opinion within the Heavenly Do Imperial City. Knowing his own limitations, Yu Xiaogang was very flustered and chose to pretend he hadn't heard. If you didn't hear it, you don't need to react. Anyway, it's going to follow the usual pattern. He only needs to pretend that he is misunderstood and that his talents are not being recognized. Then one can naturally immerse oneself in one's own little world and call oneself a master of martial spirit theory. It can also deceive the people around you. But if we really need to prove it to the outside world, then his true colors as a master of martial spirit theory will probably be revealed. Xiaogang. Upon learning of the public opinion in the Heavenly Do Imperial City, he was filled with rage and ordered people to clear the name of his beloved Xiaogang. Lu Erlong immediately went to find Yu Xiaogang and said indignantly, "Xiaogang, I don't know what's going on in the Heavenly Do Imperial City. Someone is actually slandering you, saying you're a fake master and can't compare to Xinyan, who developed the 7-in-1 fusion technique of the Kanghui team, 7 Asura illusions." However, as he spoke, Lu Erlong changed the subject. A smug smile appeared on her mature, beautiful, and spirited face as she chuckled. "But Xiaogang, don't worry. I've already had it announced to the public that you'll soon be able to develop multi-dimensional fusion technology as well. These people look down on you so much, Xiaogang. Once Xiaogang develops the multi-dimensional fusion technique, we'll give them a good slap in the face." Lu Erlong was furious and waved his fists. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's face immediately turned green. He quickly grabbed Lu Erlong's shoulder and asked, "You've already announced to the public that I can also develop multi-dimensional fusion technology soon." Yes, Lu Erlong's beautiful face was full of smiles, and she even looked like she was asking for praise. "With your abilities and talent, Xiaogang, I believe in you. It's very simple to figure these things out. It's over." For a moment, Yu Xiaogang felt numb. That stiff face, both its eyes and expression, were completely blank. He staggered back a few steps. I feel that my reputation as a master of martial spirit theory is about to be completely ruined. Xiaoging, what's wrong? Seeing that Yu Xiaoging looked utterly dejected, Lu Erlong became anxious and quickly asked him with concern. 2 dragons. He suppressed the rage in his heart, which made him want to punch Lu Erlong hard in the face. Yu Xiaoging forced a laugh and said bitterly, I'm very happy that you think so highly of me. But the research on martial spirit theory is a very time-consuming process. Although I am confident that I can develop this multi-dimensional fusion technology. But it's probably difficult to achieve any results in a short period of time. Lu Erlong was stunned and panicked. Xiaoging, what should we do? I've already had it announced to the public that you can figure it out before the finals. Now, what should we do? At asterisk. At asterisk underscore. Yu Xiaoging felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and almost couldn't catch his breath. I barely managed to suppress the urge to curse. Yu Xiaoging could only manage a smile that looked worse than a grimace as he forced a laugh. Then I'll have to give it a try. ... Meanwhile, inside the Dugu residence. Upon learning that Shrek Academy had issued a public statement saying that Yu Xiaoging simply hadn't expected to conduct research in the direction of multi-dimensional fusion technology. But once you have an idea, you can figure it out quickly. They even confidently assured that they could figure it out before the finals. This made Su Yi laugh. He could tell that this was definitely Lu Erlong angrily retaliating on behalf of Yu Xiaoging. It wasn't Yu Xiaoging who wanted to say it. Otherwise, Yu Xiaoging wouldn't have left himself no way out. But, a playful smile appeared on Su Yi's lips. This is exactly what he wanted. This time, Lu Erlong really screwed Yu Xiaoging over. Yu Xiaoging desperately wanted the martial soul evolution method in his possession. He will definitely try his best to get Lu Erlong to agree to his conditions by taking advantage of this opportunity. In exchange for the martial soul evolution method he possessed. Chapter 89. The final is approaching. Yu Xiaoging's plan is to turn the tables. In the blink of an eye, several months have quietly passed. The All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, the preliminary rounds of the Tiando Division, have finally come to an end. The first place went to the Kamikaze team, with 27 soul fighting matches. Kamikaze achieved a record of 26 wins and 1 loss. The only loss was to the Blazing Fire team. As for why they lost, those who know. The second place goes to the Thunder team, also with a record of 26 wins and 1 loss. They only lost to the Kamikaze team. As for the third place, it belongs to the Tianshui team, with a record of 25 wins and 2 losses. The same applies to the Blazing Fire team. However, the Tianshui team defeated the Chuo team. Therefore, it ranked third. The Blazing Fire team ranked fourth. However, the fifth place has not yet been announced, because they are behind the Blazing Fire team and the Skywater team. Shrek team, Azure Radiance team, and Elephant team all have the same record of 22 wins and 5 losses. As Shrek team, Kanghui team, and Elephant team each had their wins and losses. Therefore, it is impossible to arbitrarily determine who advances. Therefore, after discussion by the competition committee, it was decided to hold 6 more overtime matches for the Shrek team, the Kanghui team, and the Elephant team. The competition consists of 3 teams that will compete against each other. Earn 1 point for each win. Ultimately, the team with the highest score advances. This is undoubtedly good news for the Shrek team. While the 7-in-1 fusion skill of the Kanghui team, 7 Asura Illusions, is very powerful, it has a fatal flaw: its precast animation is too long. The reason why Xinyan did not have the Kanghui team unleash the 7-in-1 fusion technique, 7 Asura Illusions from the very beginning, was that Xinyan did not have the Kanghui team unleash the 7-in-1 fusion technique from the very beginning. Even if they encountered the Elephant Armor team, it wouldn't make a difference. Until they encountered the Shrek team, fueled by both old and new grudges. Furthermore, the Kanghui team couldn't afford to lose again, which is why they decided to use the 7 Asura Illusion. There are problems with the 7 Asura Illusions. It's fine if it's not exposed. Once exposed, it will be studied. It's only a matter of time before a way to restrain and deal with this is found. After defeating the Shrek team, they didn't have many consecutive wins. After encountering the Blazing Fire team, the Azure Radiance team suffered a crushing defeat. Because at the very beginning of the match, the Blazing Fire team unleashed their trump card. With the support of 2 Mars-type support Soul Masters, Huowu used the fusion ring to unleash her 4th soul skill, Fire Dance Shining in the Sun. After locking onto the Kanghui team's formation, they immediately launched their attack. Because the Kanghui team needs to use their formation to unleash the 7-in-1 fusion technique, they simply cannot dodge it. This resulted in the 7 Asura illusionary realms suffering their first crushing defeat. After that, the Tianshui team, the Shenfeng team, and the Lighting team all followed suit and easily defeated the Kanghui team. In overtime, because through the Blazing Fire team, they found the weakness of the Azure Radiance team. Therefore, the Shrek team initially launched a full-scale attack on the Azure Radiance team's formation. They didn't give the Kanghui team any time to unleash the 7-in-1 fusion technique, 7 Asura illusions. This time, the Shrek team defeated the Azure Dawn team. Later, Oscar once again used his flying mushroom sausage to defeat the Elephant team with flying tactics. Ultimately, they won first place in overtime. They successfully secured the 5th qualifying spot. Next up is the qualifying rounds. However, compared to the Shrek team, they barely made it through the qualifiers. This filled the entire Shrek Academy with excitement and joy. Yu Xiaogang, on the other hand, was not so happy. Although he claims to be a master of martial spirit theory, he does indeed have some knowledge of spirit beasts and spirit masters. But Yu Xiaogang only knows how to recite from the script. Research capabilities are practically non-existent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been with Bibi Dong back in Wuhan City. They can also propose the 10 core competencies of martial souls and the theory of the limit of soul ring absorption, 2 so-called martial soul theories. As a result, after leaving Wuhan City, for decades, however, he has accomplished nothing and achieved nothing. If Yu Xiaogang truly possessed research capabilities, he would never have done this. This time, however, he was put on the spot by Lu Erlong. Yu Xiaogang had no choice but to bite the bullet and start researching how to implement the 7-in-1 fusion technique. But I searched through all the martial spirit theories in my head and consulted all sorts of materials. Yu Xiaogang, however, still couldn't find a single clue. This made him almost despair. It's over. Is this time, Yu Xiaogang, going to be utterly disgraced? I'm not reconciled. I'm so unwilling to accept this. It's as if the heavens are helping me, allowing me to meet a genius like Xiaosan, who is born with full soul power and possesses twin martial souls, in a remote little academy like Notting Academy. As long as I train my mistress to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Who dares to say that I, Yu Xiaogang, have no real talent and only know how to talk big? But because of Lu Erlong, all of this is going to be destroyed. Yu Xiaogang was filled with hatred and gritted his teeth. Why do you have to be so talkative? Now I'm in a difficult situation. Although he had a close relationship with Lu Erlong, she is not only my sworn sister, but also my cousin within 3 generations. But such a relationship is definitely far inferior. Yu Xiaogang's inner desire to prove himself, in order to salvage his reputation. Finally, Yu Xiaogang made a tough decision and came up with a solution. That is to take advantage of this opportunity to make the third sister, Lu Erlong, feel guilty. Let's see if we can force him to agree to Su Yi's conditions in exchange for the method of martial soul evolution. As long as one can evolve their martial soul, write another dubious theory, and that will naturally prove yourself. If they fail to develop a multi-integrated fusion technology by then, it will simply be because it's still early in the process, making it easy to shift the blame. If that's the case, then the third sister, Lu Erlong, won't fall for it. Yu Xiaogang has another trump card. That means going to find her old flame, Bibi Dong. On one hand, they could try to get the method of martial soul evolution from Su Yi with the help of Bibi Dong, and on the other hand, they could find out the way to prevent the twin martial souls from exploding for Xiao San. On the other hand, it was through Bibi Dong that he provoked Lu Erlong, the third sister. He persuaded his third sister, Lu Erlong, to agree to Su Yi's conditions in exchange for the method of martial soul evolution. And so, after the qualifiers ended, after a 3-month break, the qualifying rounds have finally arrived. Compared to the qualifiers, the qualifying rounds are not as important. No matter what results I achieve, it will not affect my participation in the finals. Only the champion and runner-up can get a bye in the finals. The qualification rounds were a foregone conclusion. Kamikaze Team won first place. The second place went to Team Thunder. However, after the qualifying rounds ended, as the sole master teams that qualified from the preliminary rounds of the various kingdoms and duchies affiliated with the Heaven Do Empire arrived one after another in the Heaven Do Imperial City, they prepared to go to Wuhan City to participate in the finals. But there was no movement at Shrek Academy. This caused a cacophony of mockery and discussion to erupt throughout the Heavenly Do Imperial City. I knew it. That Yu Xiaogang is a useless master who doesn't live up to his name. He thinks he can develop a multi-dimensional fusion technique in just a few months. What a joke. Hey, you were so arrogant back then, I thought you had some skills. But this is all you've got. As expected of a useless master, he only knows how to boast and talk big, but he has absolutely no real skills. In the Heavenly Do Imperial City. Hearing all sorts of mockery and ridicule, Luerlong was furious. They took Flander, Tang San, and the others to the back mountain and found Yu Xiaogang, who was in seclusion researching multi-dimensional fusion techniques. But after pushing open the door to Yu Xiaogang's laboratory, inside the laboratory, on the desk, and on the lab table, books were piled up everywhere, and experimental equipment was overturned. Yu Xiaogang sat on the ground, his hair long and disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, his face covered in stubble, muttering to himself blankly and painfully. No, no, still no. Why can't I find that spark of inspiration? There's not enough time. There's simply not enough time. Chapter 90. Yu Xiaogang intends to go to Wuhan City, and Luerlong panics. Xiaogang. When Luerlong saw Yu Xiaogang in the laboratory, with his disheveled hair, stubble, bloodshot eyes, and a blank, pained expression, she felt heartbroken. He immediately went over to help Yu Xiaogang up. Flanders felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Why is the goddess Luerlong always so irritable in front of me, and never cares about me at all? But in front of her second brother, Yu Xiaogang, she was so gentle and caring. Compared to Xiaogang, aside from my less than ideal background and looks, I'm not very good looking. What's still missing? But you and Xiaogang are cousins within 3 generations, you can't get married. Why even so? Erlong, you won't even give me a chance. It hurts so much. Flanders felt like he was drinking bitter wine down his throat and his heart ached. But seeing his second brother Yu Xiaogang looking pained and broken, he could only force a smile and step forward to ask him with concern. Xiaogang, what's wrong? We know that researching martial spirits is very difficult. It's basically impossible to produce results in just 6 months. Others may not understand, but we understand you. Don't worry, even if others think you are unworthy of the title, in our hearts, you are the true master of martial spirit theory. That's right, teacher, don't worry, no matter what others think, in the mistress's eyes, you are a true master. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's expression, Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes reddened, and he said excitedly. Now, his father, Tang Hao, is gone. Xiao Wu has also left him. His only family in the world was his teacher. As for the teacher, she couldn't bear the rumors and gossip from the outside world, and something happened to her. Then he would truly be all alone in this world. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang seemed to regain his senses. His stiff face was full of bitterness and dejection. After standing up, he mocked himself. You don't need to comfort me. If you're incompetent, you're incompetent. This multi-dimensional fusion technology is indeed a good research direction. If I had thought of this research direction earlier, I might have already figured it out by now. It's only been half a year, which is a very short time for me. But if I were really good enough, I could figure it out too. In the end, it's because I'm incompetent. At this point, Yu Xiaogang was in great pain and began to pound his chest with his fists. The finals are about to begin. If I can't figure this out, I'll be completely disgraced in the Heavenly Do Imperial City. At that time, even if I nurtured you into a successful person, I'm afraid it would be difficult to salvage my reputation. What should I do? What should I do? Xiaogang, teacher. It was discovered that Yu Xiaogang was in so much pain that he was almost starting to self-harm. Luerlong's beautiful eyes reddened, and she was so ashamed that she was about to cry. She excitedly stepped forward and grabbed Yu Xiaogang, choking back tears as she spoke. Xiaogang, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't been so quick to let people say those things. Xiaogang, you wouldn't be in so much pain. Erlong, it's not your fault. It's all because I'm incompetent. Although he harbored deep resentment towards Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang outwardly feigned great pain, attributing all the blame to himself. Just to make Lu Erlong feel guilty. Only then would he be willing to agree to Su Yi's conditions in order to make amends for his mistakes and exchange them for the method of martial soul evolution. Although Yu Xiaogang had absolutely no talent for researching martial spirit theory. But you know what? Yu Xiaogang is naturally gifted in studying women's psychology. In Yu Xiaogang's view, the best way to deal with a woman like Lu Erlong who values emotions is to make her feel guilty. Use guilt to guide them to do what you want them to do. It cannot be stated directly. In particular, Lu Erlong herself was unwilling to do this. Furthermore, having Lu Erlong do this would ruin his public image. Xiaogang, I discovered that Yu Xiaogang was in so much pain, that his life stream was about to be destroyed by his own hands, and he didn't even blame himself. Lu Erlong felt even more guilty, sad, and in pain. At this moment, all I want is to help my beloved Xiaogang and restore his reputation. I won't let my beloved Xiaogang's lifelong dream be shattered. Lu Erlong is willing to do anything. Xiaogang, is there really no way? Lu Erlong asked with deep sorrow and grief. Yes, there are. Yu Xiaogang hesitated for a moment, but quickly changed the subject and forced a smile. It's all right. It's just a misunderstanding from the outside world. Back then at Notting College, countless teachers and students called me the freeloader and Master Clown. I've made it through all these years. It was just a small misunderstanding, and I'm used to it by now. However, upon hearing this, Lu Erlong felt even more guilty and bitter. From what Xiaogang said, she had already realized that there must be another way. Although Xiaogang didn't say it, but she knew that Xiaogang would write down whatever his thoughts were when he encountered a problem. From Xiaogang's books and notes, she's sure she'll find some clues. Xiaogang, the finals are about to begin. In a few days, we'll be heading to Wuhan City for the finals. You should get some rest first. I'll clean up here. After Tang San from the Flanders industry took Yu Xiaogang away to rest, Lu Erlong searched everywhere in the laboratory. Finally, I found the answer I was looking for in a book. But when Lu Erlong saw the contents, she was stunned, her eyes filled with pain and struggle. Because it was clearly written above. Yu Xiaogang felt that this was the only solution he could think of after he realized that he might not be able to develop a multi-dimensional fusion technique before the finals. The goal was to obtain the martial soul evolution method from Su Yi, so that the martial soul Luo Sanpao could evolve smoothly. He then hastily wrote a theoretical book on the evolution of martial spirits to prove himself. This will help to mitigate the negative impact of failing to develop multi-dimensional fusion technology. Of course, Yu Xiaogang, who was above, was only thinking painfully and helplessly about how to obtain the martial soul evolution method from Su Yi through other means. However, he showed no intention of obtaining the method for martial soul evolution by getting Lu Erlong to agree to Su Yi's request to become his slave, work like a cow or a horse, and submit to him. But this only made Lu Erlong more pained and struggled. In the blink of an eye, a few days have passed. Soon, it will be time for the Soul Master teams that qualified from the Heaven Do Empire's preliminary rounds, along with the Heaven Do first team, to set off for Wuhan City together with the Soul Master teams that qualified from other kingdoms and duchies. After Lu Erlong finished tidying up Yu Xiaogang's research room, the next day, Yu Xiaogang noticed Lu Erlong's unusual behavior. Her beautiful eyes were filled with struggle and bewilderment. Yu Xiaogang realized that Lu Erlong had taken the bait. Unfortunately, this continued for several days. Yu Xiaogang discovered that Lu Erlong was struggling and conflicted, and had not yet made up her mind to go to Su Yi in exchange for the method of martial soul evolution for him. This made Yu Xiaogang frown, and with a fierce determination, he decided to use his trump card. After gathering Lu Erlong, Flander, Tang San, and others, he then announced that he would go to Wuhan City alone to ask Bibi Dong about the secret of why twin martial souls don't explode, and he had already bought horses for the journey. This made Lu Erlong a little anxious, because of seeing what Yu Xiaogang was thinking. Although Yu Xiaogang said he was only going to help Tang San find out the secret of why twin martial souls don't explode. But Lu Erlong knew that proving herself was Xiaogang's lifelong dream. They won't admit defeat so easily. He mentioned this in his notes before. They will try every means to obtain the method of martial soul evolution from Su Yi. Could it be that Xiaogang is planning to get the method of martial soul evolution from Su Yi through Bibi Dong this time? Chapter 91 Yu Xiaogang's treacherous scheme succeeds. Lu Erlong endures humiliation and hardship. No, we absolutely cannot let that despicable Bibi Dong have the chance to pester Xiaogang and harass him relentlessly. I was still struggling with inner turmoil. But then she realized that Yu Xiaogang seemed to be rekindling his old flame with Bibi Dong, and Lu Erlong could no longer hold back. Without hesitation, he made up his mind to agree to Su Yi's conditions. Try to find a way to evolve my beloved Xiaogang's martial spirit. Otherwise, if Bibi Dong had helped Xiaogang obtain the martial soul evolution method from Su Yi, what if I rekindle my old feelings for Xiaogang by taking this opportunity? However, she couldn't tell her beloved Xiaogang about this. If Xiaogang knew, he definitely wouldn't agree. The night before Yu Xiaogang set off, Lu Erlong found Yu Xiaogang. Her beautiful, mature face, full of heroic spirit, was filled with complex emotions. She bit her lower lip and asked expectantly, "Xiaogang, if one day I do something for you that you don't want to see, will you forgive me?" "It's done. Ha ha, it's finally done." Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Yu Xiaogang was filled with excitement and exhilaration. Knowing that he had used his trump card, Lu Erlong finally decided to agree to Su Yi's conditions and find a way to evolve her martial soul. Although he did have feelings for Lu Erlong in his heart, the thought of personally pushing his woman into another man's arms was horrifying. Yu Xiaogang was filled with heartache and bitterness. It felt as if a green grassland had sprung up above my head. But then he remembered that Lu Erlong was his cousin within 3 generations. They were never meant to be together. Otherwise, the entire family would become a laughingstock in the Soul Master world. Moreover, my second uncle would absolutely not accept it. In that case, take this opportunity to let Erlong fall into the arms of other men and forget about herself. He traded it for the method of martial soul evolution. This is undoubtedly a win-win situation. Even so, Erlong still can't forget her and still wants to be with her. She even became pregnant with Su Yi's child. Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth, feeling that he could accept it. Su Yi has extraordinary talent, and his bloodline must be exceptional. Anyway, she and Erlong couldn't have children. I can accept having a child through sperm donation. Of course, this is just Yu Xiaogang's opinion at the moment. What will he do when that time comes? It's hard to say. However, at present, in order to regain his dignity as a master of martial spirit theory and prove himself more quickly, Yu Xiaogang, however, was extremely eager, even if it meant betraying Lu Erlong in exchange for the method of martial soul evolution. He was willing to. As long as we can obtain the method for evolving martial spirits, we can evolve our martial spirit, Luo Sanpao. Not only can it fulfill my long-cherished wish, this can also help you resolve the crisis of being disgraced, and even prove yourself ahead of time. Now that Lu Erlong has finally made up his mind, Yu Xiaogang knew that what he should do now was to ensure that Lu Erlong had no worries. "Erlong, what are you saying?" Yu Xiaogang frowned, put his hands behind his back, and said in a deep voice. "Am I, Yu Xiaogang, such an unreasonable person? You did something I didn't want to see because of me. I believe you must have had no other choice. How could I blame you?" Xiaogang. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong was deeply moved, and her beautiful eyes reddened. As long as Xiaogang can understand her, then she could rest assured. That evening, after leaving Yu Xiaogang's room, Lu Erlong quietly went to the courtyard where Su Yi lived and knocked on the gate. Tap, tap, tap. In the quiet of the night, the knocking sounded exceptionally clear. Upon hearing the sound, Su Yi, who was playing a game in the room with Zhu Zuqing and Su Luli, who were dressed as maids, frowned and was speechless. "Who is it? Why are you knocking on the door so late? I wonder if now is the time for just the two of us." "Who is it?" Su Yi changed her clothes, walked out of the room, opened the courtyard gate, and said irritably. After the courtyard gate was opened, standing outside the door was none other than Lu Erlong. At this moment, Lu Erlong was wearing a black, hip-length skirt and a white shirt, which accentuated her hot figure. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her exquisitely beautiful face, with a hint of heroism between her brows, was flushed with shyness as she stood awkwardly at the door. Upon discovering that it was actually Lu Erlong, Suyi raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing on his handsome face. "Oh, it's Dean Lu Erlong. I didn't know it was so late. What brings you here?" She noticed that Suyi's gaze was brazenly sweeping over her, scanning her up and down. Lu Erlong felt deeply humiliated. But thinking of the purpose of her visit, she could only force a smile on her stunningly beautiful face and grit her teeth as she asked. "Young Master Suyi, do you still stand by what you promised me? If I serve you like a slave, a beast of burden, and submit to your will you tell me how to evolve Xiao Gang's martial spirit?" "Certainly." Suyi smiled knowingly and reached out to stroke his chin. "I always keep my word. But are you sure you've really thought this through? Once you agree, this deal will be in effect. There's no going back now. And the time limit is a lifetime. If you change your mind halfway through, I'll kill you." As he spoke, Suyi revealed a bright smile, but his tone was extremely cold. Lifetime. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's heart tightened immediately. But things have come to this point, the arrow is already on the bowstring, and there's no turning back. This Suyi has such great talent and strength, and he's not bad looking either. In the future, there will definitely be many women who are prettier and younger than me who will fall in love with him. I would be his slave, his servant, his ox, his horse, and bow down to him. They probably won't play with it for long, they'll get tired of it soon. It should be all right. Lu Erlong gritted her teeth, trying to convince herself. "I promise you. Can you teach me how to evolve Xiao Gang's martial soul?" Suyi chuckled and shook his head. "I say, Dean Lu Erlong, what kind of international joke are you making? Our deal hasn't even started yet. Who would give away their possession to someone else before they have even received it in a transaction? You must serve me as a slave, a beast of burden, and a subservient subject for at least a year. Only then will I teach you the method to evolve Yu Xiaogang's martial soul." As Suyi spoke, he held up a finger and shook it. "A year. That won't do." Lu Erlong immediately became anxious. She made those harsh words to the outside world on behalf of her beloved Xiaogang. They were able to develop a multi-dimensional fusion technique before the finals even began. It hasn't succeeded yet, and there's already a lot of talk and ridicule from the outside world. If another year passes, Xiaogang's reputation will be completely ruined. It's almost impossible to salvage the situation now. Finally, after some back and forth, Lu Erlong made it a condition that she must obediently comply with any order Suyi gave her. In exchange, Suyi would hand over the method of martial soul evolution before the end of the finals. But the exact timing depends on Lu Erlong's performance. That night, Lu Erlong did not return to Shrek Academy. That night, the darkness seemed endless. For Lu Erlong, she finally realized the beauty she had missed as a woman during the more than 20 years she had waited for Yu Xiaogang. Suyi's martial soul is the Earth Dragon and martial soul. It has great strength and explosive power. Through continuous body tempering, Suyi's body became slender, upright, tall, and robust. It is exceptionally perfect, no matter where it is. That night, Lu Erlong almost became addicted to it. But thinking of Yu Xiaogang, Lu Erlong gritted her teeth and persevered. "No, absolutely not. Lu Erlong, you must never forget that the person you truly love is Xiaogang." Chapter 92. Isn't it normal for cattle and horses to wear collars? Qin Ming's regret continues. The next day, according to the competition schedule. In the preliminary rounds of the Heaven Do Empire, 5 Soul Master teams advanced, along with Heaven Do Team 1. The Soul Master teams that have qualified from the competition zones of the various kingdoms and duchies affiliated with the Heaven Do Empire will set off together for the venue of the finals, Wuhan City. To this end, the Heavenly Do royal family prepared 15 specially made, luxurious, giant carriages for the members of the participating teams to ride and rest. At the same time, a full 500 knights from the Heavenly Do royal knights were arranged to accompany and escort them. Besides the participating Soul Master teams, Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qing, will also accompany the Heaven Do Empire to Wuhan City. In addition, Ning Fengji, who was invited as a guest, also came with sword douluo. Outside the Heavenly Do Imperial City, Early on, Qian Runshui, Ning Fengji, and Jian Douluo, along with 500 royal knights who were accompanying them, were waiting around the 15 luxurious carriages. On the other side, in the courtyard where Su Yi lived. Here, wear this around your neck. Before setting off, Su Yi took out a necklace inlaid with a ruby and handed it to Lu Erlong, asking her to put it on. What? You want me to wear this collar? You're humiliating me. She discovered that Su Yi had actually handed her a collar and made her wear it around her neck. Lu Erlong's face flushed red with anger, and she shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, Su Yi laughed, and said with a cold smile. Lu Erlong, have I been too lenient with you? You are now my slave, here to serve me like a beast of burden and submit to my will. Since you've agreed, you'll be my slave. Isn't it normal to put collars on cattle and horses? I didn't put your dog on a leash, that's already being lenient. Don't test my patience, otherwise, you won't get the method to evolve Yu Shaoging's martial soul. Yu Shaoging, do you believe I'll kill him too? You dare? Lu Erlong was shocked and furious, and shouted angrily. Behind Xiao Gang is the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. However, that's what they say. But I don't know why. Faced with Su Yi's deep and unfathomable gaze, Lu Erlong felt a sudden tightness in his heart, filled with fear and panic. I feel that Su Yi might actually do something to Xiao Gang, his beloved. I'll wear it, okay. For the sake of his beloved Xiaogang, he wanted to salvage his reputation. Despite her humiliation and indignation, Lu Erlong accepted the collar and, with the help of Zhu Zuqing and Su Luli, put it around her neck. Watching Su Yi humiliate Lu Erlong like this, Zhu Zuqing and Su Luli felt both sympathy and relief. It is pitiful that Lu Erlong, as a soul saint, was toyed with like this by her master, Su Yi. Fortunately, they were facing a gentle master named Su Yi. Dean Lu Erlong, you only have yourself to blame for having such a stingy and shameless sworn brother as Flander. Zhu Zuqing thought to herself silently. As a former student of Shrek Academy, she knew about the feud between her master, Su Yi, and Flander. Therefore, it can be guessed. Su Yi bullied Lu Erlong like this to humiliate Flander. Let's go. After putting a collar on Lu Erlong. Looking at the words, Su Yi's property, engraved on the collar, Su Yi smiled with satisfaction. Then, he led Lu Erlong, Zhu Zuqing, and Su Luli to the east gate of the Heavenly Do Imperial City. As per the notification, you need to go to the east gate and take a luxurious carriage to Wuhan City. At this time, Shrek Academy. Where's Erlong? Where did Erlong go? Because we needed to get to Wuhan City. Early on, Yu Shaoging rode away from the Heaven Do Imperial City and headed towards the Martial Soul City. However, when Flander was preparing to bring Tang San, Yu Tianeng, Dai Mubai, and other students, he discovered that Lu Erlong was not there and could not be found anywhere. Finally, in Lu Erlong's dean's office, Flander found a letter left by Lu Erlong. It says on it, Brother Fu, I have to go out for a bit. I might not be able to make it back in time for this All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament. If I don't come back, you should go with Teacher Zhao, Xiao San, and Tian Heng first. Respectfully left by Lu Erlong. Why did Erlong suddenly have to go out? Could it be that they chased after Shaoging to Wuhan City? Flander frowned, and his hooked nose seemed to tingle with a bittersweet feeling. Why is it that Erlong only has eyes for Shaoging? You and Shaoging were destined not to be together. If that's the case, can't you just accept me? Maybe I'm not that handsome. But my heart for you, Erlong, is as clear as the sun and moon. If Erlong, you're with me, I can accept Shaoging being with us too. In that case, the three of us would live under one roof. You bore my children and I can still see Shaoging all the time. Isn't this perfect? However, Flander only dared to think about this in his heart. But he dared not say it to Lu Erlong at all. Because Yu Shaoging has set off for Wuhan City. Flander smiled bitterly, sensing that Lu Erlong had likely followed Yu Shaoging away. Therefore, after putting the letter away, he simply waved his hand. Let's go first. Your Dean Lu Erlong has gone out on some business and probably won't be back in time, so he's setting off with us. After saying that, Flander, together with Zhao Wuji, Tang San, Yu Tianeng, Dai Mubai and others, set off for the east gate of the Heaven Do Imperial City. Not far away, they watched as Flander, Zhao Wuji, Tang San, and the others disappeared from sight. Qin Ming clenched his fists, his heart filled with grief and regret. In this year's All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange tournament, he could have gone too. However, for the sake of Flander and his so-called fellow disciples at Shrek Academy, he chose to leave the Heaven Do Royal Academy, resulting in Su Yi abolishing his cultivation. Now, they have been effectively abandoned by Flanders. If he hadn't chosen to leave with Shrek Academy back then, would he still be that promising, young, and extraordinary special grade teacher at the Heaven Do Royal Academy? As if sensing it too, they saw the sadness and regret in Qin Ming's eyes. Yu Tianong hesitated for a moment before speaking. Dean Flander, there should be enough room for several more people in our carriage. Why not bring teacher Qin Ming along as well? Qin Ming. Flanders frowned. This student was indeed a star pupil of Shrek Academy in the past. But now he has become a useless person. Just keeping it costs a lot of money every year. How much would it cost to take it to Wuhan City? Besides, he's just a useless person, it would be too much trouble to take him along. Tianong. Flanders spoke with a serious yet somewhat helpless expression. It's not that you, Dean, want to bring your teacher, Qin Ming, along. The main problem is that teacher Qin Ming's cultivation has been destroyed, and he has become an ordinary person. Starting from Heaven Do Imperial City and heading to Spirit City, the journey is long and arduous. I'm worried that your teacher Qin Ming's health might not be able to handle it. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and Zhao Wuji both rolled their eyes and made some sarcastic remarks. Even though Qin Ming's cultivation was ruined, his physical attributes were still those of a soul emperor. It was just a long and tiring journey. What does it matter? I think it's just that you don't want to spend more money. Chapter 93 Dai Mubai's gloating, Flanders breakdown. Heavenly Do Imperial City, East Gate. They set off from Shrek Academy and made their way to the East Gate of the Heaven Do Imperial City. Flander and Zhao Wuji, along with Tang San, Yu Tianong, Dai Mubai, and others, found the luxurious carriage reserved for Shrek Academy and prepared to board it. Just then, Su Yi arrived with Lu Erlong, Zhu Zuqing, and Su Luli. As a member of the Heavenly Do Royal team, Su Yi's carriage was at the very front of the procession. They happened to be passing by the luxurious carriage carrying the Shrek team. At this point, the convoy had not yet set off because some people had not yet arrived. Therefore, Dai Mubai and Oscar did not immediately board the carriage. Instead, they stood arm in arm beside the carriage, looking left and right, admiring the beautiful women around them. Previously, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were always close friends. However, Ma Hongjun's troubles had already been crushed by Su Yi's foot. This caused Ma Hongjun to lose interest in women, and his image and temperament changed drastically. He transformed from an obese, lecherous fat man into an obese, lecherous, pale-faced, beardless eunuch fat man. This made Dai Mubai feel very uncomfortable standing next to Ma Hongjun. Therefore, Oscar was brought along as a companion. Although Oscar doesn't really like this kind of thing. But who can blame Oscar for being cowardly, easy to bully, and having no connections? Previously at Shrek Academy, even though Oscar came from a poor background and had absolutely no money, Dai Mubai can talk nonsense without any sense of responsibility, and he won't let Oscar make money selling sausages at the academy. Now, let's admire the beauties together with Oscar. That's only to be expected. Dean Lu Erlong. While admiring the beautiful girls around him, Dai Mubai suddenly saw Su Yi, as well as Zhu Zuqing, Su Luli and Lu Erlong following behind him, and he was immediately stunned. I could hardly believe my eyes. Although Dai Mubai was furious that his fiancée Zhu Zuqing was standing next to Su Yi. However, being weaker than others, he couldn't afford to offend Su Yi. Dai Mubai could only suppress his anger and prepare to tell his family when he returned. The family sent people to teach Su Yi a lesson, as well as that heartless, ruthless bitch Zhu Zuqing. But to his utter surprise, their academy's Dean Lu Erlong was also following behind Su Yi. Moreover, she was wearing a silver necklace inlaid with rubies around her neck. Because he possesses a pair of double pupils. Although it was a completely counterfeit and inferior product, it had no other supernatural properties. But Dai Mubai's eyes were still quite good. Therefore, it can be seen clearly. On the silver necklace around Lu Erlong's neck were engraved several large characters, Su Yi's property. This made Dai Mubai's expression turn extremely strange. No, is it really that complicated? Dean Lu Erlong, is this her becoming Su Yi's female slave? But that shouldn't be happening. Given Dean Luerlong's temperament, how could he possibly agree to do that? Dai Mubai was both puzzled and excited. Previously, his fiancée, Zhu Zuqing, had fallen into Su Yi's arms. This made him feel like he had been cuckolded. He always felt that the people around him looked down on him, mocked and despised him. This is driving him crazy. Now, it has been discovered that Dean Flander and Master Yu Shaogang are just like him. This made Dai Mubai extremely excited. Ah, people, when they're down on their luck. What I love most is seeing others suffer misfortune along with me. And it would be even better if someone were more unlucky than you. Dean Luerlong. When Oscar saw Luerlong following behind Su Yi, wearing a silver necklace inlaid with rubies, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. At this moment, Luerlong also noticed Dai Mubai and Oscar. Upon discovering that her two students were watching her, Luerlong's handsome, mature, and beautiful face instantly turned crimson with shame and indignation. Don't look at me. Please stop looking at me. Luerlong wanted to speak immediately and tell Dai Mubai and Oscar not to look at her. Just pretend you don't know yourself. But I was also incredibly ashamed and indignant, feeling that speaking would only make things more awkward. Therefore, he could only deceive himself, quickly turning his head away to avoid looking at Dai Mubai and Oscar. It's as if that way, you won't be seen by acquaintances. It has a certain beauty to it, like an ostrich burrowing into the sand. Unfortunately, Luerlong obviously couldn't get what he wanted. Driven by inner excitement, and wanting to avoid becoming the only cuckolded man in the college, Dai Mubai immediately suppressed his excitement and shouted, Dean Flander, Dean Flander. I've found Dean Luerlong. I've found Dean Luerlong. Inside the carriage, Flander was originally calculating the expenses for this trip to Wuhan City. When they heard Dai Mubai's voice saying that he had found the goddess Luerlong, Flanders was overjoyed and excited. He immediately stood up and rushed out of the carriage. Where is it? Where is it? Where Luerlong? Here you go. Dean Flander, Dean Luerlong is over there. Dai Mubai's lips curled into a wicked smile as he pointed towards Su Yi. The next second, Flanders' excited and happy smile froze on his face. For a moment, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning, utterly devastated. I even felt like dying. No, Luerlong, what's wrong with you? They discovered that Luerlong was following behind Su Yi, wearing a silver choker inlaid with rubies around her neck, with the words, Su Yi's property, engraved on it. This made Flanders' eyes widen in fury, and he let out a painful and angry roar. Subconsciously, he assumed that Su Yi had threatened Luerlong. They forced Luerlong to submit and even made her wear that humiliating collar. Boss Francis. Upon discovering that her sworn brother Flander had also seen her, Luerlong was filled with grief and indignation, and her heart was broken. Don't look at me, turn around. Two dragons. Upon hearing Luerlong's voice, Flander became even more convinced that Su Yi had coerced Luerlong. Su Yi, you damned brat. Didn't I just kick you out of Shrek Academy back then? You severely injured me, causing my cultivation to stagnate and preventing me from making any further progress. Why do you continue to coerce and humiliate Luerlong? Flanders' eyes were bloodshot, he was panting heavily, clenched his fists, and roared angrily. If I hadn't already tried and known that I was no match for Su Yi. Now, it seems Flanders is about to fly into a rage for the sake of his beloved. However, seeing Flanders' Down syndrome-like appearance, Su Yi immediately chuckled. What, you kicked me out of Shrek Academy? It was clearly me who thought Shrek Academy was trash and that's why I dropped out. You can't raise a real dragon in a pond where turtles are kept. I've gotten to where I am today entirely because I saw through Shrek Academy and chose to drop out. I feel utterly disgusted and loathed for a shameless, greedy miser like you. But I, Su Yi, have always acted with integrity and uprightness. I never coerce people, forced relationships are never sweet. Your goddess Luerlong is willing to be my slave, my servant, my ox, my horse, and to submit to me, that's all of her own free will. If you don't believe me, you can ask her if I coerced her. Chapter 94 The mistress of the Dugu clan, Yu Shaogang arrives at Martial Soul City. Heavenly Do Imperial City, East Gate. They set off from Shrek Academy and made their way to the East Gate of the Heaven Do Imperial City. Flander and Zhao Wuji, along with Tang San, Yu Tianong, Dai Mubai, and others, found the luxurious carriage reserved for Shrek Academy and prepared to board it. Just then, Su Yi arrived with Lu Erlong, Zhu Zuqing, and Su Luli. As a member of the Heavenly Dou royal team, Su Yi's carriage was at the very front of the procession. They happened to be passing by the luxurious carriage carrying the Shrek team. At this point, the convoy had not yet set off because some people had not yet arrived. Therefore, Dai Mubai and Oscar did not immediately board the carriage. Instead, they stood arm in arm beside the carriage, looking left and right, admiring the beautiful women around them. Previously, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were always close friends. However, Ma Hongjun's troubles had already been crushed by Su Yi's foot. This caused Ma Hongjun to lose interest in women, and his image and temperament changed drastically. He transformed from an obese, lecherous fat man into an obese, lecherous, pale-faced, beardless eunuch fat man. This made Dai Mubai feel very uncomfortable standing next to Ma Hongjun. Therefore, Oscar was brought along as a companion. Although Oscar doesn't really like this kind of thing. But who can blame Oscar for being cowardly, easy to bully, and having no connections? Previously at Shrek Academy, even though Oscar came from a poor background and had absolutely no money, Dai Mubai can talk nonsense without any sense of responsibility, and he won't let Oscar make money selling sausages at the academy. Now, let's admire the beauties together with Oscar. That's only to be expected. Dean Lu Erlong. While admiring the beautiful girls around him, Dai Mubai suddenly saw Su Yi, as well as Zhu Zuqing, Su Luli and Lu Erlong following behind him, and he was immediately stunned. I could hardly believe my eyes. Although Dai Mubai was furious that his fiancée Zhu Zuqing was standing next to Su Yi. However, being weaker than others, he couldn't afford to offend Su Yi. Dai Mubai could only suppress his anger and prepare to tell his family when he returned. The family sent people to teach Su Yi a lesson, as well as that heartless, ruthless bitch Zhu Zuqing. But to his utter surprise, their academy's Dean Lu Erlong was also following behind Su Yi. Moreover, she was wearing a silver necklace inlaid with rubies around her neck. Because he possesses a pair of double pupils. Although it was a completely counterfeit and inferior product, it had no other supernatural properties. But Dai Mubai's eyes were still quite good. Therefore, it can be seen clearly. On the silver necklace around Lu Erlong's neck were engraved several large characters, Su Yi's property. This made Dai Mubai's expression turn extremely strange. No, is it really that complicated? Dean Lu Erlong, is this her becoming Su Yi's female slave? But that shouldn't be happening. Given Dean Lu Erlong's temperament, how could he possibly agree to do that? Dai Mubai was both puzzled and excited. Previously, his fiancée, Zhu Zuqing, had fallen into Su Yi's arms. This made him feel like he had been cuckolded. He always felt that the people around him looked down on him, mocked and despised him. This is driving him crazy. Now, it has been discovered that Dean Flander and Master Yu Shaogang are just like him. This made Dai Mubai extremely excited. Ah, people, when they're down on their luck. What I love most is seeing others suffer misfortune along with me. And it would be even better if someone were more unlucky than you. Dean Lu Erlong. When Oscar saw Lu Erlong following behind Su Yi, wearing a silver necklace inlaid with rubies, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. At this moment, Lu Erlong also noticed Dai Mubai and Oscar. Upon discovering that her two students were watching her, Lu Erlong's handsome, mature, and beautiful face instantly turned crimson with shame and indignation. Don't look at me. Please stop looking at me. Lu Erlong wanted to speak immediately and tell Dai Mubai and Oscar not to look at her. Just pretend you don't know yourself. But I was also incredibly ashamed and indignant, feeling that speaking would only make things more awkward. Therefore, he could only deceive himself, quickly turning his head away to avoid looking at Dai Mubai and Oscar. It's as if that way, you won't be seen by acquaintances. It has a certain beauty to it, like an ostrich burrowing into the sand. Unfortunately, Lu Erlong obviously couldn't get what he wanted. Driven by inner excitement, and wanting to avoid becoming the only cuckolded man in the college, Dai Mubai immediately suppressed his excitement and shouted, Dean Flander, I've found Dean Lu Erlong. I've found Dean Lu Erlong. Inside the carriage, Flander was originally calculating the expenses for this trip to Wuhan City. When they heard Dai Mubai's voice saying that he had found the goddess Lu Erlong, Flanders was overjoyed and excited. He immediately stood up and rushed out of the carriage. Where is it? Where is it? Where Erlong? Here you go. Dean Flander, Dean Lu Erlong is over there. Dai Mubai's lips curled into a wicked smile as he pointed towards Su Yi. The next second, Flanders' excited and happy smile froze on his face. For a moment, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning, utterly devastated. I even felt like dying. No, Erlong, Erlong, what's wrong with you? They discovered that Lu Erlong was following behind Su Yi, wearing a silver choker inlaid with rubies around her neck, with the words, Su Yi's property, engraved on it. This made Flanders' eyes widen in fury, and he let out a painful and angry roar. Subconsciously, he assumed that Su Yi had threatened Lu Erlong. They forced Lu Erlong to submit and even made her wear that humiliating collar. Boss Francis. Upon discovering that her sworn brother Flander had also seen her, Lu Erlong was filled with grief and indignation, and her heart was broken. Don't look at me, turn around. 2 dragons. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's voice, Flander became even more convinced that Su Yi had coerced Lu Erlong. Su Yi, you damned brat. Didn't I just kick you out of Shrek Academy back then? You severely injured me, causing my cultivation to stagnate and preventing me from making any further progress. Why do you continue to coerce and humiliate Erlong? Flanders' eyes were bloodshot, he was panting heavily, clenched his fists, and roared angrily. If I hadn't already tried and known that I was no match for Su Yi. Now, it seems Flanders is about to fly into a rage for the sake of his beloved. However, seeing Flanders' Down syndrome-like appearance, Su Yi immediately chuckled. What, you kicked me out of Shrek Academy? It was clearly me who thought Shrek Academy was trash and that's why I dropped out. You can't raise a real dragon in a pond where turtles are kept. I've gotten to where I am today entirely because I saw through Shrek Academy and chose to drop out. I feel utterly disgusted and loathed for a shameless, greedy miser like you. But I, Su Yi, have always acted with integrity and uprightness. I never coerce people, forced relationships are never sweet. Your goddess Lu Erlong is willing to be my slave, my servant, my ox, my horse, and to bow down to me, it's all of her own free will. If you don't believe me, you can ask her if I coerced her. Chapter 95 Yu Shaogang, it's all Flanders' fault. After entering Wuhan City, Yu Shaogang headed straight for the Papal Palace, located in the center of Wuhan City, atop a hill. Stop, this is the Papal Palace. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. At the entrance to the Papal Palace, 2 paladin knights clad in silver armor, wielding long spears, blocked Yu Shaogang's path and shouted coldly. Not far away, more than 100 Templar knights on patrol also rushed over, raising their weapons and coldly staring at Yu Shaogang. Within the Spirit Hall, the douluo Hall and the Pope Hall, as the 2 highest authority institutions of the Spirit Hall, each have their own directly subordinate military forces. Among them, the douluo warriors of the douluo Hall are called Holy Emperor warriors, while those of the Pope Hall are called Holy Emperor warriors. Only those whose cultivation level reaches at least Soul King can assume this role. Only the most outstanding douluo warriors and Holy Emperor warriors can be selected for the Guardian Knights. Therefore, the knights immediately recognized Yu Shaogang, whose cultivation level was only at the Great Soul Master level. Judging from Yu Shaogang's age, he is probably already in his 40s or 50s. At the age of 45, his cultivation level was only that of a Great Soul Master, which clearly indicated that he was a low-level Soul Master. Naturally, they belonged to the category of miscellaneous people. However, they were stopped by the temple guards, who made it clear that no unauthorized persons were allowed to enter. Yu Shaogang, who had always been proud of his status, was somewhat displeased. However, he was prepared for this and simply took out the elder token that Tang Hao had given him and showed it to him. Greetings, Elder. Upon seeing the Elder's token in Yu Shaogang's hand, the group of temple knights felt incredulous, but they quickly knelt down and bowed to Yu Shaogang. Although it was hard to believe that the Elder's token would appear before my eyes on a useless Soul Master who was only a Great Soul Master at the age of 45. However, the rule of the Spirit Hall is that seeing an order is like seeing the person. Regardless of Yu Shaogang's identity. As long as he holds the Elder's token, he is equivalent to an Elder of the Spirit Hall. Take me to see the Pope. Seeing the temple knights who had previously looked down on him now kneeling before him, Yu Xiaogang, with his hands behind his back, felt a sense of pride and satisfaction and said calmly. Afterwards, a paladin led Yu Xiaogang into the papal palace. After letting Yu Xiaogang wait in a lounge, the paladin went straight to the papal palace study, knelt down at the door, and respectfully clasped his hands in a fist and bowed as he reported. Your Holiness, a soul master named Yu Xiaogang, who holds an elder's token, requests an audience with Your Holiness. Your Holiness the Pope, would you like to receive me? At this moment, in the study, Bibi Dong was originally engrossed in writing at her desk, handling the affairs of the spirit hall. But when she heard the name Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong was stunned and didn't react for a long time. After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong parted her lips slightly and said in a deep voice. Take him to the council hall. I will see him after I have finished dealing with my affairs. Yes. An hour later, inside the papal palace, in the council chamber, Yu Xiaogang sat at the conference table, holding a cup of fragrant tea, sipping it gently, seemingly calm and collected. But in my heart, I felt a little anxious and impatient. What's going on? Why hasn't Bibi Dong arrived yet? Was she deliberately standing me up to get back at me? That shouldn't be happening. Based on my understanding of her, she should still have feelings for me. I also plan to tell Bibi Dong about Su Yi's information. If Erlong's side fails to obtain the method for evolving martial souls, let's see if we can get Su Yi's martial soul evolution method through Bibi Dong. Just then, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Immediately afterwards, a dignified and calm female voice rang out. You all stay outside and keep watch. No one is allowed to come in without my order. Yes. Then, footsteps quickly approached. It's here. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's voice, Yu Xiaogang was immediately excited. This master knows. Creak. After the doors to the ceremony hall were pushed open, she was dressed in a magnificent purple robe with gold patterns, and had a tall, voluptuous figure with graceful curves. Holding a scepter about 2 meters long and inlaid with gemstones, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, the mature and beautiful woman with a dignified and noble appearance walked slowly with an indifferent expression. Upon seeing Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogang immediately stood up and frantically stirred up his emotions. On that stiff face, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes, revealing a mixture of apology, reminiscence, and melancholy as he looked at Bibi Dong. It was as if he had been grieving for a long time, and the path was full of nostalgia. Donger, it's been a long time. Yes, it's been a long time. Bibi Dong curled her red lips into a mocking smile and said coldly. You haven't come looking for me all these years. Why are you coming to see me now? Although Bibi Dong's attitude was terrible. But upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Yu Xiaogang felt excited and thrilled. Because through these words, he could conclude that Bibi Dong still had feelings for him. Donger, you've misunderstood. Actually, I've always wanted to come and find you. But given my abilities and status, I don't know how to face this. After all, you are the holy maiden of the spirit hall. A bitter smile appeared on Yu Xiaogang's lips as he clenched his fist and said. How have you been all these years? Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Bibi Dong was slightly taken aback, a surge of excitement and joy flashing through her heart. However, on the surface, he still maintained a mocking tone. At the beginning, you mean, you wanted to see me in the first place. But after you met that woman, you forgot about me, didn't you? Now, you don't need to worry about me, I'm doing very well. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I am above all others. Even the emperors of the 2 great empires have to show me respect. What could possibly be wrong with me? Donger, you've misunderstood. My love for you is real, but you said those things about me back then. How could I possibly dare to hope to be with you again? But you are still in my heart. Back then, I didn't fall in love with Erlong directly. It was Flander who introduced us. Yu Xiaogang looked pained and hurriedly said. Flanders. When they heard that it was Flander who had acted as a matchmaker between Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong, they were shocked. Bibi Dong's face was gloomy, her heart filled with boundless anger and hatred. And from Yu Xiaogang, we can hear that he still has his own thoughts in his heart. Bibi Dong was overjoyed, but now, she is no longer the innocent girl she once was. Although her feelings for Yu Xiaogang remain unchanged. However, after Qian Zunji's secret chamber, Yu Xiaogang betrayed him. And then there were the many ruthless decisions she made after becoming pope. She has completely turned evil and become a yandere. Now, all she wants is to take revenge on the Spirit Hall, on the Qian family, and on the world. Finally, create another world where only Xiao Gang exists. She has her own path. Although Yu Xiaogang's sweet words pleased Bibi Dong. But it's impossible for her to change her attitude immediately and reconcile with Yu Xiaogang. Alright, call me Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong interrupted Yu Xiaogang with a cold expression. Speak, what exactly do you want from me? Bibi Dong's interruption and cold attitude left Yu Xiaogang momentarily speechless, almost bewildered. I need to see if my own psychological judgment of Bibi Dong was accurate. However, after taking a deep breath, Yu Xiaogang sighed and said, Bibi Dong, the reason I've come to see you is because I have an important matter to ask of you. What's up? Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaogang came to find him not because he really missed him. They only asked for favors. Bibi Dong gripped the papal scepter tightly, her heart filled with rage. She even doubted whether Yu Xiaogang's sweet words were truly sincere or merely a ploy to obtain this important request. Bibi Dong, I want to know how you overcame the difficulty of having twin martial souls back then. I was fortunate enough to take in a disciple named Tang San, who, like you, also possesses twin martial souls. I have no children of my own, so he is like my own child. I don't want to see Xiao San die like those other people with twin martial souls before him, ultimately exploding from their bodies. Yu Xiaogang looked at Bibi Dong with pleading eyes and asked. Upon hearing that Yu Xiaogang had no children, Bibi Dong seemed to be moved. But then he remembered the information he already knew. Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong were siblings from 3 generations of the same family. He and Lu Erlong were cousins, and they were destined not to be together. But he still never considered coming back to me and wanting to be with me. These are the things he said this time. How much of it was genuine, and how much was for his disciple? Bibi Dong clenched her fist and sneered. Yu Xiaogang, your disciple must be very important to you. Otherwise, given your personality, you definitely wouldn't have come looking for me. But what do all this have to do with me? If there's nothing else, you can leave. Chapter 96 Su Yi enters Bibi Dong's sight. He discovered that Bibi Dong was very indifferent and had no intention of telling him the secret of not having his twin martial souls explode. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Bibi Dong, can't you tell me the secret of why twin martial souls don't explode? This won't affect you at all. Your disciple isn't one of our Spirit Hall members. A possessor of twin martial souls has limitless potential. Since they do not belong to my Spirit Hall, they may become enemies in the future. Why would I aid the enemy? Bibi Dong said with a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Because he knew that his disciple Tang San was the son of Houshan Douluo Tang Hao, and had a deep-seated blood feud with the Spirit Hall. However, Bibi Dong resolutely refused to tell him. Yu Xiaogang was also helpless, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, he already had some idea of the secret behind why twin martial souls don't explode. Moreover, I'm about 60–70% sure it's not wrong. Since Bibi Dong refused to tell him the secret of how twin martial souls don't explode, then he can only verify his own conjecture. However, before leaving, Yu Xiaogang feigned a sigh, but his expression remained complicated. Bibi Dong, since you're unwilling to tell me the secret of why twin martial souls don't explode, there's no point in me staying here shamelessly. However, there's something else I need to tell you this time. It won't be easy for your Spirit Hall to win the championship in this competition. In this competition, a true genius was born at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, named Su Yi. At just over 20 years old, his cultivation level has already broken through to the Soul Emperor realm. Moreover, he can even cross a major realm with the body of a Soul Emperor and defeat my sworn brother Flander, a level 78 Soul Saint. Your Spirit Hall team is in danger this year. After saying that, Yu Xiaogang turned and left. What? Su Yi, a Soul Emperor who is only in his early 20s can defeat a level 78 Soul Saint by crossing a major realm while still being a Soul Emperor. After hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Bibi Dong frowned, her expression shifting between light and dark. Why didn't the Martial Soul Temple of the Heaven Do Imperial City report such a genius? Someone come here, Bibi Dong shouted coldly, immediately summoning several cardinals. Investigate immediately. There is a genius named Su Yi in the Heaven Do Royal Academy. At just over 20 years old, he had already reached the Soul Emperor level, and even with his Soul Emperor status, he was able to defeat a level 78 Soul Saint, a major realm higher. Why didn't the Martial Soul Temple of the Heaven Do Imperial City send a message about such a genius? Under Yu Shaoging's scheming, before Su Yi even reached the Heavenly Do Imperial City, he had already come into Bibi Dong's sight. And because of Su Yi's influence, Xiao Wu is gone. Tang San naturally did not clash with Tai Long, which would have provoked Titan to take action. Ultimately, the Clear Sky Hammer Martial Soul was revealed. During the preliminary rounds of the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, Tang San strictly remembered his father Tang Hao's instructions and did not reveal his second spirit, the Clear Sky Hammer. Therefore, Tang San's identity has not yet been exposed. Bibi Dong naturally did not send Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo to intercept Tang San. Therefore, this time, the Heaven Do Empire's luxurious convoy encountered no problems along the way, and after nearly a month of travel, it finally arrived at Wuhan City smoothly. As this Wuhan City? This city wall looks quite special, it's actually hexagonal. Moreover, the height and thickness of the city walls are in no way inferior to those of the Heavenly Do Imperial City. Through the curtains of the luxurious carriage, Du Guyan could see the martial soul city not far away and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Of course, Wuhan City is one of the 3 top-tier main cities on the continent. In terms of urban scale, it is naturally impossible for it to be inferior to Tiando Imperial City and Xingluo Imperial City. However, in terms of population size and prosperity, Wuhan City is not as good as our Tiando Imperial City. Standing to the side, Ning Rongrong, looking like she knew a lot, said. Soon, the convoy arrived at the city gate of Wuhan City. At the city gate of Wuhan City, the cardinal in red robes, representing the Spirit Hall, stood at the city gate with a warm smile, ready to lead everyone inside. However, participants like Su Yi who came to participate in the competition will definitely be allowed to enter Wuhan City. However, the royal knights escorting the convoy could only camp outside Wuhan City. Led by the cardinal who came to greet them, Su Yi, along with Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Su Luli, Lu Erlong, and others, headed towards the Yingbin Hotel. Finally, we arrived at the entrance of a hotel called Angel Wings Welcome Hotel. Not far away, there is a grand hotel called Angel Eye. According to the cardinal, this hotel is for the Soul Master teams from the Star Luo Empire who are coming to participate in the competition. Because the hotel has a limited number of rooms. Basically, each person was assigned a room based on the number of people in the registered team. However, Su Luli and Lu Erlong, who were with Su Yi, were not provided with rooms. Young master, the 2 maids you brought are not members of the Heavenly Fighting Team. Therefore, we apologize that we have not arranged a room for you at our hotel. The female staff member at the front desk looked at her strangely and said. For her, Su Yi's behavior was truly outrageous. Where would you find someone who comes to participate in the competition with a maid, a spoiled brat? Upon hearing this, Su Yi smiled knowingly and said, It's all right, little Luli can sleep in the same room with me, and she can bring me tea and water, massage my shoulders and legs, and so on. As for Lu Nu, her name is Lu Erlong. She is the dean of Shrek Academy and one of its team leaders. She has already registered. Her room should be here. What? Upon hearing this, the receptionist was stunned. Lu Nu, the dean of Shrek Soul Master Academy. Did she mishear? Shrek Academy seems to be a high-level Soul Master Academy, right? To become the dean of a high-level Soul Master Academy, one must be at least a Soul Saint-level Soul Master. How could she possibly become a female slave to this Soul Master Academy student in front of her? For a moment, the receptionist felt that her worldview had been severely impacted. After Lu Erlong suppressed her shame and anger, forced a smile, and displayed her Soul Saint-level cultivation. The receptionist felt utterly bewildered, questioning the meaning of life. Is she crazy, or is the world crazy? Beside him, Shimo, Yu Feng, and the others looked at Su Yi with the same reverence and admiration they felt for a deity. The captain is truly awesome. It's incredible that the dean of Shrek Academy would willingly become a female slave. Is this some kind of incredible feat? On the other hand, after nearly half a month of investigation, Bibi Dong's mission to investigate Su Yi's cardinals in the Heavenly Do Imperial City has finally returned. Speak. Is what you found out about Su Yi as I described? Is this Su Yi really a soul emperor who is only in his early 20s and once defeated Flander, who was a soul saint of level 78? If it's true, why hasn't the martial soul temple of the Heaven Do Imperial City sent this message over yet? Looking at the several cardinals before her, Bibi Dong sat on a throne, holding the papal scepter. Her beautiful face was adorned with furrowed brows as she asked in a cold voice. Chapter 97 Bibi Dong's scheming. Dai Mubai complains about Davis. Your Holiness, all of this is true. Faced with Bibidon's cold questioning, a cardinal respectfully reported. Based on the information we gathered in the Heavenly Do Imperial City. At the same time, they went to Soto to verify and compare the results. I can confirm that Su Yi is indeed a soul emperor in his early 20s. 5 years ago, he was just a student nearing graduation at Shrek Academy in Soto City. Although he was a genius, he was only an 18-year-old level 40 soul master. But after having a conflict with Flander, he dropped out of Shrek Academy. In just over 3 years, Su Yi somehow managed to cultivate to the soul emperor level. On the way to Soto City for training, while following Qin Ming, the leader of the Tiando team at the time. Because during the battle against the Shrek Academy team at the Soto Grand Arena, he crushed the left leg of Shrek student Dai Mubai and trampled the Kun Kun of Flander's disciple Ma Hongjun, thus enraging Flander. As a result, Flander was blinded by rage and attacked Su Yi in the Soto Grand Arena, but was crushed and offended the hidden family behind the Grand Arena. Therefore, Flander led Shrek Academy from Soto City to the Heavenly Do Imperial City, etc. Before she could finish listening, Bibi Dong frowned and interrupted. When Su Yi was at Shrek Academy, he was only a level 40 soul master. How could he have broken through to the soul emperor level in just 3 years? We don't know either. The cardinal shook his head helplessly and said. But what is certain is that this should be related to the evolution of Su Yi's martial soul. Martial soul evolution. Upon hearing the words, martial soul evolution, Bibi Dong was immediately moved and asked eagerly. You're saying that Su Yi's martial soul has evolved? Yes, Your Holiness the Pope. After confirming Su Yi's martial soul evolution, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel excited and thrilled. Martial soul evolution. Su Yi's martial soul has actually evolved. Martial soul evolution. That's a legendary thing. How did Su Yi manage to do that? If Su Yi's martial soul evolution is replicable. If we could obtain the secret of martial soul evolution from Su Yi. Martial soul evolution. This has always been Xiaogang's dream. So, does this mean I can use this secret to get Xiaogang to accept me? Although my feelings for Yu Xiaogang are somewhat complicated, ultimately, Bibi Dong longed to be with Yu Xiaogang and for him to accept her. This time, Bibi Dong's attitude towards Yu Xiaogang was terrible. A large part of the reason is also because of Lu Erlong. Therefore, they discovered an opportunity to reconcile with Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong was incredibly excited and thrilled. However, by now, all the participating Soul Master teams from the Heaven Do Empire have already arrived in Wuhan City. Bibi Dong became somewhat angry again. Damn it, if Xiaogang hadn't told me about Su Yi's situation, I probably wouldn't even know now that Su Yi's martial soul has actually evolved. If only the martial soul temple of the Heavenly Do Imperial City could have reported Su Yi's situation sooner. I want to send someone to find out more about Su Yi as soon as possible. Then I can send someone to intercept and kill Su Yi on the way and capture him. They forced him to reveal the secret of martial soul evolution. Then, using this secret, she reconciled with Xiaogang. Hateful. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong suppressed her anger and asked in a cold voice. Now, you can tell me. Why hasn't the Spirit Temple of the Heaven Do Imperial City submitted any information about Su Yi yet? That's right, the Cardinal replied with a hint of helplessness. According to the information I have gathered, this Su Yi is actually the young master's man. Therefore, it was the young master who instructed the martial soul temple of the Heaven Do Imperial City not to submit Su Yi's information to the main hall. And faced with the young master's orders, Bishop Solace Platinum dared not disobey. Bastard. It's actually this bastard. Unexpectedly, the reason for everything was actually Qian Runshui. Bibi Dong immediately clenched her jade-like hands, her amber eyes filled with rage, and she gritted her teeth. That damned bastard. Didn't she know that she was the young master of the Spirit Hall? Should everything be done with the interests of the Spirit Hall in mind? This Su Yi, although he is her person. But now, she is Shui Qing, the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire. This Su Yi is so powerful that he has the ability to threaten Nana, Xie Yu, and Yan in leading the Spirit Hall team to victory. That bastard even told Solace not to report the information. This is absolutely outrageous. I understand, you may leave now. Suppressing her anger, Bibi Dong said coldly. After dismissing the cardinals, he prepared to personally go find that bastard and give him a good scolding. On the other hand, after arriving in Wuhan City and checking into the Angel Wings Welcome Hotel, most of the Soul Master team members who came to participate in the competition, including Su Yi, took the opportunity to play around in Wuhan City before the competition started. Dai Mubai, however, went to the Angel Eye Welcome Hotel with a mixture of excitement and hatred, intending to meet his elder brother, Davis. Because now, his left leg has been rendered useless, leaving him lame. As a cripple, it is virtually impossible for him to succeed in the competition and become the emperor of the Star Luo Empire. Therefore, Dai Mubai had completely given up struggling and was no longer afraid to see his elder brother, Davis. The thought of becoming a cripple meant he was destined to be a loser in this cutthroat competition. He could die at any time in the future. However, his fiancée, Zhu Zuqing, chose to betray him and go to Su Yi. Those who try to escape the GU raising inheritance system by relying on Su Yi are destined to die. Dai Mubai felt a mixture of hatred, jealousy, and resentment. He's having such a miserable time. How dare this bitch escape? He had to go to his older brother Davis and report that bastard. I'm not having a good time. You won't have it easy either. After arriving at the Angel Eye Welcome Hotel, Dai Mubai asked the front desk for his older brother Davis's room number and then went directly to find Davis. Mubai, my dear brother, what brings you here? After Dai Mubai knocked on the door, Davis opened the door and found that it was actually his third brother, Dai Mubai. He couldn't help but smile with a hint of amusement and mockery as he spoke. Dai Mubai, the third brother, had always been terrified of him. They were willing to flee Xingluo Imperial City and head to Nasodo City to escape him. This time, his third brother, Dai Mubai, took the initiative to come and see him. That's like the sun rising in the west. Big brother. Dai Mubai forced a smile and first called Davis, Big brother. Then, filled with resentment and anger, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm here to report to you, brother, about that bitch, my fiancée Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing, you slut. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Davis frowned deeply and asked, didn't Zhu Zuqing leave Xingluo Imperial City to go to Sodo City to find you? Why did you call her a slut? Chapter 98 Confident Evil Moon. It's not like I haven't defeated the Soul Emperor before. Davis was puzzled. Dai Mubai was even more furious and resentful. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. That's right, she did come to Sodo to find me at first. We've been together for a few months and it's been great. Until I met Su Yi. That Su Yi was originally a member of our Shrek Academy, and he enrolled before me. Because he was cowardly and timid, he didn't dare to take the Academy's graduation exam and went to hunt for his fourth spirit ring on his own. He was then driven away by Dean Flander. Therefore, he harbored resentment. At the Sodo Grand Arena, we originally defeated a team from the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. And this Su Yi, as a member of the Tien Do team, actually hid his strength and wanted to fight our entire team by himself, so we agreed. But I never expected that he was so strong. He easily defeated our entire team and even broke my left leg. Because I became disabled, this bitch actually abandoned me and chose to throw herself into the arms of that Su Yi. This is a betrayal of the generations-long marriage alliance between our Star Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion. Dai Mubai glared with bloodshot eyes and roared angrily. Brother, according to the tradition of our two families' generations of intermarriage, isn't it forbidden for anyone to betray the marriage contract? No matter who it is, no matter their strength, as long as they choose to protect that traitor. Our Star Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion will join forces to eliminate him. That bitch Zhu Zuqing dared to break her engagement. If Su Yi dares to protect this slut, you must inform the family and deal with this pair of scoundrels severely. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Davis frowned and did not answer immediately. Zhu Zuqing betrayed her marriage agreement and surrendered to a man other than her third brother, Dai Mubai. This is definitely not allowed in their Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion. We must settle this score. However, Davis was not angry at all about Su Yi breaking his third brother Dai Mubai's left leg. On the contrary, he was quite happy. Because Su Yi had completely eliminated the threat posed by his third brother, Dai Mubai. In fact, if it weren't for the rules of the Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion that prohibit killing princes and legitimate daughters under the age of 18 who participate in the Gu raising inheritance system, they would not have been able to achieve their goals. He probably killed Dai Mubai a long time ago. It should be noted that the grass on the graves of Dai Mubai's second brother and his second brother is already several feet tall. He has never been a soft-hearted person. Faced with Dai Mubai's complaint, Davis, however, remained calm, intending to investigate thoroughly before deciding what to do. That Su Yi was able to defeat a Soul Master team that included his third brother all by himself. His talent and strength are probably extraordinary. The background is likely extremely extraordinary. Although it is true that the Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion have their own rules. The princes and their daughters from both families are not allowed to betray their marriage agreement. Even though the two sought refuge with other factions, the Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion will also join forces to eliminate them. But this also depends on the individual. If a prince or his legitimate daughter breaks off their engagement, they will seek refuge with the three upper sects and the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the three sects above the Spirit Hall are unwilling to hand over anyone. The Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion would never risk their lives for two princes and their legitimate daughters who were destined to lose the competition and whose most likely outcome was death. Go and offend the three upper sects and the Spirit Hall, and fight them to the death. No need. Okay, I understand, Davis simply said calmly. If Zhu Zuqing dares to break the marriage agreement between our two families, I will report to my father and ask him to make a decision. Now, you can leave. After filing the complaint, faced with Davis's attempt to drive him away, Dai Mubai turned and left, filled with both anticipation and resentment. Su Yi, Zhu Zuqing. You two, just you wait. We, the Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion, will definitely settle scores with you severely. Inside the papal palace. Originally, Bibi Dong was furious and wanted to go see Qian Runshui and give her a severe scolding. But it's still daytime. Qian Runshui, still identified as Shui Qing, stayed with Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo. Therefore, Bibi Dong had no choice but to go find Qian Runshui. We can only wait until tonight. Now that this bastard has returned to Wuhan City, he will inevitably go to see his grandfather, Qian Dalu. When the time comes, I'll just wait for her at the entrance of the douluo palace. Before that, because discovering Su Yi is indeed a threat, Bibi Dong couldn't help but send someone to summon Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan to the papal palace. I'm going to give them a good talking to, telling Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan to keep an eye on Su Yi and not to be careless. It should be noted that this is the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament. She wanted to bring fame to her disciples Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan. However, they presented 3 10,000-year-old soul bones as a prize for the champion. If Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan lose the championship, these 3 ancient soul bones were given to outsiders to benefit from. Within Spirit City, this would be a huge blow to her prestige as Pope. Greetings, teacher. Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope. X2. After being summoned by Bibi Dong, Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan quickly arrived at the papal palace, bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong, and greeted her. No need for such formalities. Facing Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan, Bibi Dong sat on her throne with a very gentle attitude. She waved her hand, signaling the 3 of them to stand up. Bibi Dong said in a deep voice, Nana, Xiaoyu, Yan, the main reason I summoned you this time is that I have important matters to instruct you on. I originally thought that you, leading the Spirit Hall team, would surely win the championship in this competition. Therefore, The 3 10,000-year-old soul bones that should have been given to you as a reward have been given out as the champion of the competition, just to help the three of you make a name for yourselves. But recently, I heard that in this year's All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Foot Exchange Tournament, a genius named Suyi has emerged from the Heaven Do Royal team. He should have just turned 23 this year, but his cultivation level reached Soul Emperor 2 years ago, and he even defeated a Soul Saint level expert. In this tournament, the Heavenly Do Royal team, which he leads, will be your formidable enemy. You absolutely must not be careless then. However, faced with Bibi Dong's instructions, even though it was said that Suyi was a Soul Emperor and had defeated Soul Masters at the Soul Saint level, Xie Yu, however, remained confident and laughed proudly. Your Holiness, please rest assured. In this competition, the three of us will definitely lead the Spirit Hall team to win the championship again and defend the glory of our Spirit Hall. This Suyi, according to Your Holiness the Pope, is indeed quite formidable. But back then, I hadn't broken through to the Soul King level yet, I was only at the Soul Master level. After creating his own soul skill, Full Moon, he and Nana used the Soul Fusion skill, Enchantress, to unleash Full Moon and defeat my teacher. Back then, the teacher's cultivation level was a level 68 Soul Emperor. And now, Nana and I have both broken through to the Soul King level. Now, let's use the Martial Soul Fusion skill, Enchantress, and unleash my self-created soul skill, Full Moon. We can defeat Soul Saints just like that. What Suyi can do, we can do just as easily. I believe that Suyi is no match for us either. Xie Yu was full of confidence. Chapter 99 Bibi Dong angrily rebukes Qian Runshui, Qian Dalu, Buhao. At night, the full moon hangs high in the sky, on the hill where the Papal Palace and the Douluo Palace are located. A woman dressed in a long golden dress, tall and graceful, with long golden hair, snow-white skin, and a stunningly beautiful face, with a cold and aloof demeanor and phoenix eyes that exuded power, slowly walked towards the Douluo Palace. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Douluo Palace before her, a complex emotion flashed in Qian Runshui's beautiful eyes. It's been more than 10 years. I'm finally back. You bastard, I, the Pope, have been waiting for you for a long time. However, just as Qian Runshui was preparing to enter the Douluo Palace to see her grandfather, Qian Dalu, a cold, disdainful shout suddenly rang out from not far away. Upon hearing the voice, Qian Runshui's expression changed, turning cold and angry, her jade hands clenching tightly. It's been more than 10 years. To prove myself to you, I went to the Heavenly Do Empire and disguised myself to get close to Shui Cheng. To go against one's conscience and replace it. I've sacrificed so much for your plans. In the end, all I got was the label, bastard. Qian Runshui felt utterly ironic. Fortunately, I've been in the Heavenly Do Imperial City for so many years. She has figured it out. Since you treat me like an illegitimate child, all these years, he has never accepted me. Then I'll pretend I don't have a mother like you. Anyway, having my father and grandfather is enough. Bibi Dong, you've waited for me for so long. You didn't just come here to say this, did you? If that's all it's for, then I'll be going now. Qian Runshui turned to Bibi Dong with a cold expression and asked. Bibi Dong. Unexpectedly, Qian Runshui dared to call him Bibi Dong directly. Bibi Dong's face immediately turned ugly, and anger surged within her. Damn bastard, I am your mother, how dare you call me by my name? This is absolutely outrageous. Although she calls herself Qian Runshui, she has always been an illegitimate child. But she was able to be with Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong's personality is very similar to Yu Xiaogang's in some aspects. For example, double standards. Even though it has always been called Qinrenzu's bastard. But when Bibi Dong heard Qian Runshui address her by her full name, she immediately felt offended and was furious. You bastard, I am your mother. How dare you call me by my name? What did that old bastard Qian Dalu teach you? Bibi Dong's face was as cold as ice. She gripped the papal scepter tightly and angrily rebuked him. How grandpa raised me is none of your business. Qian Runshui retorted sarcastically. Anyway, from childhood to adulthood, except when I was born, you have never even held me once, let alone taught me anything. All I know is that if I respect myself, I will respect others tenfold. You've always called me a bastard, and I've only called you by your name, that's already being moral enough. You, Unexpectedly, Qian Runshui is now completely different from how she was when she was a child, craving her mother's approval. They even dared to mock and berate their own mother. Bibi Dong was furious and extremely angry. But there was nothing they could do. Okay. Bibi Dong laughed in extreme anger, suppressing her inner rage, and said coldly. Let's leave aside the way we address each other for now. I only ask you this. The Heavenly Do Royal Academy produced a 23-year-old genius soul emperor, Su Yi, who was able to cross a major realm and defeat a soul saint-level soul master. Why didn't you have the Martial Soul Temple of Heaven Do Imperial City report this information to the main hall? Don't forget, your true identity is the young master of the Spirit Hall, instead of Shui Qing, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. So what? Qian Runshui felt it was utterly ridiculous. That's right, my true identity is indeed the young master of the Spirit Hall. But now, I am disguised as Shui Qing, the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, and I will ascend the throne of the Heaven Do Empire in the future. This identity, as long as I can keep pretending, isn't Shui Qing just myself. This Su Yi is my man. If he can lead the Heaven Do Royal Team to win the championship of this year's All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, then my position as Crown Prince will be even more invincible. Doesn't this also benefit our plans? I asked the Martial Soul Temple of the Heaven Do Imperial City to suppress information about Su Yi. What's wrong? Do we really have to report Su Yi's information to you so that you can prepare your dear disciple Hu Liena, as well as Xie Yu and Yan, to deal with it? I think you only care about your disciple Hu Liena and have no feelings for me at all. Qian Runshui grew angrier as she spoke, her beautiful eyes reddening, and she angrily shouted at Bibi Dong. Hearing Qian Runshui's words, Bibi Dong felt a sharp pain in her heart. Absolutely, in her heart, her disciple Hu Liena must have held a higher position. However, to say that Qian Runshui has no status at all, she is not as good as Hu Liena. That's impossible. After all, she is his own biological daughter. However, Qian Runshui was Qian Zunji's offspring, and thinking about what had happened in the secret room, Bibi Dong could not let it go. Compared to her identity as a daughter, Qian Runshui is more concerned about Bibi Dong's pain and torment while being imprisoned in a secret room by Qian Zunji. Therefore, Bibi Dong could not accept Qian Runshui. How dare you? In the end, Bibi Dong could only shout angrily at Qian Runshui. The two parted on bad terms. After driving Bibi Dong away, Qian Runshui returned to the douluo palace, and in the angel temple where the statue of the angel god was enshrined, she finally met her grandfather, Qian Dalu. At this moment, Qian Dalu was sitting cross-legged on a futon. Facing the statue of the angel, he closed his eyes and meditated in prayer. Although he didn't open his eyes, but Qian Dalu could sense Qian Runshui's return. Shui, did you just have a fight with Bibi Dong? After Qian Runshui came in, Qian Dalu couldn't help but open his eyes, a complex emotion flashing in them, and he sighed softly. She called me a bastard first. Qian Runshui said indignantly. I'm not a child anymore. Since she's not sure if she'll call me, what's wrong with me calling her Bibi Dong? Why? Qian Dalu was at a loss for what to do. He could only look up at the angel statue with a complicated expression and let out a long sigh. This is all the fault of the previous generation. Grandpa, let's not talk about her anymore. I've finally made it back. Let me tell you about the happy things that happened to me in the Heavenly Do Imperial City. Looking at Qian Dalu in front of her, Qian Runshui's beautiful face was full of happy smiles as she talked about what had happened in the Heavenly Do Imperial City. Grandpa, let me tell you something. I've discovered a top-tier genius in the Heavenly Do Imperial City. His name is Su Yi. In front of Qian Dalu, Qian Runshui introduced Su Yi. It's said that Su Yi possesses outstanding talent in military, economic, and political fields, and that his talent as a soul master is astonishing. Not only did he break through to Soul Emperor in his early 20s, but he also possesses immense strength, capable of defeating a soul saint even across a major realm. Seeing his granddaughter Qian Runshui's happy face, and her admiration and amazement for the boy named Su Yi, he was amazed. At first, Qian Dalu's handsome middle-aged face was full of a kind smile. His granddaughter was happy, and naturally, he, as her grandfather, was happy too. But suddenly, Qian Dalu realized what he meant and his heart skipped a beat. etc. The granddaughter both admired and marveled. At a boy. Back then, when Bibi Dong met Yu Xiaogang, it seems that she was like that at first too. Boo-ho. Chapter 100 Yu Xiaogang returns to Shrek Academy, time for a show. Meanwhile, all the Soul Master teams belonging to the Heaven Do Empire had arrived in Wuhan City. I learned of this information. Yu Xiaogang, who had been waiting in Wuhan City for a long time, rushed to the Angel Wings Welcome Hotel to meet up with the Shrek Academy students. Teacher. At the hotel, when Tang San saw his teacher Yu Xiaogang again, his eyes immediately reddened, and he shouted excitedly. Because his father, Tang Hao, is gone. In Tang San's eyes now, Yu Xiaogang can be said to be both a teacher and a father. No way. This is what happens when you lack love and crave your parents too much in your past life. In this life, Tang Hao can be said to have completely failed in his duties as a father. But Tang San still regarded Tang Hao as his true father. Compared to Tang Hao, Yu Xiaogang needs to be more responsible and take better care of Tang San. He noticed that Tang San was even more excited than his own nephew when he called him Uncle Yu Xiaogang. Yu Tianong was speechless. Uncle, however, when calling someone uncle. Thinking back to now, Aunt Luerlong has become Su Yi's female slave. For a moment, Yu Tianong hesitated, looking at Yu Xiaogang with a troubled, conflicted, and distressed expression. I don't know if I should say this out loud. However, there's no need for Yu Tianong to say it. Because they discovered that Luerlong was not there. Yu Xiaogang suppressed his excitement, pretending to be puzzled and confused, and, accidentally, asked the question. By the way, Xiao San, Tian Heng, where are your two deans, Erlong? Flander, standing nearby, couldn't help but put on a mask of pain. Beneath those black crystal-framed glasses, her eyes welled up with tears. She reached for a silk handkerchief, wiped away her tears, and choked out. Xiaogang, Erlong, she was forced by Su Yi to become Su Yi's slave girl. Right now, Erlong is right next to Su Yi, being humiliated by him day and night. But we are not strong enough to save Erlong. And Erlong was probably scared too, so she didn't dare let us save her. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang seemed to have suffered a tremendous blow. He was struck dumb, his face turned deathly pale, and he staggered back several steps, almost falling over. No, how could this be? How could this happen? This shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening. Given Erlong's personality, there's no way he would ever submit to Su Yi. What exactly is going on? Yu Xiaogang's eyes were red and he was filled with grief. He couldn't help but let out a mournful cry like a cuckoo crying blood. Teacher, uncle, I noticed that Yu Xiaogang seemed unable to handle the blow. Upon seeing this, Tang San and Yu Tianong rushed over and helped Yu Xiaogang up, one on each side. We don't know why either, but Erlong said she did it voluntarily. Flanders was also deeply saddened and grieved. Although I can tell that Erlong is not really doing this voluntarily. But we can't beat Su Yi at all, what can we do? Even if we all die, we might not be able to save Erlong. The only way now is for Xiaogang to go and ask Sect Master Yu for help. As long as Sect Master Yu intervenes, Su Yi will definitely not dare to detain or threaten Erlong anymore. As he spoke, Flander couldn't help but look at Yu Xiaogang with hopeful eyes. Originally, Yu Tianong could have stepped in to handle this matter. However, before setting off, they discovered that the goddess Luerlong had become Su Yi's female slave. Moreover, the goddess was kicked by Su Yi when he stood up. This was a huge blow to Flanders. After a long period of time, Flanders then recovered from his pain and despair and rallied. Finally, they thought of using Yu Yuanzhun's power. But by then, we were almost at Wuhan City. That won't do. However, Yu Xiaogang immediately disagreed with this. Because he knew why Luerlong had become Su Yi's slave girl. That's because they want to make a deal with Su Yi. As long as Luerlong becomes Su Yi's slave, serves him like a beast of burden, and submits to him, then, Su Yi will have to follow the agreement and hand over the method of martial soul evolution to Luerlong. At that time, Luerlong will also teach him the method of evolving martial souls. Only in this way, only then can he regain his reputation as a master of martial spirit theory. It won't lead to complete disgrace. It can even help you prove yourself in advance. Moreover, Yu Xiaogang also knew. As for Luerlong becoming Su Yi's female slave, she was kicked while standing up. The father, Yu Yuanjun, was even pleased with the outcome. After all, if Lu Erlong hadn't been kicked by Su Yi when he stood up, and if I were to be with him, that would only make the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan a laughingstock in the entire Soul Master world. However, that's what I thought in my heart. But in order to maintain his persona, Yu Xiaogang seemed to suddenly realize something when he saw Flanders' hopeful gaze, and excitedly said, "Yes, father, I want to go back to find father." This is Shrek Academy's first appearance on the entire continent in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, so we cannot afford to be careless. Flander, you take Xiao San and Tianheng and prepare seriously for the competition. I'll go back right away and ask my father for help. Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath, as if to calm down, and while giving Flander some instructions, he firmly stated that he would go back to ask for help immediately. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Flander had no doubts. Because, at present, this seems to be the best solution. So, on the very day that the Soul Master teams belonging to the Heaven Do Empire arrived in Wuhan City, Yu Xiaogang mounted his hybrid soul beast horse again, preparing to travel day and night to return to the Heaven Do Imperial City and seek help from his father, Yu Yuanjun, at the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Of course, that's what they say. But how exactly will it be done, and to what extent? That all depends on Yu Xiaogang himself. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Finally, the finals of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament began. Inside the Great Soul Arena of Wuhan City. Like the Heavenly Do Great Soul Arena, the Martial Soul City Great Soul Arena has also undergone renovations. The main arena was connected to several branch arenas, creating 4 arenas to serve as the venues for the tournament. In addition, a stage and a VIP seating area were set up. On the podium, those sitting naturally are Bibi Dong, Ning Fengji, and Sword Douluo, who are guests. Of course, Qian Runshui, who came on behalf of the Heaven Do Empire and disguised herself as Crown Prince Shui Qing, was also among them. As for the VIP seats, they were naturally occupied by the high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall. Compared to the qualifiers, the finals will be much simpler. There was no opening ceremony, everything was kept simple. After the draw, the first round of the competition began quickly. As the seeded team representing the Heaven Do royal family, Su Yi's team, Heaven Do Team 1, or Heaven Do Royal Team, possesses a special privilege. That means they get a bye in the first round of the competition. Therefore, Su Yi does not need to participate in the first round of the competition. But we've already spent several days in Wuhan City and have done almost everything we wanted to do. On this day, Su Yi did not visit Wuhan City. Instead, he brought along his maids Zhu Zuqing and Su Luli, as well as his female slave Lu Erlong. He was with his girlfriend Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, as well as the rest of the royal fighting team. Watching today's match from the viewing corridor outside the rest room of the Tian Do royal team. However, after the match began, on the podium, Bibi Dong sat on a throne, her mature, beautiful, and elegant face with a pair of amber eyes that couldn't help but look in Su Yi's direction. When he saw Lu Erlong standing next to Su Yi, wearing a collar around her neck and looking very humble, Bibi Dong felt a surge of comfort and pleasure. Chapter 101 Qian Runshui seeks answers. Davis, damn Dai Mubai, he actually tried to trick me. I thought Lu Erlong was truly in love with Xiaogang. Unexpectedly, he would actually submit to a boy several generations younger than him. How ridiculous. On the podium, when he saw Lu Erlong standing beside Su Yi, looking cautious and humble, with a silver necklace inlaid with rubies around her neck, he was struck by her appearance. Bibi Dong sneered inwardly. In her opinion, she was forced into submission to Qian Zunji by Qian Zunji's secret chamber and gave birth to his child. Even so, she never forgot her desire for revenge. Taking advantage of Qian Zunji's serious injury, Yisho Delong drank the medicine and sent Qian Zunji to his death. But what about Lu Erlong? Xiaogang didn't accept himself, so he chose Lu Erlong. As a result, Lu Erlong actually submitted to Su Yi, becoming his slave and servant. Regardless of the reason. But all of this illustrates one point. That's Bibi Dong. Her love for Xiaogang is the truest. This filled Bibi Dong with a sense of superiority for a moment. At the same time, I thought that even so, my beloved Xiao Gang still chose to return to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect to ask Yuan-jun for help. This left Bibi Dong deeply moved. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. Xiao Gang is so kind. He then discovered that Su Yi had eliminated his love rival. Bibi Dong couldn't help but admire Su Yi and felt a surge of goodwill towards him. But for his beloved Xiaogang, Bibi Dong thought to herself, Su Yi, you eliminated my rival in love, and I, Bibi Dong, should be thanking you. But the method for evolving martial spirits that you possess is related to whether Xiaogang and I can rekindle our past relationship. So, there's nothing I can do. I'm sorry, but as long as you obediently hand over the method of martial soul evolution when the time comes, perhaps I can spare your life. But if you don't listen, well, I'm sorry. Then, Su Yi was completely unaware of Bibi Dong's thoughts. After watching the morning's games, Su Yi originally planned to go out in the afternoon to complete his daily cultivation schedule. Unexpectedly, Qian Runshui came to find Su Yi. Mr. Su Yi, I have some questions. May I ask you about them? Upon seeing Su Yi, Qian Runshui seemed to have encountered some problem, and said with a wry smile. Of course, Your Highness. Su Yi smiled slightly and agreed. However, a sense of curiosity arose within me. Under Qian Runshui's leadership, Su Yi still came along and went to a tea house in Wuhan City, entering a private room on the second floor. Inside the private room, after Qian Runshui took her seat, she got up and brewed tea for Su Yi, then began to perform the tea ceremony with graceful movements. Tea ceremony was also a skill that nobles needed to master. It's quite advanced. He was a virtuous and capable crown prince praised by everyone. Qian Runshui naturally knew how to do it, and her skills were quite remarkable. After brewing tea for Su Yi, Qian Runshui sat down again, hesitated for a long time as if organizing her thoughts, and finally spoke. Mr. Su Yi, I have a question that I hope to get answered. Mr. Su Yi, you are the most talented and capable soul master I have ever met. I feel that only you can answer this question for me. Your Highness, please speak. Su Yi picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and then said. That's right. Once, when I went to my fiefdom, I encountered a group of people discussing a problem. The problem is that there is a family where the mother is particularly bad to her child. From childhood to adulthood, she has never given her a kind look, but has always scolded her and called her a bastard child at the drop of a hat. They were discussing how the child should face the mother who treated him this way. Some say that a mother has the grace of giving birth to her child, as she gives the child a new life. Even if a mother treats her child this way, the child should still be grateful for her upbringing and respect and love her. Some people say that the mother dislikes her child so much and is so harsh. The child doesn't need to try to please the mother, just give her a taste of her own medicine. Su Yi, who do you think is right? Qian Runshui looked at Su Yi with expectant and hopeful eyes, hoping to get an answer. But after hearing Qian Runshui's words, Su Yi found it somewhat amusing. What douluo continent version? I have a friend. After listening to Qian Runshui's words, Su Yi understood why Qian Runshui had asked that question. This must be because Qian Runshui is confused about how to deal with Bibi Dong. Su Yi responded without hesitation, smiling as he said this. Your Highness, if you encounter people who say that no matter how a mother treats her child, the child should be grateful for her birth and respect her, you should stay away from them. Because they were struck by lightning, it might affect you. Seeing Qian Runshui's puzzled look, Su Yi continued. There's a saying that goes, don't advise others to be kind if you haven't suffered like them. None of them have experienced a mother who dislikes and criticizes her child so much. That's why they talk nonsense without understanding the situation. But if they had experienced it themselves, they would never say that. Su Yi sneered with a mocking expression. That's right, childbirth is very hard for mothers. But here's the question, do children really want to be born to their mothers? If the child had known beforehand that his mother would be like this, then I believe he absolutely did not want to be born. Therefore, the debt of gratitude for giving birth comes with conditions. That is, this mother gave birth to the child, fulfilled her responsibility as a mother, and brought warmth and happiness to the child. That child should indeed be grateful for his mother's nurturing. But if a mother gives birth to a child but treats the child as an enemy, giving birth without loving, and instead hating, then. There's a saying that goes, if a ruler treats his subjects like his own hands and feet, then the subjects will treat the ruler like their own heart and soul. If a ruler treats his subjects like weeds, then the subjects will treat the ruler like their own enemies. Under such circumstances, why should a child be grateful to their mother for giving birth to them? After hearing Su Yi's words, Qian Runshui was extremely excited, feeling as if he had spoken to her very heart. Deep down, he couldn't help but admire Su Yi even more. That's right, that's exactly it. That woman treated me like that, always calling me a bastard. I've had a mother since I was a child, it would be better if I didn't have one. Then why should I be grateful for her giving birth to me? I'm being kind by not scolding her. Mr. Su Yi. Having finally figured out the answer in her heart, Qian Runshui suppressed her excitement, stood up, and respectfully bowed slightly to Su Yi. Thank you, you've answered my question that I've had for years. As expected, trusting Mr. Su Yi was the right thing to do. And while they were talking, thinking of Su Yi's talent and excellence, as well as his extraordinary talent and strength. And she understands herself so well. While admiring her, Qian Runshui couldn't help but feel a strange emotion stirring within her. On the other side, at the Angel Eye Welcome Hotel. After Dai Mubai finished complaining, Davis did not immediately send his bodyguards back to report on Su Yi and Zhu Zuqing's situation. Instead, they sent people to investigate Su Yi's situation. However, you wouldn't know unless you checked. What I found out was shocking. After investigation, when they learned that Su Yi was actually a soul emperor in his early 20s, and that he had once defeated a soul saint level soul master with his soul emperor cultivation, they were shocked. Furthermore, he also has the poison douluo dugu bow behind him. Davis's face darkened instantly, and anger surged within him. That damned Dai Mubai, how dare he trick me? Chapter 102 Shrek suffers a cruel defeat, and the incompetent sufferer Flander. A soul emperor in his early 20s. He was originally a genius who appeared only once in 1,000 years on the mainland. Not to mention, he has defeated soul saint level soul masters with his soul emperor level cultivation. That's an absolute monster among monsters. Furthermore, Su Yi has the protection of poison douluo dugu bow behind him, making him a person with a solid background. Even the Heaven Do royal family wouldn't easily offend a title douluo. If I listened to Dai Mubai's words and reported Su Yi and Zhu Zuqing's matter to the authorities. When Emperor Dai Tianfang found out, he said that if the matter was not thoroughly investigated, he would send people to deal with Su Yi. That would make us enemies with poison douluo. There's a real problem. The two sides can definitely resolve their grievances. But he himself has caused such a huge trouble for the royal family. The emperor's opinion of him will definitely drop significantly. Even so, I still think I'm better than Dai Mubai. In the end, he will definitely make himself the crown prince. But it undoubtedly added a lot of unnecessary trouble. The key point is that they also offended such a prodigy who might be invincible in the future. For a moment, thinking about this made Davis feel more disgusted than if he had swallowed a fly, and his anger surged. That damned Dai Mubai, how dare he trick me? Just you wait. Labor and management will not let this go. As for Davis's situation, Dai Mubai was unaware of this. After filing the complaint, Dai Mubai secretly hoped that Davis would report this information as soon as possible. He wanted the royal family and the Netherworld Duke's mansion to send people to settle scores with Su Yi and Zhu Zuqing to avenge himself. Trying to cheat on yourself isn't that easy. Unfortunately, Dai Mubai's view of the problem was too simplistic. In Dai Mubai's view, Su Yi is Du Guyan's boyfriend, but he gets involved with his fiancée Zhu Zuqing. That poison douluo dugu bow definitely wouldn't like Su Yi. If the Star Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion were to settle scores with Su Yi and Zhu Zuqing, the poison douluo dugu bow might even be happy to see it happen. However, Dai Mubai clearly underestimated Su Yi's value. This could be due to jealousy, or it could be due to being blinded by anger and hatred. But Davis could see it. Su Yi now openly lives with Zhu Zuqing. Du Guyan was still with Su Yi. This poison douluo couldn't possibly be unaware of this. Therefore, it must be that poison douluo tacitly approved it. As bystanders, Davis was certain that Su Yi's value was absolutely enough to warrant the tacit approval of poison douluo dugu bo. Anyway, if Su Yi is with the princess of their star Luo royal family, Davis can be sure, even if Su Yi were to find dozens more women, Emperor Dai Tianfang would absolutely not be unhappy. She even enthusiastically taught Su Yi how to balance the relationships within the harem. And in the first round of the finals, the Shrek team was quite lucky, as they were drawn against a Soul Master team from a subordinate kingdom of the Star Luo Empire. Therefore, they successfully achieved victory. After that, I rested for a day. The second round of the competition has begun. In the second round of the competition, according to the rules, then came the qualifying rounds, and the team that won first place received a bye. As for the Spirit Hall team, the Heaven Do Royal team, and the Star Luo Royal team, they will need to go to the field to compete. And because the finals are an elimination tournament, once you lose the game, you're out of the competition and can pack your bags and leave. Therefore, in order to ensure that no accidents occur, even if they don't intend to make a move, but Su Yi was also preparing to go on stage together. The team members that Tian Do Royal team is preparing to play in this match are Su Yi, Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Shimo, and Zhu Zuqing. As for the opposing team, it was a Soul Master team from the Star Luo Empire called the War God team. However, this match was completely predictable. Although Su Yi did not make a move. However, Du Guyan has already advanced to Soul King, and Yi Lingling has become Soul Master. In addition, there are Ning Rongrong, and Shimo, who have also cultivated to the Soul Master level. With the support provided by Du Guyan's first two soul skills, Bilin Red Poison and Bilin Blue Poison. In addition, Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul also provides assistance. The Graphite and Stone Mill brothers transformed into 2 tanks and charged towards the War God team. At the same time, Zhu Zuqing also used Ghost Shadow Steps and Jade Hand to quickly fly towards the War God team. Because Du Guyan chose 1,000 Poisons Armored Hedgehog as her 4th soul skill, she obtained the 4th soul skill, 1,000 Poisons Azure Shield. The effect is to create a shield covered with spikes, which not only has amazing defensive power, but also poisons enemies who are physically attacked and stung by the spikes of the 1,000 Poisons Azure Shield. Very powerful. Du Guyan possesses the 4th soul skill, 10,000 Poisons Azure Phosphorus Shield. Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling only need to stand with Du Guyan. There's absolutely no need to worry about someone suddenly appearing in front of you. Graphite and Millstones blocked the main members of the War God team. Zhu Zuqing used Ghostly Shadow Steps, combined with the speed of a level 38 agility-based Netherworld Cat Soul Master, and the sharp claws enhanced by the mysterious Jade Hand, to directly bypass the defenses of the agility-based Soul Masters of the War God team. They completely destroyed the back row of the War God team. If there are no seats left in the back, with the help of Graphite and Stone Mill, Zhu Zuqing successfully defeated all the members of the God of War team. They won the first match. Meanwhile, in the Shrek Academy Lounge, located in the viewing corridor, when they saw that Zhu Zuqing had actually used Ghostly Shadow and Jade Hand techniques, Tang San's eyes widened in fury. He gasped for breath, clenched his fists, and roared with rage in his heart. Damn Su Yi, you forcibly took my Zhan Tiangong and Tang clan's secret techniques, fine as it may be. They even passed them on to Zhu Zuqing. Do you know how difficult and tortuous it was for me to obtain the mysterious heavenly treasure record? Your actions are a desecration of the Zhan Tiangong and the Tang clan's unique skills. Such techniques and martial arts that surpass those of Douluo continent should be known by as few people as possible. Even if you're going to teach, you should still cut and edit it. You actually passed on the entire teaching completely. You have already chosen the path to your death. They've already found a way to die. In the morning, after the Tiando royal team achieved their first victory. In the afternoon, the Shrek team took to the stage again. This time, the Shrek team was unlucky and encountered the Kamikaze team. However, they faced the Kamikaze squadron, led by Feng Xiaotian, who had the advantage of flight. Although Tang San had Oscar quickly create flying mushroom sausages from the beginning to gain the ability to fly. However, the flying mushroom sausage has a time limit. Moreover, the air is not a suitable place for Tang San's blue silver grass to exert its power. The Kamikaze team has their sights set on Oscar. without giving Oscar any further opportunity to create flying mushroom sausages. The Shrek team quickly lost their ability to fly. In the end, they were once again defeated by the Kamikaze team. They were eliminated in the second round. He was originally scheduled to be eliminated in the second round of the competition. The Shrek team can choose to leave and return to the Heaven-Do Imperial City. But then he thought of his beloved goddess, Luerlong, who was still by Suyi's side, suffering from beatings every day and night. Flander, still unable to bear it, felt deeply saddened and expressed his desire to remain in Wuhan City to keep an eye on Suyi, waiting for his good brother Yu Shaogang to bring reinforcements from the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Rescue the goddess Luerlong from the narrow-minded, vicious, and ruthless Suyi. Because Flanders insisted on staying, Zhao Wuji, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Yu Tianong, and the others naturally had no choice but to stay and continue watching the finals. However, Dai Mubai had a lot to say about this. Dean Flanders, you've really finished pooping. Your goddess Luerlong has a collar around her neck. She'd probably be kneeling before Suyi every day, trying to please him, only to be kicked away as soon as he stood up. What are you still doing in Wuhan City? Do you watch your goddess get kicked every day? Chapter 103 The Challenge. Xie remains confident. Meanwhile, the Shrek team was eliminated in the second round. The third round of the competition started again very soon. In the third round of the competition, the Tiando Royal team faced the Blazing Fire team. Even if Suyi doesn't make a move against the Blazing Fire team, the Tiando Royal team still possesses overwhelming strength. Ultimately, they achieved victory. In the fourth round of the competition, in the finals, only 3 Soul Master teams remained. They are Star Luo Royal Team, Spirit Hall Team, and Heaven-Do Royal Team. These are exactly the 3 seeded teams for the upcoming matches. Whether it was the other Soul Master teams that remained as spectators or the Soul Master spectators in Wuhan City, everyone was incredibly excited. And because there are still 3 teams, to ensure fairness, the upcoming competition will be divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a qualifying tournament-style defense competition. The 3 teams drew lots to determine which team would send out a Soul Master to defend the title. Next, the other 2 teams sent out their Soul Masters in turn to engage in one-on-one soul battles with the defending Soul Master. The loser is eliminated, and the winner takes over as the reigning champion. This process continues indefinitely. The final champion, and the Soul Master team to which they belong, they directly advance to the next round through this first stage of the competition. The 2 losers will then compete in a revival match. The revival round is all about teamwork and fighting spirit. The winner will advance to the revival round. The teams that advanced from the previous stage will compete in the final. The final champion has been decided. We surrender. The Great Soul Arena of Wuhan City. During the first stage of the finals, when the champion was defending his title, the draw was about to take place. As Davis indicated, the leader of the Star Luo Royal team, facing the Cardinal in cardinal robes holding the draw box, immediately conceded defeat. Because this time, defending the arena is a solo battle of spirits. Currently, they are the Star Luo Royal team. Even the strongest Davis was only a level 48 Soul Master. However, the Spirit Hall team has 3 Soul Kings. As for the Heavenly Do Royal team, it even has a Soul Emperor and a Soul King. We can't beat them at all. Since failure is inevitable, it would be better to give up on solo battles at this stage to avoid revealing one's true strength. Choose directly, and wait for the next stage of the revival competition, then unleash your full power in the form of team fighting spirit. In the spirit of team battle, Davis and Zhu Zuyun are capable of using a martial soul fusion technique. However, Davis was unaware of this. Juliana and Xie can also use the martial soul fusion technique. It was only under Suyi's influence. The Spirit Hall team has not yet encountered a particularly strong opponent. Usually, Xie and Yan can handle things on their own. Therefore, the Spirit Hall team has not yet revealed Juliana and Xieyu's biggest trump card, the Spirit Fusion skill. Admit defeat. Unexpectedly, the Star Luo Royal team chose to concede defeat. The Cardinal in charge of the draw round and, after confirming the results several times, could only helplessly announce the Star Luo Royal team's surrender. This drew boos from the surrounding audience, who were all very disappointed. Without the addition of the Star Luo Royal team, The excitement level of the battles at this stage has undoubtedly decreased considerably. Please draw lots. After the Luo royal team chose to concede defeat, the cardinal in charge of the draw could only hand the lottery box to the leaders of Su Yi's Heaven Do royal team and the Spirit Hall team. And after the draw, as a result, the Spirit Hall team was chosen to defend their position first. Li Kai, you go first. Upon realizing that it was their side that was defending the arena first, Xie Yu spoke up. Xie Yu looked down on and disdained the Luo royal team for choosing to concede defeat. What a bunch of cowards. Just because your cultivation level is lower, does that mean you dare not even accept a challenge? You, Davis, are supposed to be a prince of the Luo Empire. That's it, you don't dare, but I do. In contrast to Davis's conceding defeat, Xie Yu, however, was filled with fighting spirit and planned to replicate his victory over his teacher in the first stage of the one-on-one soul battle by defeating Su Yi with his self-created soul skill, Full Moon. Back when he was in the Soul Sect, since he and his sister Hu Liena were able to use the martial soul fusion skill, enchanting, to unleash their self-created soul skill, Full Moon, and defeat their teacher, who was a soul emperor at level 68 at the time. Now, he has broken through to the Soul King level. He defeated Su Yi, who was also a soul emperor, with his self-created soul skill, Full Moon. That goes without saying. That requires proof to His Holiness the Pope. Among their peers in the current Soul Master world, only the golden generation of the Spirit Hall is truly outstanding. Yes, Captain, under the guidance of the evil moon, Li Kai, whose martial spirit was the black horned boar and whose cultivation was at level 46, was a powerful attack-type Soul Master, immediately stepped onto the arena. Captain Su Yi, I'll go first. With so many rounds of competition already played, most of the information about the Spirit Hall team has been revealed. For example, the specific cultivation levels of the team members. It was known that Li Kai's cultivation level was as high as level 46, the Soul Master. Facing such an opponent, there aren't many people in the Heavenly Do royal team who can compete. For ordinary Spirit Hall members like Li Kai, it's definitely not feasible to have Captain Su Yi directly take action. Therefore, Graphite immediately stepped forward and said in a deep, muffled voice. Good. After Su Yi nodded, Shimo immediately stepped onto the arena and began a battle of spirits with Li Kai. Although the Xuanwu turtle has unparalleled defensive capabilities, however, in terms of strength, Shimo, who was only a level 41 Soul Master, was still no match for Li Kai. In the end, he was knocked off the stage by Li Kai. After Graphite, Stone Mill is going into battle again. The presence of Graphite significantly depleted Li Kai's energy. Shimo successfully defeated Li Kai and won the battle. However, immediately afterward, the Spirit Hall team, led by Sun Xuantao, whose spirit was a giant circular blade and whose cultivation level was as high as level 47, was sent into battle. Although his cultivation level is higher. However, as a weapon spirit master, Sun Xuantao's strength is clearly inferior to that of a beast spirit master of the same level. In addition, the Xuanwu turtle's powerful defense is a good counter to Sun Xuantao's circular giant blade. Finally, in the fierce battle, Shimo, exerting all his strength, pulled Sun Xuantao down from the ring. Both were eliminated. Then, after another draw, on the Spirit Hall team's side, they sent out Zhongping, whose spirit was the Golden Swallow and whose cultivation was a level 47 Soul Master. On Su Yi's side, Zhu Zuqing, who was still a level 38 Soul Master, took the initiative to request to fight. After stepping into the ring, because of the difference in their cultivation levels, the surrounding audience initially believed that Zhongping would definitely win. However, on the stage, Zhu Zuqing displayed speed and agility far exceeding Zhongping's with her ghostly movements. Because the title defense competition also has a time limit, the battle cannot last more than half an hour. In order to win, Zhongping had no choice but to abandon her flight advantage since she could not attack Zhu Zuqing from a distance. While launching a long-range attack, it swooped down towards Zhu Zuqing. As a result, Zhu Zuqing seized the opportunity and interfered with the crane-controlling dragon technique. The final blow from Zhan Yu's netherworld slash defeated Zhongping. Incredible. This is absolutely incredible. The host exclaimed in disbelief that Zhu Zuqing could defeat Zhongping. Contestant Zhu Zuqing has actually crossed a major realm and defeated contestant Zhongping. Incredible. How will the Spirit Hall team respond next? Chapter 104 Huliena's Curiosity, Su Yi vs. Xie Yu. The Spirit Hall team is on one side. Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan were all incredulous that Zhongping would lose to Zhu Zuqing, who was still a soul master. This heavenly Do royal team, I never expected that besides Su Yi and Du Guyan, there would be other extraordinary geniuses. Xie Yu muttered to himself. However, you are destined to lose against our Spirit Hall team. Xie Yu remained confident and looked directly at his younger sister, Huliena. Nana, it's your turn to go on stage next. And after Huliena appeared, faced with a spirit-type soul king like Huliena, is Zhu Zuqing still a match for her? They were quickly defeated. It's alright, Zuqing, you've done more than enough. After helping Zhu Zuqing up after she fell off the stage, Su Yi smiled, her voice full of comfort. After Zhu Zuqing, it was originally supposed to be Du Guyan's turn to perform. However, Du Guyan's poison-type soul skills, especially the first two, lack sufficient destructive power. However, the third and fifth soul skills are too powerful, especially in places with limited space like a fighting ring. What if Huliena turns into pus? That was definitely bad news. Therefore, Su Yi plans to make a personal appearance. Oh, next up for the Heavenly Do royal team is Captain Su Yi. They noticed that Su Yi had bypassed the group and was heading towards the arena. The host was utterly shocked. According to inside information, Captain Su Yi of the Heaven Do royal team is a genius soul master with a cultivation level of Soul Emperor. Although he has never made a move yet. But let's wait and see what Captain Su Yi will do next. Are you Su Yi? I heard from the teacher that you are only in your early 20s and have already broken through to the Soul Emperor level. With such talent, have you ever considered joining our Spirit Hall? A genius like you can only receive the best training in our Spirit Hall. After Su Yi stepped onto the arena, because of the difference in their cultivation levels, Huliena knew that her chances of winning were slim. However, as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, because she admired Su Yi's talent, Huliena couldn't help but invite him to join the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Ms. Huliena, thank you for your high regard. But I'm sorry, I don't want to join the Spirit Hall right now. Alright, now that we're on the arena, let's get straight to the spirit battle. After saying that, Su Yi's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, turning into a blur as he rushed towards Huliena. Wow, so fast. I never expected Su Yi to be so fast. Huliena's expression changed drastically, she simply couldn't believe it. This Su Yi doesn't have a martial soul yet. How could a beast spirit master without a spirit possession have such speed? Your martial soul, the Earth Dragon Ant, evolved from the 1,000-pound Ant Emperor martial soul. That should be the development direction for strength and defense. Huliena couldn't understand it at all, but she quickly retreated. At the same time, it aroused its own charm. Because its martial soul is a fox spirit, it is born with extremely strong charm. In particular, their ability to charm the opposite sex is incredibly powerful. Never before has anyone of her age been able to resist Huliena's allure. Just as Huliena was preparing to use her charm to control Su Yi and launch an attack, they wondered if they could defeat Su Yi before he possessed his martial spirit and kick him off the stage. After activating the charm, Huliena was immediately horrified to discover this. Her charm had absolutely no effect on Su Yi. As Su Yi quickly approached, he kicked Huliena, sending her flying off the stage. Nana. X2. When Su Yi kicked Huliena's delicate body, she saw it fly high into the air, trace an arc in the air, and crash heavily outside the arena. Yan and Xie Yu's expressions changed drastically, and they cried out in alarm. He rushed over to help Huliena up. On the platform, Bibi Dong couldn't help but furrow her brows, and her elegant and beautiful face suddenly turned cold. This kid named Su Yi is utterly rude. Just now, Nana admired you so much and tried to recruit you. How could you hit Nana so hard? As a mother, Bibi Dong disliked Qian Runshui intensely because her daughter Qian Runshui was bound by the darkness and pain of being forced into childbirth by Qian Zunji in the secret room. But a mother's maternal instincts can never disappear. Therefore, in Bibi Dong's mind, her disciple Huliena was actually a substitute for her daughter Qian Runshui. Even, in a sense, a daughter. Therefore, Bibi Dong was furious when she saw Su Yi kick Huliena away. That damned guy. After rushing over, he helped Juliana up. As a doting brother, Xiaoyu was so angry that her eyes turned red, she was panting heavily, her fists clenched, and she was furious. How dare you treat Nana like that? You're asking for it. I want to play in the next match. I'll show this guy that even a Soul Emperor isn't anything special. On the side, in the viewing corridor outside the lounge, unexpectedly, Su Yi was able to display speed exceeding that of a Soul Master of the Soul Sect level without possessing a martial soul, and kicked Juliana away with one kick. Davis was both shocked and impressed. To his shock, Su Yi's strength seemed to be even greater than he had imagined. What I admire is that Su Yi actually dared to kick the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall away. That's incredibly audacious. Brother, I'm alright. However, Xiaoyu and Yan were enraged. Juliana rubbed her slightly aching stomach, patted her somewhat dirty dress, and then stood up and said. Compared to Xiaoyu and Yan's anger, Juliana's personality is actually similar to Huo Wu's, both are very strong-willed and competitive. This personality trait made Juliana work even harder than Xiaoyu and Yan in cultivation. At the same time, they also have a special admiration for the strong. And Su Yi killed her so easily without any martial spirit possession. He is undoubtedly an absolute powerhouse. In addition, as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, she is also one of the top geniuses among her peers. No one her age had ever dared to be rude to Juliana. No one dared to lay a hand on Juliana. The injury was actually very minor, not even a superficial wound. Therefore, Juliana couldn't help but feel a strange sensation when she thought of Su Yi. This Su Yi is so strong, he even dared to hit me. He seems different from all the other guys around me. This aroused Juliana's strong curiosity about Su Yi's strength and personality. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Juliana stood up, enraged, Xiaoyu walked straight to the arena. After climbing up, he summoned two Moonblade martial spirits. He pointed the crescent blade in his right hand diagonally at Su Yi and said angrily, Su Yi, how dare you bully my sister? Today, I'm going to show you that even the Soul Emperor is nothing special. Take this, let me show you what a true genius is. Having said that, Xiaoyu immediately held the two moon blades in his hands with their blades facing outwards, horizontally on either side of his body. Then, it suddenly leapt up and began to spin rapidly in the air. It happened in just a few breaths. Xiaoyu's body and the two moon blades in his hands spun rapidly, transforming into a silver disc resembling a full moon, shimmering with a halo. However, the silver disc's sharp edges frantically cut through the air, producing a piercing hissing sound. However, this is an explanation. This is no ordinary silver disc, it is something that can kill. Chapter 105 shocked the entire audience. Are you ready to finish spinning around? Take this, self-created soul skill, full moon. Holding two moon blade martial spirits, he spun wildly in the air, transforming into a cold, silver full moon. Amidst Xiaoyu's furious roar, the silver full moon, spinning rapidly, sliced through the sky and hurtled towards Su Yi. Because he hasn't been imbued with a martial spirit yet, Su Yi would naturally not use his flesh and blood to confront Xiaoyu's full moon head-on. He unleashed the ghostly shadow technique. With a mere flash, Su Yi dodged, as Xiaoyu hurtled forward at breakneck speed, slicing through the round moon. The cold, silver disc missed its target and crashed to the ground. With a piercing screech, it cut a deep groove into the ground. Then, under Xiaoyu's control, after several collisions on the ground and repeated bounces, it turned and cut towards Su Yi again. They noticed that Su Yi had chosen to dodge. Xiaoyu was even more confident. This Su Yi is nothing special. His full moon was unmatched among his peers. However, after dodging the evil moon's full moon, Su Yi smiled faintly and spoke. Xiaoyu, is this what you call your self-created soul skill, full moon? I think it's just spinning in circles. But I'm curious, when you spin around so fast, don't you get dizzy? Su Yi asked with great curiosity. This was indeed the question he was most curious about regarding Xiaoyu's self-created soul skill, full moon. However, upon hearing Su Yi's words, Xiaoyu felt humiliated and angry. Although his self-created soul skill, full moon, is indeed in essence like this. But how can one avoid feeling dizzy while rotating at high speed? How can one avoid hitting the target while spinning at high speed, and still adjust direction to continue attacking the enemy? This is not an easy task. What do you know? You've only seen the surface. My self-created soul skills are beyond your imagination, and you have no right to point fingers at me. If you want to give me pointers, defeat me first. Xie Yu roared angrily, once again manipulating the full moon to slash at Su Yi. However, upon hearing Xie Yu's reply, Su Yi suddenly burst into laughter. Only by defeating you can one be qualified to judge you. What arrogant words. However, since you put it that way, I'll grant your wish. Earth Dragon and Martial Soul, possess. While treading on ghostly shadows and dodging the evil full moon. With a loud shout, Su Yi instantly summoned the Earth Dragon and Martial Soul and entered the Martial Soul possession state. In an instant, the Earth Dragon and Martial Soul, which was as large as a giant elephant and resembled both a dragon and an ant, appeared with a roar and suddenly entered Su Yi's body. The next moment, Su Yi's figure suddenly grew taller, his whole body covered with a dark gold armor with dragon scales, 3 pairs of wings spread out on his back, dragon horns grew on his head, and his eyes turned into dark gold vertical pupils. At the same time, 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, rose one after another, encircling his body. What? When they saw the 7 spirit rings surrounding Su Yi, especially the 7th scarlet spirit ring, a chorus of gasps, like a landslide or a tsunami, erupted from the surrounding stands. On the podium, Bibi Dong, along with Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, Qian Runshui, Ning Fengji, and Sword Douluo behind her, were all shocked and immediately stood up. Hun, Soul Saint, and the 7th spirit ring, 100,000 years. Bibi Dong's face was grim, her fists clenched, and she was filled with shock and anger. Because they learned that Su Yi was only a soul emperor in his early 20s. This can already be considered an extraordinary genius. Therefore, Bibi Dong never expected that Su Yi's cultivation had actually broken through to the Soul Saint level. Moreover, it absorbed a 100,000-year spirit ring, which became its 7th spirit ring. How did this kid do that? According to Xiao Gang's theory, it shouldn't be possible to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring for the 7th spirit ring. Because the body simply cannot withstand it, it will only explode. Unless that 100,000-year-old soul beast sacrificed itself willingly. Could it be another Tang Hao? If Su Yi is merely a soul emperor, Bibi Dong felt that Xie Yu, Huliena, and Yan might still have a chance to lead the Spirit Hall team to win the championship of this year's All-Continental Spirit Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament. But facing a Soul Saint, he was a Soul Saint who, even at the Soul Emperor level, could cross a major realm and defeat a Soul Saint. Bibi Dong's face was grim, but she dared not even think about it. When did Mr. Su Yi Xiao Yi break through to the Soul Saint realm? Furthermore, it absorbed a 100,000-year spirit ring, making it its 7th spirit ring. On the other side, they discovered that Su Yi had actually broken through to the Soul Saint realm, and his 7th soul ring was a 100,000-year soul ring. Qian Runshui and Ning Fengji were both shocked and amazed. They originally thought they had enough faith in Su Yi. But now they realize they underestimated it. Su Yi is simply a heaven-defying prodigy who keeps rewriting the records of the Soul Master world, breaking their common sense about Soul Masters time and time again. And after the martial spirit possesses the body, Su Yi's lips curled into a grin, and the 4th and 6th soul rings surrounding him lit up one after another. He stood still and reached out to grab the full moon that Xie Yu was cutting through. Under the effects of the 4th soul skill, Devouring Gold Dragon and Transformation, and the 6th soul skill, Heavenly Crystal Armor. The dark gold dragon scale armor on Su Yi's body, as well as the exposed panels, first became even more dazzling, shining with a dim, 7-colored radiance. At the same time, a golden crystal armor formed on his body. As Su Yi reached out and grabbed forward, the evil moon, transformed into a silver disc, also controlled the full moon, and slashed towards them while spinning at high speed. At that moment, when Su Yi's hand, encased in a layer of golden crystal armor, collided with the edge of the full moon, a piercing sizzling sound rang out instantly. But what shocked countless spectators around them was the rapidly spinning moon blade of Xie Yu failed to cut Su Yi's hand in the slightest. Instead, the sharp blade was caught. Su Yi used absolute power to forcibly interrupt the full moon. And after the full moon was interrupted, in the air, Xie Yu, his body ramrod straight, holding 2 moon blades, appeared before countless spectators with a face full of shock and disbelief. How could that be? My full moon has been casting its spell for so long. The cutting force generated by the continuous high-speed rotation is likely enough to cut through even steel plates several centimeters thick. How could you possibly grab it with your hands? Have you gone around in circles enough? After grabbing the moon blade and forcibly interrupting the evil moon's full moon, Su Yi grinned, grabbed the moon blade, and slammed Xie Yu to the ground. Not good. At the critical moment, Xie Yu's expression changed drastically, and he quickly released the moon blade that Su Yi had been holding. He did a backflip and walked backward. But Su Yi had already anticipated this. The downward thrust of the crescent blade abruptly stopped. He once again unleashed the ghostly shadow steps technique, transforming into a blur as he charged forward at breakneck speed. The evil moon was still in the sky, not yet having set foot on the ground. He was then kicked by Su Yi with a whip kick. He instantly coughed up blood and flew backward, crashing heavily off the stage and sliding nearly 10 meters away. Chapter 106 Bibi Dong's Killing Intent, Flander and Zhao Wuji's Regret. Elder brother. Brother Xie Yu. Seeing Xie Yu being kicked away, Huliena and Yan rushed out quickly towards Xie Yu. Seeing this, Shu Yu, whose spirit is the golden scepter and possesses certain healing abilities, summoned his spirit and quickly followed to treat Xie Yu. Despite seeing Xie Yu being kicked away by Su Yi, the surrounding audience remained completely silent. All the audience members were still in shock and hadn't reacted yet. Because a soul saint under the age of 25 still has a 100,000-year-old 7th soul ring. Such a genius is simply unbelievable. This is truly a once-in-a-millennium event. Damn Dai Mubai, you almost killed me. Outside the Star Luo Royal Team's lounge, in the viewing corridor, they discovered that Su Yi was actually a soul saint, and his 7th soul ring had absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring. Davis flew into a rage and roared furiously. What happened? Beside her, Zhu Zuyun couldn't help but furrow her brows and ask. At this moment, Davis also suppressed his anger and said resentfully, Dai Mubai came to see me earlier. They said your sister, Zhu Zuqing, broke off the engagement, abandoned him, and went to be with this Su Yi. They also want me to report this information to my father. Let's settle scores with Su Yi and your sister Zhu Zuqing together. At the time, based on what he said, I felt that this Su Yi was not simple. Instead of reporting it immediately, we prepared to have 4 people investigate Su Yi's background. As it turned out, what we found out at the time was that this Su Yi was a soul emperor in his early 20s, and he had even defeated a soul saint level expert with his soul emperor cultivation. Furthermore, he has the protection of the poison douluo, dugu bo. Therefore, I do not intend to report this information. Because it's difficult for either of our families to handle this situation. We can't afford to offend a genius who is destined to become a title douluo, and poison douluo dugu bo, just for Dai Mubai's sake. But I didn't expect that the information I found about this Su Yi would be outdated. This Su Yi is now a soul saint, and his 7th soul ring is a 100,000-year soul ring. Davis grew angrier and angrier as he spoke. That damn Dai Mubai. If I listen to him, I might offend Su Yi. A soul saint under the age of 25 still has a 7th soul ring that is 100,000 years old. This is even more monstrous than Tang Hao, the Haoshan Douluo. You, Dai Mubai, you deserve to die. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the podium, after calming herself down, Bibi Dong sat down again, but her face was still pale, and the veins on her jade hand, which was gripping the papal scepter, were bulging. Damn it. How can such a monster exist in this world? A soul saint at the age of 23, with a 7th soul ring or a 100,000-year soul ring. This monster must be from that bastard's side. In the future, if we let him grow up, won't my revenge plan be affected? No, this Su Yi must die. For a moment, Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, her heart filled with murderous intent. Cough cough, I'm fine. Although Su Yi kicked him so hard that he coughed up blood, the injury wasn't considered serious. With Huliena's support, Xie Yu gritted his teeth, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and quickly stood up from the ground. However, when Xie Yu looked at Su Yi again, his confidence had completely collapsed, leaving only fear and despair. She discovered that the full moon she was so proud of could be easily broken by Su Yi. This made Xie Yu realize with despair. Based on this perspective, in Su Yi's hands, his own full moon was indeed no different from spinning in circles. Thinking back to his own past, he recalled the boasts that Bibi Dong had made. Xie Yu felt utterly ashamed. Yan, there's no hope. Let's concede defeat in the first half. Xie Yu gritted his teeth, gave a bitter smile, and said dejectedly. Because they discovered that Su Yi was a soul saint, and his 7th soul ring was a 100,000-year soul ring. Such a gap is indeed like an insurmountable chasm. Basically, there is no hope left. Yan nodded silently, agreeing. In fact, after discovering Su Yi's strength. Next, after defeating the Star Luo royal team, the final battle will take place. Xie Yu, Yan, and Huliena have also completely lost confidence. However, as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, he was also the leader of the Spirit Hall team. The three knew that they also represented the face of the Spirit Hall. They can lose, but absolutely not. We must not admit defeat without a fight. We surrender. After Xie Yu was crushed by Su Yi, the Spirit Hall team chose to concede defeat. The host, who came from the Spirit Hall, looked rather displeased, but he forced a smile and loudly announced while holding a megaphone. Now, I announce, in the first half of the grand final, the defending champion team has advanced to the next round, the Heavenly Do Royal Team. After the host announced the results, the cheers and applause coming from the surrounding stands were sparse and scattered. After all, this is Wuhan City. The vast majority of the spectators who came to watch the match were soul masters from the Spirit Hall. Seeing the Spirit Hall team lose, these Spirit Hall soul masters were too frustrated and disappointed to cheer for Su Yi's Heaven Do Royal Team. Most of those cheering and applauding were actually from other soul master teams who were still there watching the match. In particular, those belonging to the soul master teams of the Heaven Do Empire. Of course, the Shrek team is not among them. Meanwhile, on the Shrek team's side, everyone's expression was rather unpleasant. This Su Yi has actually broken through to the Soul Saint realm. A 7th spirit ring, and it's a 10,000-year spirit ring that I absorbed. Oscar was shocked and could hardly believe it. He dropped out of Shrek Academy the year Dai Mubai enrolled. At that time, he was a level 40 quasi-soul master. Less than 6 years have passed since that year. In less than 6 years, he cultivated from a level 40 quasi-soul master to a soul saint. Are you kidding me? Why should I? They're all monsters who could get into Shrek Academy, so why is Su Yi so monstrous and powerful? Looking at Su Yi, Dai Mubai clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and felt a surge of jealousy and resentment. If only he had such extraordinary talent. Father will definitely choose him immediately and make him the crown prince. Why isn't it him who possesses such monstrous talent? Unexpectedly, Su Yi had already broken through to the Soul Saint realm, and his 7th soul ring was a 100,000-year soul ring. Such an extraordinary talent was displayed at the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament. Both Flander and Zhao Wuji knew this. Su Yi's reputation will definitely resound throughout the continent after the competition ends. For a moment, both Flander and Zhao Wuji were filled with immense regret. Back then, when Su Yi asked for help in hunting his 4th spirit ring, if I hadn't been so principled, I would have agreed. Back then, when Su Yi applied to help him hunt for his 4th spirit ring, I should have just advised Flander against it. In that case, with Su Yi around, their Shrek Academy's reputation will definitely resound throughout the continent very soon. This has always been their dream. Chapter 107 Bibi Dong's Secret Visit. I, Su Yi, have always acted uprightly and sat honestly. After the Spirit Hall team announced their surrender, Su Yi stepped off the arena. You're absolutely amazing. Seeing that Su Yi had single-handedly shattered Xie Yu's full moon and instantly killed him. This forced the Spirit Hall team to admit defeat. Everyone, whether on the stage or in the audience, was shocked and could hardly believe it. Du Guyan felt honored, and her beautiful face, which was full of heroic spirit, was full of joy. She went straight forward and rushed into Su Yi's arms, hugging him tightly. Hee, it's nothing. Su Yi stroked Du Guyan's hair and smiled slightly. If someone with the strength of a soul saint still can't defeat a soul king, then it's all over. Alright, we can start preparing for the final match in a few days. Because of this title defense match, Su Yi has led the Heavenly Do Royal Team to victory. So now all we have to do is wait for the defeated Spirit Hall team and the surrendered Star Luo Royal team to face off and determine the winner. It's time for another battle with the victor. On the platform, Bibi Dong's gloomy eyes were still fixed on Su Yi. Although he harbored murderous intent towards Su Yi. But then he remembered that he still needed to get the method for evolving his martial soul from Su Yi for his beloved Xiao Gang. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the murderous intent in her heart. They planned to let Su Yi continue to live a little longer. She managed to get the method for evolving martial souls from Su Yi. It's not too late to get rid of Su Yi, this threat. Having witnessed Su Yi's strength, Bibi Dong had already realized this. If we don't find a solution, even with Xie Yu, Huliena, and Yan leading the team, the Spirit Hall team defeated the Star Luo Royal team. However, they would still lose in a team battle against the Heavenly Dou Royal team. The 3 10,000-year-old soul bones she took out were also going to be given to Su Yi for a bargain. Therefore, Bibi Dong couldn't help but make a decision. That night, they went to visit Su Yi and made threats. Let's see if we can intimidate Su Yi and make him throw the final match, losing to the Spirit Hall team. At dusk, the setting sun was like blood. After the title defense match, we had lunch together. In the afternoon, Su Yi left the Heavenly Dou Imperial City to go outside for his daily cultivation. After completing the cultivation, while possessed by the Earth Dragon and Martial Soul, Su Yi flapped his wings and returned to Martial Soul City from afar. However, just before arriving at Wuhan City, two figures suddenly rose into the air and blocked Su Yi's path. Young Master Su Yi, His Holiness the Pope requests your presence. Among them, Chrysanthemum douluo Yuguan, dressed in golden armor, with a slender figure, long golden hair, and a delicate and handsome appearance, spoke in a soft, feminine voice. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, but he smiled. Then please lead the way, Your Majesties. Su Yi was certain that Bibi Dong's intervention with Chrysanthemum douluo and Ghost douluo was not a good thing. However, he was not afraid of this. He wanted to see what Bibi Dong was up to. Following Chrysanthemum douluo and Ghost douluo, they fell from the sky. In the woods below, in a clearing, there stood Bibi Dong, dressed in a deep purple papal robe, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, holding a papal scepter, tall and voluptuous, with skin as white as snow, and a graceful and beautiful appearance, exuding a cold and noble aura. I wonder what business Your Holiness has with me. After landing with Chrysanthemum douluo, Su Yi smiled and said, Su Yi, you have quite a bit of talent. Our Spirit Hall has always valued talent. Would you be willing to join our Spirit Hall? In the world of Soul Masters, our Spirit Hall is the strongest Soul Master force, with a long history and profound foundation. You can only receive the best training by joining us. Bibi Dong's cold and beautiful face revealed a faint smile as she first called out to recruit them. If Su Yi agrees, that would be wonderful. After that, she could then use her status as the Pope to extract the secret of Su Yi's martial soul evolution from him. However, Su Yi politely declined Bibi Dong's offer to recruit him. I'm sorry, although the Spirit Hall is a good organization, I haven't considered joining any factions yet. Please forgive me, Your Holiness. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. With that, Su Yi prepared to leave. Etc. Unexpectedly, Su Yi was so tactless. Bibi Dong's face darkened, and she coldly called out to Su Yi. Su Yi, congratulations on passing the challenge. Next, you will face the final match. This final match will inevitably be between your Heaven Dou Royal team and our Spirit Hall team. But do you want to do something about it? Bibi Dong's words carried a hint of threat as she spoke coldly. In this competition, our Spirit Hall has offered 3 10,000-year-old spirit bones as a prize for the champion. A 10,000-year-old soul bone is known as the Blood River treasure in the Soul Master world, and it is of great importance. Our Spirit Hall isn't a charity. You should know how precious those 3 10,000-year-old spirit bones are. If anyone tries to take advantage of our Spirit Hall, it won't be so easy. Have you figured out what to do? Upon hearing this, Su Yi chuckled. Oh, does His Holiness mean that I, along with our Heavenly Dou Royal team, should voluntarily concede defeat? Otherwise, your Spirit Hall will retaliate against us. Unexpectedly, Su Yi pointed it out directly. This made Bibi Dong's face darken, and she became somewhat annoyed. Does this kid even have a brain? Is this something that can be said directly? I never said that. Bibi Dong naturally couldn't admit it directly. However, the decision is yours. You'd better think this through. Bibi Dong's words were still full of veiled meaning and threats. However, Su Yi just smiled dismissively at this. Your Holiness, I will certainly play my best in this match. I, Su Yi, have always acted uprightly and sat honestly. I would never resort to underhanded tactics. After all, there are some things you have to do in accordance with your conscience. Since your esteemed palace has offered 3 10,000-year-old soul bones as a reward, then be generous. If you insist that I have taken advantage of you, then do whatever you want. Alright, I have something to do, so I'll be going now. After saying that, Su Yi didn't wait for Bibi Dong's response, and immediately flapped his wings and took off, flying towards Wuhan City. Left standing there, Bibi Dong's face was grim and gloomy. The veins on her hand, which was tightly gripping the papal scepter, were bulging, and her heart was filled with raging anger. What audacity! That's incredibly audacious. They actually don't take this pope seriously at all. Court death. Bibi Dong was furious, gritting her teeth. Since she became pope, no one has dared to be so disrespectful to her. However, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan couldn't help but agree with Su Yi's words. He felt very resentful and harbored resentment. What Su Yi said isn't wrong. Your Holiness the Pope is far too stingy. Even though our spirit hall isn't particularly lacking in spirit bones, Old Ghost and I have served as her protectors for so many years, and have made countless contributions. But His Holiness the Pope did not even bestow upon me and the Old Ghost a single piece of a 1,000-year-old soul bone. Thinking that Bibi Dong hadn't even bestowed upon him and Ghost Douluo a single 1,000-year-old soul bone. Yet they were able to offer 3 soul bones as a champion's reward. All for the sake of making Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan famous. Chrysanthemum Douluo felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 108 Davis's Revenge, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's Day of Suffering. This kid has some talent. But his temper is a bit unpleasant. As Su Yi gave a disdainful smile, subtly mocked Bibi Dong, and turned to leave. In the shadows, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but shake his head. Previously, it was discovered that Qian Runshui's attitude towards Su Yi seemed somewhat similar to how Bibi Dong had treated Yu Shaogang. This made Qian Daoliu extremely nervous. After that, they didn't stay in the Angel Temple for long. Instead, he secretly began to observe Su Yi. After all, there is a precedent set by Yu Shaogang. This made him somewhat like someone who, once bitten by a snake, is afraid of even a rope for 10 years. But judging from what her granddaughter Qian Runshui said, this Su Yi was clearly completely different from Yu Shaogang. As an enlightened grandfather, even the thought of his little cabbage possibly being taken away by a wild boar still made Qian Daoliu feel a pang of sadness. But he was still willing to give Su Yi a chance. If Su Yi can gain his approval, he could still grant Su Yi's wish to be with his granddaughter Qian Runshui. But while observing from the shadows, they discovered that Su Yi already had a girlfriend, and not just one woman. This displeased Qian Daoliu somewhat. You should know that Qian Daoliu has always been a pure love advocate. Even now, his love for the goddess Poseidon remains unchanged. For the philandering Su Yi, Qian Daoliu naturally could not accept this. However, Qian Runshui did not explicitly express her affection for Su Yi. This troubled Qian Daoliu, who wondered how to tell Qian Runshui. While observing from the shadows, they discovered that Su Yi's true strength actually surpassed that of a soul emperor, reaching the level of a soul saint. The 7th spirit ring was a 100,000-year spirit ring that it had absorbed. This surprised Qian Daoliu. He noticed that Bibi Dong's expression was somewhat gloomy, and she was staring intently at Su Yi. Because they knew Bibi Dong's true nature, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but feel that Bibi Dong might do something bad to Su Yi. No matter what, Su Yi is Qian Runshui's person. Qian Daoliu naturally wouldn't sit idly by and kept a close eye on things. After watching Su Yi disappear into Wuhan City with a gloomy and angry gaze, he watched him go. Bibi Dong gripped the papal scepter tightly, took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and said bitterly, "This brat dares to be so disrespectful to the Pope. Don't touch him during the competition. But after the competition, you followed him around. Once the heat of the competition has died down, secretly kill him. Take back those 3 10,000-year-old soul bones for me. Then, force him to reveal the secret of his martial soul evolution. Yes, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo responded respectfully. In the shadows, Qian Dalu frowned deeply and sighed. This Bibi Dong has completely changed. She used to be so innocent and kind, but now she has become so fierce, vicious, and ruthless. No matter what, Su Yi is Shui's person. Moreover, Shui values and appreciates him so much. Now that I know about this, I can't just sit idly by. As the high priest of the angel god, Qian Daoliu cannot easily leave Wuhan City. This prompted Qian Daoliu to plan that after the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament ended, he would find a protector to secretly protect Su Yi. We absolutely cannot let Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo assassinate Su Yi. This will not only upset the granddaughter. In Qian Daoliu's view, it also tarnished the reputation and honor of the Spirit Hall. He absolutely will not allow it. On the other hand, after the first stage of the finals, the title defense match ended. Having witnessed Su Yi's formidable cultivation and terrifying strength during the challenge match, Davis grew increasingly resentful and angry the more he thought about it. 2. Think that I almost offended such a monster because of that damned Dai Mubai. Davis's anger and hatred were completely unquenchable. No, he couldn't stand it. That damned Dai Mubai, he must get his revenge. And because they also found out the current information about the Shrek 7 Devils. Davis smiled coldly, having made up his mind. After speaking, he summoned the Soul Douluo sent by the Star Luo royal family to protect him. Davis gave a cold smile, yet remained very polite as he issued the order. Yes, Your Highness, the first prince will escort you. I guarantee I will complete the mission. In response, Contra clasped his hands in a fist salute and replied in a deep voice. There was absolutely no refusal. Since it was discovered that Dai Mubai had become disabled, there was basically no hope of him inheriting the throne. From Contra's perspective, in the future, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire will only speak of Davis, so naturally we need to establish a good relationship with him as soon as possible. After leaving the room, the Contra user quickly took action, heading straight for the Angel Wings Grand Hotel where the Shrek 7 Devils were staying, and began to lie in wait. Because it is to ensure fairness. After the title defense match ended, the Spirit Hall team and the Star Luo Royal team, who will participate in the next round of the revival competition, will be given a day to rest and adjust their condition. Therefore, there were no matches on the second day. So, the Shrek members decided not to stay in the hotel any longer and prepared to go out and explore on their own. This gave Davis's Contra finally an opportunity. After secretly following Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, they knocked them unconscious. Contra carried Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun to a rented courtyard and locked them in a dark room inside. More than half an hour later, Dai Mubai finally woke up, feeling a splitting headache. He reached up to touch his head, only to find that his limbs were bound. At this moment, Dai Mubai regained consciousness. Upon raising his head, he immediately spotted the masked Contra standing before him. Who are you, and why have you tied me up here? Let me go. Looking at the masked Contra, Dai Mubai struggled and roared angrily. Hee. Contra chuckled coldly and said directly. Dai Mubai, how dare you plot against His Highness the First Prince? His Highness the Crown Prince asked me to send his regards to you. After saying that, Contra appeared in front of Dai Mubai in a flash, forcibly stuffed a packet of medicine powder into Dai Mubai's mouth, and then quickly distanced himself. Your Highness, now get ready to enjoy yourself. Cough cough. What did you feed me? Upon discovering that he had been forcibly fed a packet of medicine powder, Dai Mubai coughed and glared with bloodshot eyes, roaring angrily. Hee. Contra simply sneered at this. His Highness the Third Prince will naturally find out soon enough. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, who had been brought along, also woke up with a splitting headache. He couldn't help but speak in his high-pitched, hoarse voice. It hurts. My head hurts so much. Where am I? Why am I tied up? Upon discovering that his limbs were bound, Ma Hongjun immediately woke up and screamed in a high-pitched, feminine voice. Then, Dai Mubai was discovered. Boss Dai. Ma Hongjun was taken aback when he discovered that Dai Mubai was also there. After being forcibly fed the powdered medicine, Dai Mubai suddenly felt a raging fire ignite from the bottom of his heart, instantly engulfing his entire body. His eyes turned bloodshot, his heart pounded with restlessness, and his fighting spirit surged wildly. For a moment, my consciousness became blurred. It's hot. It's so hot. Driven by inner turmoil, Dai Mubai saw the masked soul Douluo and thousand-jun as if they had transformed into enemies he had to defeat to the death. That's about it. Upon realizing that Dai Mubai's medication had taken effect, Soul Douluo sneered. In a flash, he stepped forward and used his dagger to cut the ropes binding Dai Mubai. Gentlemen, enjoy yourselves now. After finishing, Contra quickly left the room and locked the door. No, Boss Dai, calm down. Calm down. Inside the room, a high-pitched, effeminate male voice let out a terrified scream. Soon, the shouts turned into shrill screams. At the same time, there were also sounds of fierce fighting and the muffled thuds of fists hitting flesh. Clearly, a fierce battle has broken out. Chapter 109. The grand final begins. Martial soul fusion skill, enchanting charm. Still a crushing victory. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. The next day, the revival match between the Wuhan City team and the Xingluo Royal team was held as scheduled in the Wuhan City Great Battle City. In this battle of spirits, facing the Spirit Hall team, which had 3 Soul Kings, Huliena, Xie and Yan, Davies and Zhu Zuyun dared not be careless and immediately activated their spirit fusion skill, Netherworld White Tiger. Davis originally thought that with his cultivation reaching level 49 Soul Master and his fiancée Zhu Zuyun's cultivation reaching level 47 Soul Master, and possessing the martial soul fusion skill, Netherworld White Tiger, they would be able to achieve their goals. Even when facing the Spirit Hall team with 3 Soul Kings, it's not like they can't fight back. But this time, the Spirit Hall team finally used their trump card. Huliena and Xie unleashed their martial soul fusion skill, Enchantress. Both are dual-element martial soul fusion skills. Huliena and Xieyu's cultivation levels both surpassed Davis and Zhu Zuyun's, being a whole realm higher. Therefore, Davis and Zhu Zuyun were naturally no match for them. In the end, the Spirit Hall team emerged victorious and advanced to the final. On this day, in the large square in front of the Papal Palace, the final round of this year's All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament has begun as scheduled. The large square, which served as the competition venue, was surrounded by fences. Not far away, a platform was erected. Bibi Dong, Qian Runshui, and Ning Fengji all sat up there. Further away, there was a crowd of Soul Masters from the participating Soul Master teams who had come to watch the competition and had not yet left. As for the Soul Masters of Wuhan City, they are not allowed to climb the hill where the Papal Palace is located. Because there are simply too many Soul Masters in Wuhan City. Of course, the main reason was that Bibi Dong felt that the Spirit Hall team would lose. He didn't want the Soul Masters of Wuhan City to witness this shameful scene. Now, please welcome both teams to the arena. At the urging of a cardinal in a robe, who was acting as the host. With a smile on his face, Su Yi led the members of the Heavenly Dou royal team into the main square. On the other side, Xie, Huliena, and Yan led the members of the Spirit Hall team onto the main square. However, compared to the members of the Heavenly Dou royal team who seemed quite relaxed. On the Spirit Hall team's side, however, everyone looked grave. Su Yi, I lost to you in the last title defense match. But this time, I will use the soul fusion skill, Enchanting Charm, with Nana, and with the body of an Enchanting Charm, I will use the Full Moon skill again. It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious this time. After walking to the center of the main square, a friendly exchange session was held before the competition. To boost morale, Xie gritted his teeth and shouted at Su Yi. Upon hearing this, Su Yi chuckled, a playful expression on his face. Oh, then I look forward to your performance. After exchanging greetings, Su Yi, along with Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, and the rest of the Heavenly Dou royal team, retreated to the side. Xie, Huliena, and Yan also led the Spirit Hall team to retreat to the other side. The match begins. At this point, the host finally finished reading the competition rules and loudly announced, the competition begins. Fox Spirit, possess me. Flame Lord, possess me. Moonblade, go. In an instant, on the Spirit Hall team's side, Juliana, Yan, and Xiaoyu all summoned their spirits or entered spirit possession mode amidst loud shouts. The optimal configuration of the 4 and 5 spirit rings rose one after another from beneath his feet, encircling his entire body. Earth Dragon Ant, possess me. Azure Phosphorus Serpent, possess me. 7 Jeweled Glazed Tile Pagoda, emerge. On Su Yi's side, they also summoned their martial souls or entered the martial soul possession state, with spirit rings rising one after another. Although this is not the first time. But when they saw 7 soul rings rising one after another, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 1 red, below Su Yi's feet. Whether it was Bibi Dong, Qian Runshui, and Ning Fengji on the podium, or the Soul Master team members from the various participating teams watching from all sides, they couldn't help but feel shocked. At the same time, all sorts of envious and jealous glances were seen. Soul Fusion Skill, Enchantress. The pressure from Su Yi was simply too great. As soon as the match started, Xiaoyu and Juliana quickly approached each other and, with a loud shout, activated their martial soul fusion skill, Enchantress. In an instant, dazzling pink and silver light burst forth from Juliana and Xiaoyu's bodies respectively, transforming into a red pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The next moment, after the red beam of light exploded, a figure over 2 meters tall, with long, flowing red hair, wearing a golden fox face mask, a flat chest, and wielding 2 moon blades that were twice the size of their original size, appeared in the spot. It was impossible to tell whether the figure was male or female. Seeing this, a hint of curiosity and amusement flashed in Su Yi's eyes. This martial soul fusion skill is truly amazing. It might not be possible to tell from that netherworld white tiger. However, the demonic body formed by Juliana and Xiaoyu's martial soul fusion skill, Enchanting Demon, was clearly not much different in shape from Juliana and Xiaoyu themselves. How did Juliana and Xiaoyu come to exist within this bewitching body? Could it be that this martial soul fusion skill, Enchantress, contains a special space within its body, allowing Xiaoyu and Juliana to control this body from within? Just like the cockpit of a Gundam. Meanwhile, Su Yi was speculating in his mind. After transforming into a demonic form, a dense, mist-like red light suddenly emanated from the demonic body, enveloping half of the large plaza. This is an ability that comes with the martial soul fusion skill, Enchantress. This red light, like a red mist, possesses powerful abilities. As long as you are within the range of the red light, everyone's senses, including their soul power, will be suppressed by 50%. Even actions will be delayed by 50%. Therefore, after Xiaoyu and Juliana unleashed their martial soul fusion skill, Enchantress, Yan and the rest of the Spirit Hall team also retreated far to the side to avoid entering the red light's range. Yan, Lingling, and Zuqing, all of you step back. With a playful smile, Su Yi waved his hand, signaling Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, Zuqing, and the others to be pushed to the edge of the main square. He himself prepared to face the demons transformed from Xiaoyu and Juliana alone. Self-created soul skill, Full Moon. But after transforming into a bewitching form, controlling his demonic body, Xiaoyu roared angrily, once again swirling 2 even more exaggerated moon blades around his sides, before leaping into the air and spinning rapidly. In an instant, it transformed into a silvery white moon, its sharp blades cutting through the air with a series of low hums. The next moment, Xiaoyu, controlling the demonic body, unleashed a silver disc formed from the full moon, which suddenly roared down from the sky and rapidly slashed towards Su Yi. As they approached Shangsuya, centered on the bewitching body, the dense red light, like a red mist, quickly engulfed Su Yi. In response, the Spirit Hall team, Yan and the other members of the Spirit Hall team were filled with tension and trepidation. The Heavenly Do Royal Team, Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Zuqing and the other women, as well as Shimo and others, were all extremely confident. Even if 2 Soul Kings could unleash a soul fusion technique, defeating the Soul Emperor might still be possible. However, the possibility of defeating a Soul Saint is extremely slim. Not to mention, it's a monstrous Soul Saint like Su Yi who defies the heavens. After Su Yi was engulfed by the intense red light, everyone stared intently at the red light, which resembled a red mist, anticipating the outcome. Amidst screams of agony, Suddenly, a dense, mist-like red light shot out of the plaza and landed outside, enveloping the large group of Holy Emperor warriors guarding the area. Then, the red light quickly dissipated. On an open ground, Xie Yu and Juliana lay sprawled on the ground, both with expressions of pain on their faces. Clearly, Xie Yu and Juliana have lost. And in the square, in his Earth Dragon and martial soul form, Su Yi was shrouded in golden crystal armor. The armor plates and the dragon scales on his body shone with a brilliant golden light as he slowly retracted his outstretched fist. I thought you guys had some kind of surprise in store for me. Unexpectedly, it's no different from before. Su Yi shook his head, but spoke slowly. Chapter 110 Receiving the Reward, Luerlong finally gets her wish. Outside the square, when he heard Su Yi's words, lying on the ground, her pretty face pale and her body weak, Juliana felt all right. She wasn't surprised by the outcome. Xie Yu felt only immense grief, indignation, and humiliation. Ultimately, however, it can only turn into dejection and bitterness. After all, he was the one who made those bold statements first. Even when Xie Yu and Juliana unleashed their soul fusion skill, Enchantress, neither could defeat Su Yi. Yan and the other members of the Spirit Hall team continued fighting, but it was all in vain. Therefore, they reluctantly chose to admit defeat. Now I announce that the champion of this year's All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament is the Heaven Do Royal Team. After the Spirit Hall team conceded defeat, the Cardinal, who was hosting the event, wasn't very happy either, but he still forced a smile and announced the results of the competition while holding a megaphone. In an instant, the many Soul Master team members who had come to watch the match couldn't help but cheer and applaud. In the final competition, after the champion was determined, on the platform, Bibi Dong could only force a smile on her elegant and beautiful face as she stood up, holding the papal scepter. Next, please send someone from the Heavenly Do Royal Team to the stage to receive the award. As announced by the host. After stepping down from the stage, everyone naturally invited Su Yi to represent the Heavenly Do Royal Team and go on stage to accept the award. After all, everyone knows that the Heavenly Do Royal Team won the championship because Su Yi carried them single-handedly. They are all people who curry favor with powerful figures. Su Yi didn't stand on ceremony and swaggered forward to the podium, arriving in front of Bibi Dong. Su Yi, congratulations to your Tien Do Royal Team on winning the championship. Although he wished he could kill Su Yi immediately, but in front of countless people, Bibi Dong could only force a smile and praise Su Yi. Then, he tapped the ground with the papal scepter in his hand. Upon hearing the signal, a cardinal in a red robe, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth, came over. Bibi Dong lifted the red cloth on the tray. On the tray were 3 soul bones. One of them was a skull bone radiating a pale purple light. It was a skull bone imbued with wisdom. One of them was a left leg bone radiating a blue light. This was the left leg bone used for rapidly chasing the wind. There was also a right arm bone that emitted a crimson glow. This was the right arm bone of the exploding, burning flames. These 3 soul bones are your champion's reward. Take it. Bibi Dong glanced longingly at the 3 soul bones, gripped the papal scepter tightly in her right hand, and smiled at Su Yi, saying, "Your Holiness, then I shall accept your offer." Su Yi smiled at Bibi Dong and put the 3 soul bones into his storage soul tool. Then, he turned and strode away. After Su Yi left, Bibi Dong sat down again, her mature and beautiful face now cold, her heart burning with anger. "Damn kid, just you wait. I'll let you know that my soul bone, Bibi Dong's, is not so easy to obtain." After receiving the championship reward, Su Yi led the members of the Heaven Do Royal Team back to the Angel Wings Hotel amidst the envious gazes of the numerous Soul Master teams who had come to watch the match. After returning to the hotel, Lu Erlong couldn't wait any longer and found Su Yi, gritting his teeth and stubbornly insisting. "The Continental Elite Soul Master Academy Exchange Tournament has now concluded. Can you hand over the secret to Xiao Gang's martial soul evolution to me now?" "Don't worry, I, Su Yi, always keep my word." As someone who keeps his promises, Su Yi smiled knowingly. He took out a jade box from his storage soul tool. After it is turned on, inside, there was a plant with green stems and leaves, incredibly vibrant flowers, blood red in color, and stamens that looked like burning flames. "This is a 9-bend sunflower. You just need to give it to Yu Xiaogang to consume. His martial soul will naturally be able to evolve into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul. After successfully becoming Du Guyan's boyfriend and the grandson-in-law of the Du family. Because there are many immortal herbs and top-grade spiritual medicines in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Su Yi didn't recognize any of them. However, he knew Qian Runshui's true identity. Taking advantage of an opportunity, and in front of Qian Runshui, Su Yi expressed his desire for those books that recorded rare flowers, herbs, and medicinal plants. Then, from Qian Runshui, Su Yi obtained many ancient books that recorded various rare flowers, herbs, and medicinal plants. Among them are many rare and unique ancient books that are now extinct. In an ancient book, by sheer coincidence, Su Yi discovered a special top-grade spiritual herb recorded inside, the nine-bandyang flower, which could purify impurities within a martial soul and cause it to evolve. Coincidentally, there was one such herb at the ice and fire yin-yang eye. However, this nine-bend sunflower, although it possesses the effect of martial soul evolution, however, it has limitations and serious side effects. First of all, the woman cannot take it. Secondly, after the man took the nine-bend yang flower, all the yang energy in his body was burned away, leaving only yin energy, directly reversing yin and yang. Therefore, Su Yi never considered taking this spiritual herb himself or giving it to others. But if it were given to Yu Xiaogang, it would be very fitting. The nine-bend sunflower is effective at purifying impurities within a soul master's martial soul. In other words, it refers to the minority of those bloodlines. Coincidentally, Yu Xiaogang's martial soul, Luo Sanpao, possesses the bloodline of the golden sacred dragon. However, Yu Xiaogang's talent was too poor. Luo Sanpao possesses the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul, a degenerate form resulting from his unsuccessful attempt to evolve into the golden sacred dragon. Within its body, the bloodline of the golden holy dragon and Luo Sanpao forms must be the least significant. The most common bloodline belongs to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. Therefore, after consuming the nine-bend yang flower, Yu Xiaogang's martial soul, Luo Sanpao, will definitely only evolve into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. However, in the original novel, Yu Xiaogang consumed the 9th grade purple Ganoderma. Luo Sanpao evolved into the golden holy dragon. Evolving into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus rex is clearly a regression. Moreover, Yu Xiaogang will experience a reversal of yin and yang. This made Su Yi think about it and find it amusing, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang. Flanders liked Lu Erlong so much, yet he was willing to act as a matchmaker between you and Lu Erlong back then. What a wonderful brotherhood. Now that Lu Erlong has chosen to be my female slave. As a kind-hearted person, I can't just stand by and watch you remain single. I think it's good enough to let you and Flander be brothers for life. This herb can help Xiaogang's martial soul evolve into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. Upon hearing Su Yi's description of the nine-bend sunflower, Lu Erlong was immediately excited and snatched the jade box containing the nine-bend sunflower from Su Yi's hand. He held her in his arms, as if afraid that Su Yi would change her mind. Su Yi was speechless at this. Now, I have fulfilled my promise and will give you the thing that will allow Yu Xiaogang's martial soul to evolve. Tell me, how are you going to repay me now? Looking at Lu Erlong in front of him, Su Yi felt a little displeased and couldn't help but say indifferently. Lu Erlong had gotten used to it. After putting away the nine-bend sunflower into its storage soul tool, he let out a soft hum. He decided to accept the tiny reward from Su Yi. She just didn't believe it. Even the formidable Lu Erlong, a master of slaughter, couldn't defeat this Su Yi. Inside the room, Lu Erlong stood tall and knelt down directly in front of Su Yi. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly. A white cloud drifted by, just enough to block out the sunlight. On the other hand, after leaving Wuhan City, after 7 or 8 days of traveling day and night, Yu Xiaogang finally rode back to the Heavenly Do Imperial City and headed straight for the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Chapter 111. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, Yu Xiaogang shed tears on the spot. Master! Young Master! Young Master is back! Inside the Blue Lightning Overlord clan's mansion, an old servant shouted excitedly and rushed into the mansion, heading straight for the study. He knelt down outside the study and reported to Yu Yuanjun. Xiaogang is back. Upon learning that his youngest son, Yu Xiaogang, had returned, Yu Yuanjun was momentarily stunned, and also felt a surge of excitement. He couldn't help but stand up abruptly. Although Lu Erlong and Flander had brought Yu Xiaogang back once before, he asked his father to help him obtain the method of martial soul evolution from Su Yi, the grandson-in-law of Du Gubo. Unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. Later, due to previous conflicts and misunderstandings, almost 2 years have passed, and the youngest son, Yu Xiaogang, has not returned. This made Yu Yuanjun miss her very much. After all, most parents prefer their younger son. Yu Yuanjun and his wife were no exception. Yu Yuanjun felt somewhat indebted to his youngest son, Yu Xiaogang. Since the youngest son, Yu Xiaogang, awakened his innate half-level soul power and reorganized the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Luo Sanpao, whose Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul had degenerated to its lowest level. Within the sect, whether they were clansmen or disciples, everyone ostracized the youngest son, subjecting him to all sorts of ridicule and contempt. But after something was exposed, the exclusion, ridicule, and contempt have become even more intense. But his father, as the sect leader, was powerless to do anything about it. Admittedly, as the sect leader, he also had his own difficulties. But this still made Yu Yuanjun feel quite indebted. In particular, this time they failed to help Yu Xiaogang obtain the method for martial soul evolution from Su Yi. He knew this might be his only chance to mend his relationship with his youngest son. But it failed. Therefore, I learned that Yu Xiaogang had returned. Yu Yuanjun was very excited. After standing up, he said in a deep voice, "Xiaogang is back. Where is he? Take me to him." Led by the old servant, Yu Yuanjun left the study. Soon, they were in the living room. He saw his youngest son, Yu Xiaogang, sitting in a chair, wearing a black academic gown, with a buzz cut, a stiff face, and looking travel-worn. Beside him, his wife looked concerned and asked Yu Xiaogang if he was all right. "Xiaogang, you're back." Upon seeing Yu Xiaogang, Yu Yuanjun had 1,000 words to say. But after holding it in for a long time, he could only say one sentence, which was as simple as saying, "Drink more hot water." Yu Xiaogang's eyes also reddened, he clenched his fists, stood up, and said earnestly, "Father, I have come to seek your and my second uncle's help." "What's up? Need help?" Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjun immediately perked up, adopted a dignified demeanor, and asked, "Did anyone bully you?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang gave a few bitter laughs and said dejectedly, "Please call your second uncle over as well. I will explain it to you and my second uncle in detail later. This matter is also related to my second uncle." Despite some doubts, Yu Yuanjun still called Yu Luomian over. After Yu Luomian arrived in the living room, Yu Xiaogang sighed deeply, gave a bitter smile, and explained what had happened. He stated that before the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, in order to obtain the secret of how to prevent the twin martial souls from exploding for his disciple Tang San, he went to Wuhan City in advance to seek the answer from Bibi Dong. At Shrek Academy, after arriving in Wuhan City with the Soul Master team of the Heaven Do Empire, they joined the team. He went to meet up with the Shrek Academy students, only to learn that Lu Erlong had somehow ended up with Su Yi and become his slave girl. He guessed that Su Yi must have used some kind of coercion against Lu Erlong. He also hoped that his father, Yu Yuanjun, and his second uncle, Yu Luomian, could go with him to rescue his third sister, Lu Erlong. But after listening to Yu Xiaogang's words, Yu Yuanjun and Yu Luomian exchanged a glance. Neither of them showed any anger in their eyes, instead, they were both hesitant and uncertain. If it's something else, they certainly wouldn't ignore Yu Xiaogang's plea for help. Unfortunately, this matter involved Lu Erlong. As for the matter between Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang, whether it was Yu Yuanjun or Yu Luomian, it was quite a headache. After all, Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang are cousins within 3 generations. However, Lu Erlong remained devoted to Yu Xiaogang, even though she waited for him for 20 years. They were both extremely worried. What if Yu Xiaogang is suddenly moved one day? She really got together with Lu Erlong. If this gets out, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan will become a laughingstock. Although the reason is unknown. But since Lu Erlong had made that choice, she stayed with Su Yi and became his slave. Although this matter doesn't sound very pleasant, but as long as the problems of Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang can be solved, they can all accept it. even if they have to hold their noses. In response, Yu Luomian remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Xiao Gang, I understand your concern for your cousin Erlong. First, Yu Luomian subtly revealed the identities of Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. Then, Yu Luomian continued. But then, you said you went to Wuhan City ahead of time and didn't spend time with your cousin Erlong during that time. All of this is just the one-sided story of your sworn brother Flander. It's not impossible that your cousin might fall in love with Su Yi and be willing to become his maid. After all, love is a very unpredictable thing. That's why I suggest it. Let's not rush to conclusions about this matter, let's wait and see. When I return after the Two Dragons tournament, I will personally ask what exactly happened. Yu Luomian's words can be summed up in one word, delay. As a man, Yu Luomian was very clear about this. Men's possessiveness is extremely strong. Right now, Yu Xiaogang's feelings for Lu Erlong probably still prevail. Therefore, the possessiveness has not yet manifested. But as long as his daughter Lu Erlong continued to stay by Su Yi's side and acted extremely intimately, my nephew, Yu Xiaogang, will definitely start to feel uncomfortable and have all sorts of wild thoughts. He will no longer accept his relationship with his daughter, Lu Erlong. That would be perfect. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjun sighed inwardly and chose to agree with his second brother, Yu Luomian. Xiaogang, your second uncle is right. You don't know the whole story either, so let's wait and see. However, Yu Xiaogang immediately clenched his fists, his eyes turned red, he was panting heavily, and he said angrily. Father, second uncle, I know what you're really thinking. You just don't want to see me with Erlong. For this reason, you would rather watch Erlong fall into the fire pit and be humiliated than save her. I really misjudged you. After standing on the moral high ground and vehemently criticizing Yu Yuanjun and Yu Luomian, he took advantage of the opposition from his father, Yu Yuanjun, and his second uncle, Yu Luomian. Yu Xiaogang immediately washed himself clean, and after showing a look of grief and sorrow, he burst into tears and turned to leave. Xiaogang, Yu Yuanjun's wife was extremely anxious and even tried to stop Yu Xiaogang from staying. Unfortunately, Yu Yuanjun called out to him. Ah Ling, stop chasing. There's no other way, this is the only thing we can do. Yu Yuanjun sighed deeply, smiled bitterly, and said helplessly. But neither Yu Yuanjun nor Yu Luomian knew this. All of this was actually deliberately designed by Master Yu. Their reaction was exactly what I, Master Yu, expected. All I can say is, this is the astonishing wisdom and eloquence of Master Yu. Chapter 112 Return to Tiando, the Golden Iron Triangle reunites. On the other side, in Wuhan City. With the conclusion of the final round of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament. After receiving the champion's prize, Su Yi then prepared to once again ride in the specially provided super-large luxury carriage, together with Qian Runshui, Ning Fengji, and Sword Douluo, escorted by the royal knights, back to the Heaven Do Imperial City. Regarding the champion's prize, neither the graphite and the stone mill, nor Yufeng and Oslo, made any demands. Because they all know that, in this year's All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, they became the champion team entirely by relying on Su Yi's coattails. I didn't contribute much myself. How could they possibly ask for the precious 10,000-year-old soul bone? Anyway, according to the reward policy given by Emperor Shui at the end of the qualifiers. After returning to the Heavenly Do Imperial City, as long as they are willing to accept, they can become powerful viscounts with fiefs and become nobles of the Heavenly Do Empire. This is a huge profit. Xiaoyi, congratulations. As we left the hill where the papal palace was located, at the foot of the hill, Ning Fengji, along with Sword Douluo and Qian Runshui, were waiting here. When Ning Fengji saw Su Yi arrive with the members of the Heavenly Do royal team, a gentle smile appeared on his refined face as he offered his congratulations. Dad, Grandpa Jian. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was also overjoyed and ran straight into Ning Fengji's arms. Congratulations, Mr. Su Yi. Thank you for leading the royal team to victory in the grand tournament for our Heavenly Do Empire. Once we return to the capital, I will ask my father to personally bestow upon you the title of Earl. Beside her, Qian Runshui also spoke with a smile. At the closing ceremony after the qualifiers, Emperor Shui once said that he would Grant the captains of the various Soul Master teams that qualified from the preliminary rounds the title of Viscount. The other members all held the title of Baron. If you win the championship, your title will be increased by 1 rank. Therefore, as the captain of the Heaven Do royal team, Su Yi was able to obtain the title of Earl. The rest of the people were able to obtain the title of Viscount. Su Yi smiled slightly and replied modestly, I owe my victory in leading the royal team to the championship to the training provided by the Royal Academy. They had already packed their things before coming to the final competition. Therefore, after leaving the hill where the Papal Palace is located, instead of returning to the hotel, the group went directly to the outskirts of Wuhan City, boarded a specially made, luxurious, super-large carriage, and, escorted by the royal knights, set off to return to Tiando Imperial City. However, although Bibi Dong harbored deep hatred for Su Yi, orders have already been issued for Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo to assassinate Su Yi, force him to reveal the secret of his martial soul evolution, and retrieve the 3 champion soul bones. But now, the competition has just ended. Don't say that Su Yi returned to the Heaven Do Imperial City with Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo, making it difficult to make a move. Even if it's easy to start, making a move now would be too obvious. Therefore, Bibi Dong did not allow Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo to make a move immediately. Instead, they planned to lie low for a while. It's not too late to make a move once the buzz about the competition has died down. Then, the luxury convoy encountered no problems on its way back from Wuhan City. They returned to the Heavenly Do Imperial City without any problems. At the same time, they brought back news that the Heaven Do royal team had won the championship of this year's All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament. When I learned of this information, the entire Heavenly Do Imperial City was immersed in an ocean of celebration and joy. Inside the palace, Emperor Shui stroked his snow-white beard and laughed heartily. Great, that's wonderful. After so many years, our Heavenly Do Empire has finally won the championship again. Su Yi is indeed an unparalleled genius. Qing, you recruited Su Yi, you did a great job, you really have a good eye for talent. Emperor Shui looked at Qian Runshui with satisfaction and praise in his eyes. Once Su Yi grows up, our Heaven Do royal family will finally have an unparalleled title Douluo. Thinking of the future, Su Yi became a title Douluo. On the mainland, no force dared to underestimate the Heavenly Struggle royal family anymore. Emperor Shui couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. 3 days from now, I, the Emperor, will personally bestow titles upon Su Yi and the other members of the Heavenly Do royal team. Formerly Blue Overlord Academy, currently located within Shrek Academy. They rode together in a luxurious, extra-large carriage back to the Heavenly Do Imperial City. Flander, along with Zhao Wuji, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others, headed towards Shrek Academy. I wonder how Xiaogang is doing. On the way, Flander couldn't help but feel uneasy. After returning to Shrek Academy, before Flander even entered the dean's office, he could smell a strong odor of alcohol. After pushing open the office door, inside the office, Yu Xiaogang was sitting at a table, drinking large gulps of wine. His face was flushed and he was drunk, his expression full of pain and sorrow. Xiaogang, this was something Flanders could hardly believe. Because my second brother, Yu Xiaogang, clearly doesn't like to drink. In an instant, Flanders sensed something was wrong. Xiaogang, what's wrong? How did you get so drunk? Flanders immediately panicked, stepped forward, snatched the wine glass from Yu Xiaogang's hand, and pushed away the wine in front of him. Flander. In response, Yu Xiaogang delivered a superb performance, displaying extreme pain with tears streaming down his face and choking back sobs. I'm sorry, I'll go back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect and ask my father and second uncle for help. I hope they can help rescue Erlong from Nana Suya's clutches. But you know, neither my father nor my second uncle wants to see Erlong with me. Therefore, they may feel that this is actually an opportunity to prevent me from being with Erlong. So they simply don't want to help us. No, how could this be? Upon hearing this, Flander felt a sharp pang of heartache. His long, narrow face and eyes instantly turned red. Overwhelmed with pain and sorrow, he took a few steps back and cried out. Thinking of his beloved Erlong, he couldn't bear to say a harsh word to her. Now, however, she is by that damned Su Yi's side, serving as a slave, a beast of burden, and bowing down to him. Every day, I'm afraid I'll be kicked by someone who stands up. This caused Flander immense pain. But just then, suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the office. Immediately afterwards, a familiar voice filled with anxiety rang out. Xiao Gang, Boss Fu, what's wrong with you two? Upon hearing the sound, Yu Xiaogang and Flander were startled and turned sharply to look at the door. Lu Erlong, dressed in a black and white maid's dress, tall and voluptuous with long black hair, and possessing a mature and beautiful appearance with a touch of heroism, stood at the door. Two dragons. X2. Upon discovering that it was Lu Erlong who had returned, Yu Xiaogang and Flander couldn't help but show expressions of excitement. Flanders, in particular, wept with joy. Third sister, you're finally back. Could it be that His Majesty Thunder Douluo went to find Su Yi again? Did you let Su Yi let you leave? Chapter 113. Flanders was furious, but unfortunately, a sycophant only deserves to be a roadside companion. Uncle. Regarding Flanders' words, Lu Erlong was a little confused and didn't know what it meant. Because in Wuhan City, I had never met Yu Xiaogang. Lu Erlong was unaware that Yu Xiaogang had left Wuhan City ahead of schedule, intending to return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect to seek help. Upon seeing Lu Erlong's reaction, Flanders' heart skipped a beat. Surprisingly, it wasn't Thunder Douluo who went to find Su Yi. Did that damn Su Yi let Erlong leave? Brother Fu, Uncle didn't come looking for the master, Su Yi, I came back on my own. Lu Erlong shook his head and said. After speaking, she looked at Yu Xiaogang, and a hint of excitement and guilt flashed across her beautiful face, which was both heroic and stunningly beautiful. Xiaogang, I'm sorry. It was all because I was too impulsive that I got you into trouble, Xiaogang, and your reputation as a master of martial spirit theory was almost ruined. But now, I've finally found a way for you to evolve Sanpao. Through this method, you should be able to regain your reputation. It even proved himself. Lu Erlong was extremely excited and took out a jade box from his storage soul tool. After it is turned on, it showed the 9-bend sunflower that was placed inside. It was a success. I finally succeeded. Hearing Lu Erlong's words and seeing the 9-bend sunflower, Yu Xiaogang's eyes immediately reddened, and he was filled with excitement and joy. In order to obtain the opportunity for martial soul evolution from Su Yi, he gave and sacrificed so much. He even went so far as to sacrifice Lu Erlong, the woman who rightfully belonged to him. The goal is to obtain the secret of martial soul evolution. And now, it has indeed succeeded. If I consume this herb, will my martial soul evolve into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? Two dragons. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang fixed his gaze on the 9-bend sunflower. An excited heart, trembling hands. It was completely uncontrollable. Flanders was struck dumb, as if he had just realized something, and his heart was filled with unbearable pain. With trembling hands, he pointed at Lu Erlong and wept. Erlong, the reason you're with Su Yi is. Could it be that they wanted to get the method for Xiaogang to evolve his martial soul from Su Yi? You shouldn't do this. They discovered that the goddess Lu Erlong was willing to sacrifice herself for her younger brother Yu Xiaogang. Go and become a slave or servant to Su Yi, to be his ox or horse, and to bow down and submit to him. He stood up and kicked. Flanders felt heartbroken and devastated. Why does Erlong always only care about Xiaogang, but never about me? Am I, Flanders, really that bad? Does that mean I, Flander, am nothing compared to Yu Xiaogang? Two dragons. Although I was very excited and thrilled, I wanted to laugh out loud 3 times. But then he heard what Flanders said. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were also red, and he put on a heartbroken look, clutching his chest tightly with his right hand. As if unable to accept it, she staggered back several steps, choking out with sorrow and heartache. Erlong, you shouldn't have sacrificed yourself like this for me. The title of Master of Martial Soul Theory is just a title. Actually, I don't care at all. Compared to you, what does the title of Martial Soul Theory Master even mean? Xiaogang. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Lu Erlong felt incredibly sweet and moved. I just feel like I've sacrificed so much. Before Su Yi, it would all be worth it to be treated like a slave, to compromise and endure humiliation. Xiaogang, these were my own choices, and it's my fault that you've ruined your reputation. If I can't help you win her back, I'll feel worse than if I were dead. Lu Erlong said with a mixture of guilt and excitement. I just hope you can understand the sacrifices I've made. Moreover, Su Yi is very domineering and unreasonable. In order to obtain this opportunity for the evolution of my martial soul, I have already agreed to be his slave, serve him like a beast of burden, and submit to him. I cannot come back now and must fulfill this contract for the rest of my life. From now on, I can only continue to be his maid. No, near you. Before Yu Shaogang could respond, Flander glared with bloodshot eyes, roared angrily and sorrowfully, and clenched his fists. I won't accept it. Su Yi has already humiliated you for so long during the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament. Erlong, you have already given so much. Why should he still want Erlong? You'll be doing this your whole life. Yu Shaogang, standing to the side, was speechless. Flanders, you really have no taste. Do you know how precious the opportunity for a martial soul to evolve is? Erlong was nothing more than a soul saint. There was such an opportunity, given Su Yi's talent and strength. They could probably all gain the allegiance of a titled douluo. As for Lu Erlong, she will need to continue to serve Su Yi as a slave, a servant, and a beast of burden. Yu Shaogang must still feel somewhat uncomfortable. But considering that she and Lu Erlong were cousins within 3 generations, they were destined not to be together. They are even less allowed to get married and have children. Yu Shaogang immediately felt relieved. As long as Erlong's heart is here, she'll give birth to Su Yi's child. Don't the children also have a share? One inherited the bloodline of their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, as well as the bloodline of Su Yi's Earth Dragon aunt. A child like this is sure to be incredibly successful in the future. As for Flanders, even though Yu Shaogang knew that he and Lu Erlong could not be together. But I never thought of helping Flander and Lu Erlong get together. The reason is simple. Flanders was really ugly, with a long face and a hooked nose. The 4-eyed cat owl martial soul can only be considered a high-level martial soul at best. In Yu Shaogang's opinion, it was really just average, even though he planned to have Lu Erlong have a child through artificial insemination. Flander was also completely out of the running for sperm donation. Boss Fu, thank you for your concern. But Su Yi not only has the poison douluo behind him, but he is also a monstrous talent at the Soul Saint level at the age of 23, and his strength far exceeds his cultivation level. In the future, he may be able to reach the level of a top-tier title douluo. We are no match for them now, so what can we do? Seeing that Flander was very agitated and angry, Lu Erlong couldn't help but smile bitterly and said. Because he knew Flanders liked him. Lu Erlong was not surprised by Flanders' reaction. Unfortunately, Lu Erlong had already gotten used to and accepted being Su Yi's female slave. They're starting to develop Stockholm Syndrome. Although in her heart, she comforted herself that it was for the safety of her beloved Shaogang. But in reality, Lu Erlong knew very well why. All I can say is that she was a female writer in a past life. The analysis of women is absolutely correct. Moreover, those sycophants and green-haired turtles are only fit to push from behind. Why is there no way out? Flander stared at Lu Erlong with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth, utterly unwilling to accept her bitterness. Soon, a solution was found. Erlong, you are also a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. It also represents the dignity of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Su Yi made you his maid and enslaved you for life. This is an insult to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. As long as we go back and sue Thunder Douluo and Vice Sect Master Jade Douluo, they definitely won't stand idly by. However, both Yu Shaogang and Lu Erlong understood this. This will never lead to anything. Because Su Yi has powerful backers and immense potential. Moreover, their relationship was not permitted by Yu Yuanjun and Yu Luomian at all. However, in order to make Flander give up, Lu Erlong did not refuse, but simply said, Boss, you're right, let Shaogang take this 9-Ben sunflower first, and let Sanpao evolve into Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. After that, we'll return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Chapter 114 Yu Shaogang's martial soul finally evolves, but at a price. Shrek Academy, Dean's office. Regarding Lu Erlong's suggestion, Flanders felt that there was some truth to that. Shaogang, you should first consume this 9-Ben sunflower to allow the 3 cannons martial soul to evolve. Then let's go back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Good. Yu Shaogang nodded. He sat cross-legged on the office floor, his heart pounding with excitement and trepidation, and accepted the 9-Ben sunflower from Lu Erlong. Following Lu Erlong's instructions, he absorbed the essence of the nine-bend sunflower into his stomach. Close your eyes and begin meditating and refining. Suddenly, a dazzling red light burst forth from Yu Xiaoging's body, illuminating the entire office. Under the medicinal power of the nine-bend sunflower. Behind Yu Xiaoging, the martial spirit Luo Sanpao suddenly appeared, emitting a series of luo luo sounds. 2 yellow spirit rings immediately rose up beneath him. And under the watchful eyes of Flander and Lu Erlong. As the medicinal properties of the nine-bend sunflower began to take effect. Yu Xiaoging and Luo Sanpao behind him both felt as if their entire bodies were on fire. Yu Xiaoging's work surface turned bright red, resembling a cooked shrimp. He let out a muffled groan, his face contorted in pain, and collapsed to the ground. Xiaogang. Seeing this, Lu Erlong became extremely anxious, her beautiful eyes immediately reddening with worry. Damn it. Did that Su Yi lie to you, Erlong? Could what he gave Xiaoging actually be a poisonous plant? Flanders said angrily and resentfully. That's impossible. But when he heard Flanders insult Su Yi, for some reason, Lu Erlong suddenly felt very unhappy and couldn't help but retort. Then, I suddenly realized that I had overreacted. Lu Erlong blushed and quickly took a deep breath before explaining. I've spent some time with Su Yi, and I can tell that he is a very proud person. Who would never stoop to lying. Moreover, my uncle is a titled douluo and the sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Su Yi is very smart, he would never do anything underhanded to offend his uncle and our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. The evolution of a martial soul is inherently a very difficult and rare thing. A complete transformation is not so easy. Perhaps these are all normal phenomena. After explaining, Lu Erlong continued to look at Yu Xiaoging with a gaze full of worry and concern. Flander felt a sudden pang of pain in his heart. I realized I had become a clown. How does it fit into Erlong's heart? He felt that his status was even lower than that of Su Yi. However, thanks to Lu Erlong's explanation, there was no problem. As a sycophant, Flander quickly succeeded in deceiving himself. Erlong is right, I must have been overthinking it. I am Da Long's sworn brother. Erlong even gave me the name Blue Tyrant Academy, and I renamed it Shrek Academy. With feelings like this, why should I overthink things? Under the baptism of the medicinal power of the nine-bend sunflower. Behind Yu Xiaoging, Luo Sanpao was also lying on the ground, making painful, luo luo cries. Its body began to grow larger and larger. Blue dragon scales grew between the large patches of purple fur and the white fur on its belly. 2 bulges appeared on its back and the top of its head. From his pig-like appearance, Luo Sanpao quickly transformed into the rudimentary form of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul. This made Lu Erlong and Flander very excited and happy for Yu Xiaoging. However, it wasn't just Luo Sanpao. Under the medicinal baptism of the nine-bend sunflower, because all the yang energy in the body was gradually burned away, Yu Xiaoging's appearance also began to change. The skin on her body became increasingly white and delicate. The stubble on that stiff face began to fade gradually, making it look like a peeled egg. His hair started to grow longer, and his chest became more and more upright. A complete transformation has occurred within the body. Before we knew it, Yu Xiaoging's appearance underwent a dramatic change, becoming incredibly feminine and effeminate. Although Yu Xiaoging is not considered handsome now, but when he was young, Yu Xiaoging was undeniably handsome. And after the skin becomes fair and delicate, regaining its youthful appearance. As the saying goes, fair skin covers 100 flaws. This instantly elevated Yu Xiaoging's appearance by several notches. Upon seeing the transformed Yu Xiaoging, Flander and Lu Erlong were both speechless, utterly astonished and incredulous. Xiaogang, what happened to him? However, looking at the transformed Yu Xiaoging, Flander inexplicably had a thought. Xiaogang looks even better now than Xiao Chunhong, the top courtesan I saw at Chunfeng Tower when I first took Hongjun to get rid of his evil fire. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Flanders felt a chill run down his spine. Tui, how could I have thought of such a thing? Xiaoging is my brother, he's a man. After the martial soul Luo Sanpao successfully evolved into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The intense pain caused by the burning yang energy caused Yu Xiaoging, who had collapsed to the ground unconscious, slowly opened his eyes, clutched his aching head, and stood up. A breakthrough has been achieved. I've broken through level 30. He sensed that the bottleneck of being a level 30 quasi-soul master, which had trapped him for many years, had finally been broken. Yu Xiaogang was so excited that he jumped up and laughed loudly. But when I turned my head to look, when he discovered that Luo Sanpao behind him had also transformed into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. This is a wonderful result. This brought tears to Yu Xiaogang's eyes, and he was so surprised that he almost cried, choking back sobs. He had never felt such a wonderful sensation before. It's like being reborn, etc. But the excitement and surprise hadn't ended yet. Yu Xiaogang suddenly realized, why did my voice sound a little off just now? What am I doing? He said a few more words. She discovered that her voice had become extremely soft and feminine. Then I noticed that her hands had also become slender and fair. Yu Xiaogang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and was so terrified that he couldn't help but scream. No, no, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Give me a mirror, give me a mirror. Xiaogang, here you go. Lu Erlong was immediately anxious and quickly took out a makeup mirror and handed it to Yu Xiaogang. He hurriedly took the mirror and looked at himself. When I saw myself in the mirror, Yu Xiaogang felt as if the sky had fallen when he saw that face, a woman with ear-length black hair, fair and delicate skin, pretty and delicate features, and a gentle, literary and melancholic air. No, after letting out a mournful cry like the lament of a cuckoo crying blood. Yu Xiaogang's body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. All I could see was darkness, and my heart was filled with despair and pain. Why? How so? Clearly, his cultivation had broken through level 30, and his martial soul had finally evolved into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex after much difficulty. This is all a good thing. But why did I suddenly turn into a woman? Is this really me? Is this the price that must be paid for the evolution of a martial soul? Chapter 115 sues the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect, Yu Yuanjun gets a baby-giving package. Xiaogang, seeing that Yu Xiaogang seemed unable to withstand the blow, he collapsed to the ground with a sob as loud as a cuckoo's cry. Lu Erlong was extremely anxious and quickly stepped forward to help Yu Xiaogang up. I'm sorry, Xiaogang, I didn't expect that the 9-bend sunflower that Su Yi gave me, although it can evolve a martial soul, would have such a side effect. Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes filled with tears, and she felt deeply guilty. 9-bend sunflower, sun, haha. Upon hearing this name, Yu Xiaogang finally understood everything. His effeminate, stiff face was contorted with grotesque expressions, and he couldn't help but let out a few bitter laughs. I was filled with immense sorrow. Although his long-cherished wish was fulfilled, he was still saddened by the fact that he had paid the price of having his life reversed. From then on, I lost the most important thing. Yu Xiaogang felt a surge of overwhelming anger and hatred, almost bursting forth, and his heart was roaring wildly. Damn Su Yi, you dared to plot against me like this. I will not let you get away with this. Erlong, this is none of your business. He forcefully suppressed the anger and hatred in his heart. Yu Xiaogang forced a smile onto his effeminate face as he offered words of comfort. Without you, my long-cherished wish to evolve Sanpao would probably never have been fulfilled. But, at this point, Yu Xiaogang could no longer conceal the anger, hatred, and twisted emotions on his face. But Su Yi actually dared to harm me like this, making me lose my identity as a man forever. There is no greater shame in life than this. I will not let this go. I must go back and get justice for me from my father. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were bloodshot, he was panting heavily, his fists were clenched, and he was roaring wildly and desperately. Xiaogang, no, Yu Xiaogang lost his identity as a man, although Lu Erlong felt very guilty and sad. But deep down, for some reason, I felt a strange sense of relief. Now, upon hearing that Yu Xiaogang was going back to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect to seek justice from his uncle Yu Yuanjun, he realized that Yu Xiaogang was going to return to the sect. Lu Erlong's heart tightened immediately, and he hurriedly called out. Upon hearing this shout, Yu Xiaogang's frenzied expression instantly froze on his face. His neck turned mechanically, and his eyes looked at Lu Erlong. It seemed unbelievable that Lu Erlong would say such things. Lu Erlong was momentarily flustered by this. I don't understand why I acted like that just now. Faced with Yu Xiaogang's deep and suspicious gaze, Lu Erlong hurriedly made up an excuse. That, Su Yi also has a title douluo behind him, namely the poison douluo. Moreover, although Su Yi made you lose your manhood, Xiao Gang, your martial soul has successfully evolved into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. If Su Yi insists on saying that he was unaware of this side effect, then he is unaware of it. There's nothing my uncle can do about it. Uncle wouldn't do anything to Su Yi under the protection of poison douluo. Yu Xiaoging's face was somewhat gloomy, his heart filled with both pain and resentment. You slut, you slut. Although his abilities and talents are only average, his talent for cultivation is absolutely terrible. However, when it comes to romance, Yu Xiaoging is a master. He immediately realized that Lu Erlong had been intentionally protecting Su Yi. This made Yu Xiaoging absolutely furious. That's right, Lu Erlong was indeed deliberately guided and manipulated by him to submit to Su Yi in exchange for the method of martial soul evolution. But in Yu Xiaoging's view, even so, Lu Erlong was still his concubine. Su Yi can get Lu Erlong's man, but Lu Erlong's heart could only belong to Yu Xiaoging. However, at this moment, he sensed that Lu Erlong was actually protecting Su Yi. Yu Xiaoging suddenly felt as if a green grassland had grown on his head. Tears of grief, indignation, humiliation, and pain welled up inside me. However, I remembered that Lu Erlong was still useful. Yu Xiaoging stared with bloodshot eyes, but still gritted his teeth and swallowed it down. The truth about Lu Erlong's inner thoughts was not revealed. No matter what, I have to tell my father. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. Yu Xiaoging's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched, and he spoke through gritted teeth. Seeing Yu Xiaoging's expression, Lu Erlong, feeling guilty, did not object anymore. Then, Yu Xiaoging, Lu Erlong, and Flander immediately set off, preparing to leave Shrek Academy and head to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. At Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and others were taking a walk in the academy, chatting about their future plans. They discovered that Flanders and Lu Erlong were walking quickly with a woman who was wearing the same academic gown as the master, was quite beautiful, and had a melancholic air like a literary girl, as if they were about to go out. Dai Mubai was stunned for a moment, then pointed. Look, who are those people next to Dean Flander and Dean Lu Erlong? She looks like she's wearing a master's robes. Tisk tisk tisk. She's not particularly beautiful, but her melancholic and aloof aura is truly captivating. Dai Mubai clicked his tongue in amazement. When Dean Flander and Dean Lu Erlong return, I must ask them to introduce me to them. I wonder if she's related to Dean Lu Erlong. However, looking into the distance, one could see a woman walking with Flander and Lu Erlong. Tang San couldn't help but frown, sensing something familiar. The residence of the Blue Lightning Overlord clan's leader. Sect Master. Sect Master. Young Master is back. Outside the study, amidst a flurry of hurried footsteps, an old servant, panting and with undisguised shock on his face, quickly knelt down, clasped his hands, and loudly reported. Xiao Gang is back. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjun immediately stood up and quickly walked towards the door. Where is Xiaogang? Young master, he's in the main hall. However, please don't be too surprised by the young master's condition later, sect master. Besides the young master, Miss Erlong and the young master's sworn brother Flander have also come. Looking at the sect leader Yu Yuanjun in front of him, the old servant couldn't help but have a complicated and strange expression and stammered. Erlong is back. Yu Yuanjun was stunned for a moment. Didn't Erlong say he was by Su Yi's side? Could it be that Xiao Gang used the prestige of their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan to get Su Yi to release Erlong? I was filled with doubt. Yu Yuanjun quickly left the study and headed to the main hall. At the entrance of the lobby, Yu Yuanjun saw Lu Erlong and Flander. At this moment, the wife was sitting next to a woman who was wearing the same graduation gown as her son Yu Xiaogang, and who was quite beautiful with a melancholy and sad temperament. Her beautiful eyes were red, and she was choking with heartache. Although Yu Xiaogang's attire remained unchanged, but as a normal person, Yu Yuanjun never imagined that a woman would be his son, Yu Xiaogang. Even though they wear the same clothes, their temperament is quite similar. After entering the hall, upon discovering that he could not find his son, Yu Xiaogang, Yu Yuanjun was puzzled and frowned as he asked, "Where's Xiaogang?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's eyes immediately reddened. He stood up abruptly, knelt down in front of Yu Yuanjun, and burst into tears. "Father, I am Xiaogang. I've been assassinated. You must avenge me. What? When he heard the woman in front of him, who bore a striking resemblance to his son Yu Xiaogang, claim that she was indeed his son, Yu Xiaogang, he was shocked. Yu Yuanzhan's vision went black. For a moment, and his head was buzzing. He simply couldn't believe it. My body moved involuntarily, and I took a few steps back, almost losing my balance. No, you must be kidding. Yu Yuanzhan truly longed for both a son and a daughter. I really want to have a daughter after having 2 sons. But he never thought of that. This is how one has children. Chapter 116 Jade Crown. Isn't it normal to pay a price for the evolution of a martial soul? Yu Xiaogang. He saw a woman in front of him who looked exactly like his son, but had a feminine face. Yu Yuanzhan struggled to stay upright, his head buzzing, and he was becoming incoherent. Xiaogang, what's wrong with you? After taking a few deep breaths, it took him a long time to recover. With red eyes, Yu Yuanzhan hurriedly asked, how could it have turned out like this? Father. Yu Xiaogang was filled with grief and indignation, and choked with sobs as he recounted his story. It's all that damn Su Yi's fault. Erlong reluctantly stayed by Su Yi's side. Actually, it was all to help me obtain the method that would allow my martial soul to evolve from Su Yi. Su Yi lied to you. He actually had a method to help my martial soul evolve. But who knew that although Su Yi gave Erlong a spiritual herb that could help my martial soul evolve, it was called the 9-bend sun-leaving flower. This 9-bend sunflower has serious side effects. After consuming this 9-bend sunflower, my martial soul has indeed evolved into the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. But this 9-bend sunflower has caused me to lose my identity as a man, turning my yin and yang upside down. Father, you must seek justice for me. It's over. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Yu Yuanzhan felt his vision go black and his heart filled with inexplicable sorrow. He really did achieve the feat of having children. For a moment, Yu Yuanzhan was filled with mixed feelings and didn't know what to say. Despite his immense anger, he wanted to seek justice for his son, Yu Xiaogang. But now, with the various Soul Master teams that participated returning to the Heaven Do Imperial City, Yu Yuanzhan already knows about it. Su Yi is a soul saint at the age of 23, and his strength far exceeds his cultivation level. He is simply an incomparably monstrous and heaven-defying genius. Because Ning Rongrong is also in the Heaven Do royal team, her martial soul seems to have evolved as well. Now, it has been learned that Su Yi gave Lu Erlong a spiritual herb, which also allowed his son Yu Xiaogang's martial soul to evolve. Although there are serious side effects, even so, a martial soul evolution is still a martial soul evolution. Yu Yuanzhan felt that Su Yi might have helped Ning Rongrong with her martial soul evolution. There is such a relationship. In addition, there's Su Yi's extraordinary talent. Based on Yu Yuanzhan's understanding of Ning Fengji, Yu Yuanzhan was certain that Ning Fengji had definitely begun investing in and befriending Su Yi. Ning Fengji's favorite thing is investing. Su Yi's talent is clearly more terrifying than that of sword douluo and bone douluo. Ning Fengji would never miss the opportunity to invest in and befriend Su Yi. Moreover, behind Su Yi is the poison douluo dugu bow. Now, if he were to seek justice from Su Yi for the sake of his son, Yu Xiaogang, he absolutely had to face both poison douluo dugu bow and the 7 treasure glazed tile school's protection of Su Yi. Yu Yuanzhan knew this. There could be no other outcome than offending Su Yi. Moreover, it will only be in vain. This left Yu Yuanzhan with very mixed feelings. As a father, he naturally wanted to avenge his son. However, as the sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan and the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Yuanzhan's rationality told him that he absolutely could not go and avenge his son, Yu Xiaogang. That would inevitably fail and would also bring a great enemy to the Blue Lightning Overlord clan. Xiaogang, I'm so sorry. After weighing the options and struggling with the decision for a long time, Yu Yuanzhan decided to give up on avenging his son, Yu Xiaogang. However, because of the previous request to rescue Lu Erlong, he has already rejected his son once. He felt somewhat guilty about this. Now, if we refuse again, he really couldn't bear to do it. But soon, Yu Yuanzhan came up with a solution. Xiaogang, how dare Su Yi try to harm you like this? Father will not let him get away with this. Yu Yuanzhan glared with bloodshot eyes and roared angrily. But then Yu Yuanzhan changed the subject. Behind Su Yi is also the poison douluo dugu bow. If I want to seek justice for you, I must have sufficient reasons. Besides the fact that he caused you to lose your manhood, I also need to use the fact that he hurt Erlong as one of the reasons. This still needs to be discussed with your second uncle. Yu Yuanjun made various excuses to bring Yu Luomian along as well, so that he could express his opinion. This was because my heart was filled with hatred and anger. Yu Shaogang didn't think too much about it and agreed. Not long after, Yu Luomian, dressed in a gorgeous gown, arrived at the scene. Upon learning of the situation, his nephew, Yu Shaogang, realized he had lost his identity as a man and was now in a state of mental and physical instability. Compared to Yu Yuanjun, Yu Luomian felt little anger, but rather great joy. That's wonderful. Erlong will no longer be harmed. Although she was born out of wedlock. But illegitimate daughters also have value. In Yu Luomian's view, Lu Erlong's greatest value was in facilitating marriage alliances. For the Blue Lightning Overlord clan, to gather allies for his lineage. However, because of Lu Erlong, he remained infatuated with his good-for-nothing nephew, Yu Shaogang. They had no desire to even approach the promising young talents recommended by Yu Luomian. This infuriated Yu Luomian. Deep down, she was filled with fear and worry. What had really happened between Lu Erlong and Yu Shaogang? To make oneself the Blue Lightning Overlord sect is the biggest joke. This made the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan a laughingstock in the entire Soul Master world. Therefore, upon learning that Lu Erlong had become Su Yi's maid, serving him like a slave and submitting to his will, Su Yi was astounded. Yu Luomian was mostly happy. Especially now, having learned of Su Yi's extraordinary and monstrous abilities. Even her daughter, Lu Erlong, was merely Su Yi's maid. This relationship may exist. In the future, when Su Yi grows up, his lineage has essentially gained an incredibly powerful ally. Isn't this much better than my daughter Lu Erlong being with my good-for-nothing nephew Yu Shaogang? Yu Shaogang clearly benefited from the fact that his martial soul successfully evolved, but he paid the price of having his yin and yang reversed. Yu Luomian couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This Yu Shaogang is truly insatiable. Martial soul evolution. This is a legendary opportunity. Is it normal to have to pay a price? You should be secretly happy that you were able to successfully evolve your martial soul and shed your useless status. You actually want revenge on Su Yi, who gave you the opportunity to evolve your martial soul. He's utterly useless and a despicable person. But he's still my nephew. Yu Luomian would never have spoken so sarcastically and bluntly. However, after hearing the general situation, Yu Luomian pretended to ponder for a moment, but then slowly spoke. Brother, I think it's a bit inappropriate to seek revenge on Su Yi. Su Yi also has the protection of a title douluo behind him. Although that poison douluo may be a little weaker than you, brother, there's nothing you can do to him. This Su Yi has such monstrous talent, and he's also the grandson-in-law of Dugu Bo. Uncle, if you do anything to Su Yi, Dugu Bo will definitely not let it go. With his mastery of poisons, you might not be afraid, brother. But if he attacks our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan won't be able to withstand it. We'll likely suffer heavy casualties. Besides, the evolution of a martial soul is a legendary opportunity, so isn't it normal to pay some price? If this gets out, the outside world may not think that we did the right thing. Brother, please reconsider, Yu Luomian said excitedly, then knelt down on one knee before Yu Yuanjun and apologized. Chapter 117 The Jade Mother's Astounding Wisdom, the Conferment Ceremony. Upon hearing Yu Luomian's advice, Yu Yuanjun's expression showed hesitation and doubt. It seems that Yu Luomian's words make some sense. Second uncle, I'm your nephew. You're my second uncle, and you're not even on my side. Do you really want Su Yi to be your son-in-law? Do you look down on me that much? He discovered that his second uncle, Yu Luomian, hadn't spoken up for him. Instead, he spoke up for Su Yi, which made Yu Shaogang's eyes widen in fury. He clenched his fists, his heart filled with rage. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and he also came to hate Yu Luomian. Why? Because they wanted to find Yu Luomian. He had already anticipated that Yu Luomian would prevent him from taking revenge on Su Yi. Therefore, Yu Yuanjun also took the opportunity to back down, looked up to the sky and sighed, then smiled bitterly. Xiaogang, your father also wants to help you. But besides being your father, I am also the sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan and the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. I am confident that I can defeat Poison Douluo, but killing him is extremely difficult. His mastery of poisons poses an immense threat to the family and sect. As your father, it's really not good to offend you. With that Poison Douluo protecting Su Yi, there's nothing I can do. Rather than offending people for no reason, it's better to put this matter aside. After all, what your second uncle said is right. Martial soul evolution is a legendary thing, and it's normal to pay any price. I never expected to encounter such a painful situation. When I returned to ask my father for help, he refused. For a moment, Yu Xiaogang felt his vision go black, as if the sky had collapsed. I was devastated, angry, and in great pain. Okay, since you only care about the sect and the family, and not your son, I am not in your heart. From now on, you go your way, and I'll go mine. Yu Xiaogang clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, and roared in a soft yet sharp voice, repeating his angry shouts in succession. After saying that, he turned around and strode away. Xiaogang, X2, Flander and Lu Erlong were extremely anxious and quickly got up to chase after them. Xiaogang, seeing that Yu Xiaogang seemed determined to sever all ties, she left in anger. Yu Xiaogang's mother was also extremely anxious and heartbroken, and got up to chase after him. But Yu Yuanjun stopped him. Stop chasing. Yu Yuanjun sighed and said helplessly. The matter of Su Yi is very complicated. His martial spirit did evolve, even at the cost of losing his manhood. But Su Yi isn't without backers. I really have no choice but to seek justice for him. In response, Yu Xiaogang's mother covered her mouth with her delicate hand, tears welling up in her eyes before she could speak. No matter what, he's still her son. Now, this is what her son has become. How could she feel good about it? After achieving their goal, Yu Luomian was very happy and satisfied. After saying goodbye, he strode away. After Yu Luomian left, Yu Mu couldn't help but shed tears secretly and cried out. Old man, I understand your difficulties. But Xiaogang suffered such a great injustice and came to you for help twice, but you refused both times. Don't you think this is too hurtful to Xiaogang? What if Xiaogang does the same thing as before, and doesn't come back to see us for 10 or 20 years? Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjun couldn't help but smile wryly. But his relationship with Erlong is really unacceptable. Su Yi not only has Poison Douluo Dugu Bo behind him, but Ningfengji and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will definitely choose to protect him. I really can't do anything about him. Old man, no matter what, Xiaogang has been wrong. But we have to find a way to make it up to Xiaogang. I have some preliminary ideas here. While wiping away her tears, Yu's mother suddenly thought of a way to win back her son, Yu Xiaogang. What are your thoughts? Under Yu Yuanjun's curious and puzzled questioning, Yu Mu then shared the solution she had just come up with. In Yu Mu's view, Yu Xiaogang's biggest dream is to evolve his martial soul, Luo Sanpao, into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, to prove himself. Currently, thanks to the son's own efforts, the martial spirit Luo Sanpao has successfully evolved into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Next, if the son wants to fulfill his dream, he still needs to prove himself. They can definitely help with this. In the name of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, invitations were sent to the surrounding Great Soul Master forces, asking them to send representatives to witness the evolution of their son Yu Xiaogang's martial soul. This proves that his son, Yu Xiaogang, is no longer a good-for-nothing. This should lessen their son's resentment towards them, and perhaps even salvage the situation. Great idea. That's a good idea. Upon learning of Yu Mu's method, Yu Yuanjun was overjoyed and burst into laughter. The Jade Mother was quite pleased with herself for this. Who says women are inferior to men? Lei Yuling possesses extraordinary wisdom that rivals any man. On the other side, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Finally, the day arrived when Emperor Shui personally bestowed titles and rewards upon the Soul Master teams that qualified for the next round, as well as the Heaven Do Royal team that won the championship. On this day, in the palace, a festive platform has been erected in the spacious courtyard of the cultural hall. There were guards lined up all around, and rows of maids. There were also musicians holding various instruments, playing music, with gongs and drums resounding everywhere. A festive and lively atmosphere prevailed. At the entrance of the palace, teams arrived one after another. The arriving teams wait here for the rest of the teams to arrive. Then we can enter the palace together and receive our titles. After the Kamikaze team, Thunder team, Blazing Fire team, Skywater team, and Shrek team all arrived one after another. Su Yi, along with Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and other women, as well as other members of the Heavenly Do royal team, arrived late. When he saw Ning Rongrong standing next to Su Yi, chatting and laughing with him, he was amazed. Oscar, a member of the Shrek team, felt a pang of sadness and distress. Why would Ning Rongrong rather be with Su Yi, who already has a girlfriend, than accept me? It hurts so much. Upon seeing Su Yi, Ma Hongjun's eyes reddened, filled with resentment. Because of Su Yi, he lost his identity as a man. Although the worry of evil fire was gone. But the greatest joy in life is gone, and the ability to carry on the family line has been lost. This was something Ma Hongjun simply couldn't accept. Upon seeing Su Yi, Tang San clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He harbored an even greater hatred for Su Yi, who had killed his father. But now, he is no match for Su Yi at all. Both Ma Hongjun and Tang San had no choice but to endure it. As for Dai Mubai, he is not here. Because of Dai Mubai's identity as the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, he certainly could not accept the title bestowed by the Heaven Do Empire. Compared to the Shrek team, the other Soul Master teams, whether it was the Divine Wind team, the Thunder team, the Blazing Fire team, or the Heavenly Water team, all looked at Su Yi with eyes full of admiration and awe. He felt mostly envy and jealousy towards Du Guyan, Shimo, and the others. If only they had someone as powerful as Su Yi. They too can win the championship of this year's All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament. Chapter 118 Peerless Earl, an invitation from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Su Yi, congratulations on leading the royal team to victory in this year's All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament. You're good. If you have time, may I ask you some questions about cultivation? Outside the Heavenly Do Imperial Palace. As a strong-willed girl, Mai Shiranui also admires strength. After witnessing Su Yi's extraordinary talent and strength at the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, Huo Wu couldn't help but feel a great interest in Su Yi. After seeing Su Yi, Huo Wu walked right over and asked frankly. They didn't care at all. They were right next to Su Yi. Du Guyan, the official girlfriend, turned pale. Although she allowed Su Yi to find other women. After all, Su Yi is just too outstanding. Moreover, her physical strength is too great, she simply cannot withstand it alone. However, Du Guyan's position as the principal wife was not to be challenged. Huo Wu, that vixen, actually flirted with her man right in front of her. Du Guyan was furious, but when she saw the goddess Huo Wu, she actually took the initiative to show affection to another man. Feng Xiaotian's face immediately turned green. The rest of the Kamikaze team members looked at Feng Xiaotian with pity. Captain, it's so pitiful. They've been raving about Mai Shiranui for years. During the qualifiers, they even deliberately lost to the Blazing Fire team. However, Huo Wu still didn't take her seriously and even went so far as to flirt with another man in front of her. Tragic, absolutely tragic. Faced with Huo Wu's initiative to show goodwill, Su Yi also sensed that his girlfriend, Du Guyan, was unhappy. As her best friend, Yi Lingling naturally sided with Du Guyan and turned her cold, hostile gaze toward Huo Wu. In addition, Ning Rongrong was the same, her hands on her hips, her beautiful eyes full of hostility. Only Zhu Zuqing stood behind Su Yi. Silent. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment, but I probably can't give you answers to questions about cultivation either. After all, our martial souls have completely different attributes. Su Yi shook his head, thanked him first, and then politely declined. They discovered that Su Yi had rejected Huo Wu's advances. Du Guyan was immediately delighted. In Su Yi's heart, I am still the most important person. However, Huo Wu noticed this and didn't say anything more. However, Su Yi was willing to reject her for Du Guyan's sake. Huo Wu felt even more favorably towards Su Yi. I understand. Let's play together again sometime. Huo Wu turned around gracefully and returned to the Blazing Fire team. Huo Wushwang was quite helpless about this. That fire dancer is such a roast chicken. In the Tianshui team, Huo Wu made advances towards Su Yi in front of Du Guyan. Shui Yu couldn't help but mutter to herself. However, after her eyes darted around, Shui Yue chuckled and whispered to her older sister, Shui Binger. Sister, this Su Yi is so outstanding, I think he's the only one in the entire Heavenly Do Imperial City who is worthy of you, sister. Fire Dance is taking such the initiative. We can't fall behind. Shui Yue gave Shui Binger a meaningful look and giggled, wanting Shui Binger to get to know Su Yi as well. However, Shui Binger chuckled helplessly and patted her head. Stop fooling around. But looking at Su Yi, Shui Binger did feel a bit curious. A 23-year-old Soul Saint. I heard that he defeated a Soul Saint level expert while he was at the Soul Emperor level. Such a genius is truly amazing. After all, those who came to participate in the investiture ceremony had arrived. Inside the palace, a tall, handsome man with short blonde hair and a delicate, almost feminine appearance, dressed in a golden brocade robe, walked over with a smile and several guards. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon seeing Qian Runshui, everyone bowed in respect. Has everyone arrived? Once we arrive, I will take you into the palace. Come with me. Under Qian Runshui's guidance, the group entered the palace and proceeded to the Hall of Culture. We had just entered the palace gate. Then you can see a high platform covered with a red carpet erected in the spacious courtyard. The Snow Knight Emperor was sitting on a throne on a high platform. All around, guards stood in formation as a ceremonial guard. There were also maids standing in a row, each holding a tray covered with a red cloth. After seeing Qian Runshui bring Su Yi and the others in, the musicians immediately began to play their instruments and beat drums, creating a majestic and grand musical piece. Hee. Upon seeing Su Yi and his group arrive, Emperor Shui Yi chuckled, stroked his snow-white beard, and stood up. Welcome to the palace, to participate in the investiture ceremony that I, the Emperor, have prepared for you. You all did a great job in this Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament. Especially Su Yi, your Heavenly Do Royal team. As I promised during the qualifiers, the captain and vice-captain of the teams that advance from the qualifiers will be granted the title of Viscount, and the team members will be granted the title of Baron. As for the Heavenly Do Royal team, which won the championship, the captain and vice-captain will be granted the title of Earl, and the team members will all be granted the title of Viscount. Now that you're here, let's begin the ceremony. Amidst majestic and soaring music, teams such as Kamikaze, Thunder, Blazing Fire, Skywater, and Shrek all arrived at the high platform. Emperor Shui had maids come up to the stage one by one, lift the red cloth covering the trays, and distribute the noble badges, seals, and documents placed on them one by one. Finally, we arrived at the Heavenly Do Royal team. Next up, the Heavenly Do Royal team. A eunuch shouted loudly from the side. Su Yi led Du Guyan, Yi, Lingling, Shimo, and the rest of the Heaven Do Royal team onto the high platform. Su Yi, I hereby bestow upon you the title of Peerless Earl. In my eyes, your talent and strength are unparalleled in the world. From now on, do not disappoint the expectations that I and Qing have for you. Emperor Shui smiled with admiration and appreciation, and presented Su Yi with the Earl's badge engraved with the words, Peerless, along with the Earl's seal and documents, which were on a tray held by the maid beside him. Immediately afterwards, he ordered 2 eunuchs to unfold a huge map of the Heavenly Do Empire behind him. There are already several circles drawn on it. These are the titles of Viscount bestowed upon the captains and vice-captains of the Soul Master teams that emerged from the competition, including Feng Xiaodian, Yu Tianxin, and Huo Wushuang, and the corresponding fiefdoms. Basically, it's a small town. As a count, Su Yi's fiefdom was large enough to encompass several cities. Su Yi, the fiefdom I bestow upon you is in the northern province. From the Ice Ridge Mountains, the Iron Hard Mountains, and North Sea City, this entire area is your fiefdom. With a flourish of his brush, Emperor Shui drew a fiefdom far exceeding that of an ordinary earldom, and said with a smile, Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Yi was naturally excited and bowed deeply in gratitude. Afterwards, Emperor Shui bestowed upon Du Guyan the title of Earl of Bilan. Du Guyan's fiefdom was larger than that of an ordinary earldom, only smaller than Su Yi's earldom. Following that, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing, along with Shimo, Yu Feng, and others, all received the title of Viscount and were granted a small town as their territory. After the ceremony, Su Yi and Du Guyan, along with Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing, prepared to return to the Dugu residence. Tell your grandfather, Dugu Bo, that you have been granted the title of Earl and have received the good news of a super large earldom. However, after returning to the Dugu residence, as Su Yi led Du Guyan and the other women into the hall, they saw their grandfather, Dugu Bo, sitting in a chair with an invitation on the table next to him, his expression quite strange. Grandpa, what's wrong? What is this, an invitation? Seeing the blue invitation with gold lightning patterns on the table, Su Yi asked curiously. Yes, this is an invitation. It was sent by the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Du Guyan's eyes were strange as she spoke slowly. Chapter 119 Lu Erlong returns, witnessing Yu Xiaoging's transformation. Was this sent by the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect? Unexpectedly, the invitation came from the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Su Yi was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised. You should know that not long ago, he gave Lu Erlong a 9-bend sunflower, which severely harmed Yu Xiaoging. Instead of being filled with grief and indignation, Yu Xiaoging went to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect to complain. But at the very least, this isn't a good thing. What is the meaning behind this invitation from the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect? Grandfather, why did the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect send this invitation? Su Yi asked in confusion. I don't know either, it doesn't say that here. Dugu Bo shrugged and said. Anyway, the letter said that we were invited to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect to witness a very important event. Attend the ceremony. Su Yi's expression turned strange, and a bold idea arose in his mind. Attendance is a term often used in grand ceremonies to invite guests. Recently, the Blue Lightning Overlord clan has been talking about a grand occasion. That could only mean that Yu Xiaoging's martial soul has evolved. Could it be that Yu Xiaoging went back to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect to complain? However, Yu Yuanjun did not think that Yu Xiaoging's reversal of yin and yang was a bad thing. On the contrary, he was even happier for Yu Xiaoging, who had finally evolved his martial soul. So, we invited guests to witness Yu Xiaoging's transformation. Thinking of this, Su Yi's lips curled into a playful smile. Interesting, regardless of what really happened here. But in Su Yi's view, Yu Xiaoging's martial soul evolution was actually a fake evolution. With the help of the 9-bend sunflower, Niluo Sanpao did indeed evolve into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, Luo Sanpao, who possesses the potential to evolve into a golden holy dragon, has a materialized body, intelligence, and can feed independently, has a potential that far exceeds that of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. Yu Xiaoging made Luo Sanpao evolve into Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. There is a high probability that the evolved Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul will lose all the properties of the Luo Sanpao martial soul. However, the evolution of a martial soul does not necessarily change the soul skills of the soul ring. Tang San's blue-silver grass evolved into the blue-silver emperor, but his soul skills did not change much. Now that Luo Sanpao has evolved into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, the soul skill of his soul ring is probably still the farting soul skill. And because after evolving into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, the evolved Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul lost its physical form. If Yu Xiaoging were to unleash his soul skill again, it would likely only be possible after his martial soul has possessed him, by using his own body to perform it. I can picture that scene. Su Yi couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile. He also wants to join in the fun at the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan's ceremony. Inside the Dugu mansion, he told Dugu Bo that he and Dugu Yan had both accepted the title bestowed by Emperor Shui and become counts. Moreover, the fiefdom far exceeded that of an ordinary earldom. This made Dugu Bo very happy, and he laughed heartily. He then ordered the servants in the mansion to prepare a lavish feast as a celebration. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Su Yi led Zhu Zuqing back to their residence. At this moment, the cat-eared maid Su Luli had thoroughly cleaned the house, which had been empty for a long time, with dust filling the rooms and withered branches and leaves in the courtyard, and had also bought several days' worth of groceries. But that night, in the courtyard, Su Luli and Lu Erlong were not the only ones waiting for Su Yi to return. "You're back." Upon seeing Lu Erlong, Su Yi's lips curled up slightly, a playful smile on his face, and he asked, "How about it? My 9-ben sunflower, the effect should be pretty good, right?" Upon hearing this, Luerlong immediately clenched her jade-like hands. Her beautiful and spirited face was filled with resentment and anger as she bit her red lips. That's right, Su Yi's 9-ben sunflower did indeed cause Xiaogang's martial soul to evolve. But Su Yi never said that. This 9-ben sunflower actually caused Xiaogang to lose his manhood. There's something wrong with your 9-ben sunflower. Did you do this on purpose? Because Su Luli and Zhu Zuqing are also here. Luerlong couldn't bring herself to reveal Yu Xiaogang's greatest pain, so she could only glare angrily at Su Yi with wide, almond-shaped eyes and shout. However, Su Yi looked puzzled by this. What's the problem? Didn't Yu Xiaogang's martial soul evolve into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? Evolution. It is evolution, but, unexpectedly, Su Yi seemed completely unaware of the situation. Luerlong was speechless for a moment, his face flushed red, and he didn't know what to say. It's really too embarrassing to talk about what happened to Xiaogang. It's evolved, so that's good. Upon discovering that Luerlong had said she had evolved, Su Yi immediately sneered and interrupted. I thought that your questioning of me meant there was something wrong with the 9-ben sunflower I gave you. Since there's no problem, who gave you the audacity to talk to me like that? Don't forget, you're my slave girl. This female slave dares to speak to her master like that, she's asking for a beating. Today, I punish you by making you kneel before me for an hour. He was initially filled with anger, but Su Yi's rebuke made him angry. Luerlong immediately chickened out. Upon closer reflection, Su Yi's words did indeed seem to make sense. Su Yi only agreed to help Xiaogang evolve his martial soul. But there were no promises made for the others. Xiaogang's martial soul has now successfully evolved, although he has encountered some problems. But none of this seems to have anything to do with Su Yi. Feeling guilty, Luerlong didn't dare to resist Su Yi and obediently knelt down in front of Su Yi that night. I originally thought it would just be a simple matter of kneeling down and admitting my mistake. However, under Su Yi's orders, Luerlong discovered that this was not the case. However, she was already used to it. Xiaogang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. But for you, I really have no other choice. Luerlong felt extremely guilty, but he did not stop. On the other side, Shrek Academy. Although Yu Xiaogang was immersed in pain and despondent for a long time because he lost his identity as a man. But Yu Xiaogang quickly recovered. It's too late to undo what's done. Now that the martial soul has finally evolved into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then I must first find a way to use the evolution of martial spirits as evidence to propose a theory of martial spirit evolution, proving that I, Yu Xiaogang, am by no means an empty name as a master of martial spirit theory. To restore the reputation that was ruined during the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and cheered himself up. Then, he went straight into the research room. They began researching various martial spirit theories and classics, preparing to compile a theory on the evolution of martial spirits. However, even if it's just a fabricated theory of martial spirits that's superficially acceptable, it's not that easy. In any case, after half a month, Yu Xiaogang was still far from finishing. But at the same time, in the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. In the sect square, a huge platform decorated with red silk ribbons all around and red carpets on the ground, creating an extremely festive atmosphere, has been successfully erected. Another VIP seating area was set up on the side. Finally, the day arrived when the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan issued invitations and announced the start of the ceremony. On this day, many guests who had received invitations set off from their families and sects to head to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Inside the Dugu mansion, Dugu Bo also took Su Yi and Dugu Yan with him to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Chapter 120A Bewildered Yu Xiaogang witnesses the start of the ceremony. On the way to the Blue Lightning Overlord clan. In a dense forest between the Heaven Do Imperial City and the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, Su Yi encountered Ning Fengji, as well as Sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong. Sect Master Ning, Your Majesty Sword Douluo. Your Majesty, Poison Douluo. After meeting, they greeted each other. Sect Leader Ning, were you also invited to attend some ceremony of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect? They traveled together on their way to the Blue Lightning Overlord clan. Su Yi asked with a smile. Certainly, Ning Fengji smiled gently. Otherwise, we wouldn't have met here, would we? Uncle Ning, I think this ceremony is going to be very lively. Uncle Ning, you absolutely must sit with us later. And because they had guessed what might happen at the ceremony, Su Yi smiled as she gave her meaningful instructions. The Blue Lightning Tyrant clan has invited so many people, it's bound to be a lively event. Although I sensed that Su Yi's tone seemed to have a deeper meaning. However, Ning Fengji couldn't guess what would happen for the time being, so he could only smile gently and say. Soon, the group arrived at the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. At this moment, in front of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect's mountain gate, a group of disciples from the Blue Lightning Overlord sect had already come to welcome the guests who had been invited to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect to attend the ceremony, and led the guests to the VIP seats. Under the guidance of the disciples of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, Su Yi and his group quickly ascended to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect and arrived at the sect square. On the other side, Shrek Academy. After discussing it, Yu Yuanjun and his mother decided to hold a ceremony and invite many guests to attend, giving Yu Xiaogang a chance to prove himself and to express their guilt and apology to their son. They then began to busy themselves with preparations for the ceremony. As the sect leader of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, Yu Yuanjun is required to sit in the sect square and welcome guests. As a woman, Yu Mu was not in a position to show her face in public. Therefore, it was Yu Xiaogang's older brother, Yu Dalong, who went to Shrek Academy to bring his son, Yu Tianong, and disciple, Yu Xiaogang, back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. That's why I'm only coming to take Yu Xiaogang back today. According to Yu's mother, it was to give Yu Xiaogang a big surprise. After entering Shrek Academy, after some questioning, Yu Dalong quickly found his son, Yu Tianong. Dad, what brings you here? Upon discovering that Yu Dalong had actually come to Shrek Academy, Yu Tianong couldn't believe it. Tianong, where is your uncle? Upon seeing Yu Tianong, Yu Dalong asked directly. There is something very important that I must take you and your uncle back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect immediately. My uncle is in his research lab on the back hill. Upon learning that something important had happened, Yu Tianong quickly spoke up and led Yu Dalong to the back mountain, where they found Yu Xiaogang. He pushed open the door to the research lab. Upon seeing it inside, I saw a figure dressed in a black academic gown. Although they wore the same clothes and had a similar temperament, they had both cut their long hair short again. Seeing that inhuman figure, that fair and delicate skin, and that effeminate and beautiful face, Yu Dalong couldn't help but twitch, feeling as if his mind had been shocked. Xiaogang has really turned out like this. Although I already know everything from my mother and father. But when you see it with your own eyes, you still can't believe your eyes. Xiaogang, I've come to take you back. There is a very important matter within the sect that requires your return. After suppressing the complex emotions in my heart, Yu Dalong strode forward, grabbed Yu Xiaogang, and began to walk out while speaking in a deep voice. Is there something important that requires me to go back? Yu Xiaogang was stunned for a moment, then asked in a soft, high-pitched voice. Although he had previously sought help from Yu Yuanjun to seek justice, he was refused. Yu Xiaogang was furious and left the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect as if he were severing all ties with Yu Yuanjun and his mother. But in one's heart, Yu Xiaogang undoubtedly still has feelings for his parents and the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. After recovery, Yu Xiaogang actually felt somewhat guilty about what he had said earlier. Besides being his own father, his father was also the sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. There are some things that need to be considered in relation to the sect and the family. You'll find out when you get back. In response to Yu Xiaogang's question. Because Yu's mother had instructed him to give Yu Xiaogang a big surprise. So Yu Dalong didn't reveal the reason, but spoke in a deep voice, keeping everyone in suspense. With Yu Tianong and Yu Xiaogang by his side, Yu Dalong headed straight for the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. At this moment, the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. On the sect square, after Su Yi and his group arrived at the sect square. Because of Du Gu Bo, Ning Fengji, and Sword Douluo, Yu Yuanjun also had a smile on his face and quickly stepped forward to greet them. Your Excellency Poison Douluo, Sect Master Ning, Your Excellency Sword Douluo, welcome to my Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. With 3 of you present at this ceremony, my Blue Lightning Tyrant sect is truly honored. You flatter me. You flatter me. Ning Fengji smiled gently and said modestly. After a round of mutual flattery, Yu Yuanjun looked at Su Yi, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, and said in a deep voice. This must be Earl Wushwang, right? He's so young and promising, with a bright future ahead of him. Yu Yuanjun was furious that Su Yi had deprived his son, Yu Shaogang, of his identity as a man. However, Su Yi then had his son, Yu Shaogang, evolve his martial soul into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. In contrast, Su Yi deliberately designed and harmed his son. Yu Yuanjun pondered for a long time, but he was more inclined to believe that this was the price that had to be paid for the evolution of a martial soul. After all, the evolution of a martial soul is something that is only legendary. Being able to evolve one's martial soul is already extremely fortunate. How could anyone take advantage of the opportunity to evolve a martial soul to harm others? Compared to deliberately harming someone, it's clearly a side effect of the martial soul evolution, which makes more sense. Sect Master Yu, you flatter me. Su Yi smiled modestly in response to Yu Yuanjun's praise. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Yi, along with Dugu Bo, Dugu Yan, and Ning Fengji, ascended to the VIP section and sat in the first few rows of the VIP section. In the VIP section, Su Yi also saw Meng Shenji and the other 2 members of the Education Committee, Prince Shui Xing, the Dean of Kai Huo Academy, and other important figures in the Heavenly Do Imperial City. After seeing Yi Lingling and her mother Yi Zilan taking advantage of the available seats, Su Yi quickly invited Yi Lingling and Yi Zilan to sit down next to him. Time passed by unnoticed. All the invited guests were present and seated in the VIP section. The other Blue Lightning Tyrant sect disciples and elders who were unaware of the situation were also arranged to sit in a VIP section on the other side, and some even stood in the audience area. When Yu's mother came over, she told Yu Yuanjun. Yu Delong has already returned to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect with Yu Tianeng and Yu Shaogang. It feels like it's ready. Yu Yuanjun also stepped onto the stage immediately, activated his soul power, and uttered a loud voice. Gentlemen, welcome to my Blue Lightning Tyrant sect to witness this witnessing ceremony.